सर्वाइवल स्टेज का आज आखिरी दिन रहने वाला है। प्रेशर अपने पीक पे रहेगा और इसी के साथ मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं सनवे के मोक्ष आइजल साहब। खुद बताइए क्या चल रहा है, क्योंकि आप अभी भी सेफ नहीं है, 5वें स्थान पे आप चल रहे हैं। क्या मन में चल रहा है, बस आप पहले वो बताइए।
मन में तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं चल रहा है, बस हमें माइंड में वही है कि आज थोड़े पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं, जो कल की गलतियां करी है वो आज रिपीट नहीं करनी है और बस कॉन्फिडेंट रहना है।
गलतियां से आपकी क्या मतलब है, क्या वो मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं? क्योंकि सनवे सी टीम से ना गलतियों की उम्मीद बहुत कम रहती है।
मतलब कि थोड़ा हम पोजीशन में गलती कर रहे हैं और चिकन भी थ्रो कर रहे हैं, पॉइंट्स थ्रो कर रहे हैं हम लोग, जो अगर पॉइंट्स थ्रो नहीं करेंगे तो हम इजीली क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे। तो आज वही है कि जो हमको पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं उसे हमें कन्वर्ट करना है और अच्छे से खेलना है।
देखिए, बात को मैं आगे बढ़ाऊंगा, बट आपको सेमीफाइनल की और भी लेके चला जाता हूँ थोड़ा सा। रेमंड एक्सपार्क को मिस कर रहे हो आप? क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि एक मैच जो आपका खराब हुआ था उसके कारण आप यहाँ आए हो। अच्छी खबर ये है कि वशिष्ठा स्पोर्ट्स इस बार आपको ड्रॉप क्लैश नहीं दे रही है, तो उसके बारे में बताइए कि क्या चल रहा था पिकाडो के राउंड।
लाइक ऐसा था कि हमें पेकाडो चाहिए, क्योंकि और कुछ ड्रॉप खाली नहीं था, हम सेंट्रल ही खेलते हैं तो सेंट्रल के कोई ड्रॉप खाली नहीं है और हमें पेकाडो ही चाहिए रहता है सेंटर से खेलने के लिए। तो वो भी आ रहे थे तो हमें हमें लगा कि हमें क्लैश ही लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि एट द एंड ड्रॉप नहीं मिलेगा तो हम क्या खेलेंगे फिर। तो वही था, हमने उनसे कॉन्टेस्ट करा, एक मैच हम हारे, एक मैच हमने उनको मारा। तो वही है, ठीक है। अब बाकी मैचेस भी खराब खेले, अब ऐसा तो नहीं बोल सकते अब पेकाडो भी उससे बढ़ गए तो अब क्वालिफाई नहीं करे। हमने बाकी मैचेस भी बहुत बुरे खेले, इसलिए अभी हम सर्वाइवल स्टेज में हैं।
जी हाँ, ये मैं सहमत रहूंगा आपके बात से, बट चाहूंगा कि आप उस लैंड फाइनल में जाए, क्योंकि ग्रैंड फाइनल में मुझे लगता है कि वो पिकाडो का क्लैश हमें एक बार फिर से देखने को मिल जाएगा। बट इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स की भी थोड़ी बात होनी चाहिए। मतलब लास्ट ईयर जब मैं आपसे मिला था, रेक्स बॉय जिनको आपने बोला था कि वो प्लेटफॉर्म उन्हें नहीं मिला था, अब उन्हें वो प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है। अब आपका क्या स्टेटमेंट है रेक्स बॉय के लिए? क्योंकि मुझे लगता है वो खिलाड़ी बहुत अच्छे तरीके से अब सपोर्ट देना स्टार्ट कर दिया है।
आई थिंक अभी थोड़ा उसको एक्सपीरियंस हो गया लैंस का, और अभी थोड़ा उसको और शाइन करना बाकी है। अभी वो अपने पूरे पीक पे नहीं है, वो पीक पे आएगा तो सबको दिखेगा कैसा खेलता है वो। अभी थोड़ा हम भी अच्छा खेलेंगे तो थोड़ा उसको सपोर्ट देंगे तो वो भी और अच्छा खेलेगा।
एक्सपेक्टेशन आज क्या रखे? मतलब आप प्ले स्टाइल में कुछ बदलाव करने वाले? क्योंकि कुछ टीम्स पूरे तरीके से लग रहा है वो सेफ हो चुके हैं, तो वो थोड़ा एग्रेसिव आ सकता है। प्लस बॉटम वाली टीम जो कि उतने पॉइंट्स नहीं कमा पाए, वो भी थोड़ा ज़्यादा अर्ली फाइट की तरफ आएंगे। तो सिन्वे इस वक्त क्या सोच रहे हैं अपने इन बचे हुए मैचेस के लिए?
हमें तो बस एवरेज पॉइंट्स के लिए खेलना है, एक दो मैच से आगे तो हम क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे। बाकी वही है, अपना बेस्ट देंगे और नॉर्मल प्ले स्टाइल ही खेलेंगे, कुछ चेंजेस नहीं है। आराम से जोन टू जोन खेलेंगे और कन्वर्ट करेंगे पॉइंट्स।
तो इनका मानना यही है कि एवरेज निकालने से भी इनका काम हो जाने वाला है, ज्यादा एग्रेसिव जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन देखेंगे कौन एग्रेसिव जाने वाले हैं। बट आप मैचेस को इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करते रहिए।
मेरे साथ अभी मौजूद है वाइल्ड फैंग्स के ओनर और आईजीएल सेंसे। आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सर्वाइवल स्टेज का आज आखिरी दिन है, ऑलरेडी 40 पॉइंट्स ऑन द टेबल। आपको क्या लगता है कट ऑफ कितना जाएगा और आज की प्रिपरेशन क्या है?
मैं वो तो नहीं बता सकता कट ऑफ कितना जाएगा, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कम से कम जाए। और यही है कि मिस्टेक्स भी हमारी कम से कम हो, क्योंकि हम लेटली बहुत मिस्टेक्स कर रहे हैं लैंड में आके स्पेशली। तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रेशर है मेरे पे, स्प्रे गॉड पे, गोटेन पे, क्योंकि हमें उतना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं रहा लेंस का। लेकिन वही बस चीज़ें सॉल्व करनी है और आज क्वालिफाई होने का ट्राई करना है।
अब अभी के लिए सेंसे जो हाल फिलहाल का परफॉर्मेंस है, टीम गेम उतना ज़्यादा सेमीफाइनल्स के अंदर देखने को नहीं मिला। अब इससे पहले भी स्टेजेस पे हमने देखा था इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स राइज अप करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। बीट कान्हा किसी राउंड में चले, किसी राउंड में स्प्रे गॉड बहुत बढ़िया चले और बहुत अग्रेशन के साथ आप लोग का अप्रोच हमें देखने को मिला था। बट जैसे ही सेमीफाइनल्स आया और अब सर्वाइवल स्टेज में वो थोड़ा कम देखने को मिल रहा है, तो व्हाट चेंज्ड ओवरऑल?
सेमीफाइनल में मैं चला था तो उसके बाद सब डिमोटिवेट हो गए कि यार अब हम क्या करें। मतलब होता है ना, जब आईजीएल अच्छा खेलता है तो ऐसा उल्टा डिमोटिवेट होते हैं। तो मैंने उन्हें वही समझाया यार कि इट्स ऑल अबाउट प्रैक्टिस, तुम भी प्रैक्टिस करो, शायद तुम भी मेरे तरह खेल पाओ। एंड इसमें हम वही ध्यान दे रहे हैं, तो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं सोल्टर सर।
बिल्कुल। बट अभी आज के दिन का प्लान क्या है, कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी बताइए। बिकॉज 40 पॉइंट्स अभी आपके हैं, कट ऑफ आपने गेस नहीं करी, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है 75 to 80 इसके अराउंड कुछ हो सकता है। सो व्हाट्स द प्लान फॉर द 6 मैचेस?
स्ट्रेटेजी कुछ है नहीं, लेकिन मैंने अपने टीम को एक नई चीज़ सिखाई है, आपको बताऊं?
जी जी प्लीज।
तो ये है शूट द रैबिट, इसका नाम है, आप इन पकड़िए।
जी।
तो ये गन है
जी।
बस, मतलब ये जो मैंने कर नहीं पाया ये सोल्टर को करना है, तो इससे मतलब फोकस बढ़ जाता है। और मैंने ये एक्सरसाइज बताई उन्हें,
ओके।
तो ये काम आएगी आज।
बिल्कुल, मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आज वो काम आए आपके लिए और आपकी टीम के लिए। बट आपको किसी टीम से भी डर लग रहा है? कोई खतरा आपको लगता है? कुछ क्लैशेस आपके साथ हो सकते हैं आपकी टीम के साथ?
मुझे गॉड लाइक से बहुत डर लग रहा है, क्योंकि वो पॉइंट टेबल के ऊपर है और वो जैसे खेलेंगी उसके हिसाब से पॉइंट टेबल शिफ्ट होगा ऊपर नीचे।
चलिए, मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे और चेन्नई में आपसे मुलाकात जरूर हो। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर टुडेस मैचेस।
थैंक यू सो मच एंकी बॉट।
थैंक यू। What's up, Hyderabad? स्वागत है आप सभी का BGIS 2026 सर्वाइवल स्टेज के आखिरी दिन, द डे ऑफ डिसीजन में। और आज हमको पता चलेगा कि कौन सी वो 8 और टीम्स होंगी जो यहां से आगे बढ़ने वाली है सीधे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। 4 करोड़ रुपए का प्राइस पूल, इंडियन में हम हिस्ट्री जो है वो लिखने वाले हैं। बट अगेन अभी भी ये देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि कौन सी टीम्स आज के दिन पे स्टेप अप कर सकती है। व्हाट डू यू गाइस थिंक, आज आपको क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम कर सकती है वो बड़ा कमबैक? I mean, Godlike ने तो already come back कर दिया, they are the table toppers. But apart from Godlike, who do you think can dominate the lobby today? क्या बात है, क्या बात है. A lot of names, and trust me, the competition is such कि अभी जो points table में difference है वो सच में बहुत कम है. कौन करेगा dominate, कौन करेगा नहीं, वो हम matches में जरूर देखेंगे. पर एक बार थोड़ा energy check हो जाए guys. Energy check हो जाए थोड़ा. Hyderabad, you're disappointing me today, yaar. Come on, yaar. In 3, 2, 1, make some noise, Hyderabad! That's the energy. तो अब ज्यादा देरी हम करते नहीं है. हमारे जो स्टोरी टेलर्स है वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है. तो चलते हैं सीधे द डे ऑफ डिसीजन सर्वाइवल स्टेज के आखिरी दिन पे. ओवर टू यू गाइस.
I think the crowd is just getting warmed up. The last day, it was supposed to be filled with intensity, and with how the leaderboard looks right now, we are sure it's going to be quite exhilarating. But as I said, it's the last day of the survival stages of BGIS 2026. My name is Super Johnny, and joining me on the panel right now are going to be Icy Baby 1-2 and Necroman. Yesterday, Necroman was a phenomenal day for the side of Godlike, but it seems like the safety net they were looking for has caused the other teams to stay within a very razor-thin bracket in the overall
Phenomenal
leaderboard.
is going to be an understatement. Godlike, what they showcased yesterday was an absolute masterclass, and that's how they're supposed to perform. They should have performed the same way in the semifinals themselves and directly qualified towards the grand finals. But yeah, things fumbled up. That's why they're over here. But now they're doing phenomenally well. And have a look at the highlights itself. Off the rip, Godlike started off on a great note.
Yeah, I really like what Hiroshima Godlike did as well. Just because of the fact that they are experimenting a little bit more, but you can see for a fact that every single play that they have made so far has been with the intention of just surviving towards the end game and then just closing out the gap. Manya's in-game leadership was just very, very phenomenal. And even this points denials coming from Hiroshima Godlike was all to create a vacuum of points to make things a little bit difficult for teams at the bottom here. And obviously for them, they are currently sitting at the top here. They are pretty much set in stone for the grand finals itself.
Pretty much, I think all they need is like 7 points to cross that 80-point marker, which all of us feel like is going to be the threshold or the cutoff for the top 8 at the end of our journey today. But yes, Godlike, they were able to accomplish it all on the back of what seems to be a decision that has shaken up the entire community yesterday. They subbed out their star player, Grodin Gods, and Gods on his debut was able to deliver.
He indeed was, right? I mean, if you look at Godlike's performance overall as a day, they were just consistently getting those elimination points coupled up with the placement points as well. Even in one of the games where we thought that Godlike is going to fumble up, they still managed to get a lot of points, all thanks to Admino and that water play that he showcased. And if you move on towards the overall standings, in the final few moments, even Nebula Esports and K9 Esports clutched things up, and that's why they're there inside of the top 5.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the head-to-head here on who can actually qualify as well. Realistically here, about 6 teams has a shot to actually push in from the bottom. But at the same time, the only way Godlike doesn't qualify is that they get 0 points in 6 matches in this upcoming match, which will result in the cutoff going even higher because those points will be vacuumed up by the teams in the bottom trying to push up.
Yeah, and as far as you talk about just qualifying for that grand finals, top 8 teams from the survival stage will be moving forward to the grand finale. And with that in mind, I think even 4 will DOD right now stand a chance, sitting at 18 points. If they start the day off with 20 points on the first rondo, that puts them very close to that qualification marker. Even right now, it's all about that one game for the teams that are not in the top 8. And for the top 8, things are very, very difficult as far as the mentality is considered, because now you have a target on your back. Everyone's aiming for you, and you need to protect yourself no matter what happens.
Now, speaking of this today's 6 matches here, the most important match has to be the Rondo itself here, because Rondo is the only map where you can go really, really big in the sense where you can go for a little bit of higher threshold of points out of the usual average games that you see in Erangel and also Miramar, 10 points per matches, yada yada. But for Rondo, 15, 20 points, easy. And this is going to give them a little bit of comfort zone because how this affects the overall standings is that the moment the first 3 matches are done and dusted, it pretty much sets precedence on who has a chance and who is pretty much done for.
And Necro, yesterday on Rondo, we did notice the fact that there was a lot of action. Every single team, well, majority of them were able to walk away with at least 4 to 5 eliminations. A lot of teams finishing with 7 or 8 eliminations as well. Do you think that is again going to be the strategy used by teams today? High aggression, high octane finishes game.
I mean, look, if you look at the overall standings, keeping Godlike aside, still the overall standings are way too fragile.
Yes.
Even the team on the 16th spot with one massive game can make a comeback. All they need is just double digits on the board in the first game itself, and Rondo is something that's going to give them the luxury to pull it off. Now, we also locked in our predictions at the start of the day. I personally went with Phoenix, and I believe Phoenix Esports, Somraj, and the boys once again might just clutch it when the sword's on top of their necks.
Well, most of us are actually expecting Phoenix, Evox, and also for me, Mad Kings, I'm pretty much the only one who went for it. But seems like in the Hindi side as well, they are also going to be going for Phoenix here. But personally, I'm very surprised by this. Why? Because the drop clash between them and Godlike has not been disputed yet, especially in the Pochinki itself. So 3 matches in today itself, that is going to affect them overall.
To be fair, that's the whole reason Manya said they got Gods in, to try and get their way around that Pochinki drop clash, and it worked out quite well. We saw Godlike convert multiple fights against Phoenix Esports very early on in the game, and it will be interesting to see if it happens again today. But ladies and gentlemen, while all this is happening in BGIS 2026, there is an announcement for you guys, the upcoming Upthrust Esports India Rising series, which is powered by Krafton India Esports. It is an open for all tournament for all the undergods out there to show up and showcase what they are made of. A tournament with a prize pool of 10 lakh rupees. Do make sure you guys register. Registrations are open till the 21st of March, so make sure you are completing your registrations. And I guess we will have to see which teams eventually are going to be joining us on the big stages and of course showcase what they are made of in this tournament. But along with that, tickets for BGIS 2026 Grand Finals are live. If you guys do want to drop by and say hi in Chennai, do make sure you grab yourselves the tickets before they go all out. Every single time we have had people DM us that they weren't able to get their tickets in time. They're active right now. Go ahead and grab your tickets for the Grand Finals while the teams are looking for their tickets as well. We know Godlike is through. Is there anyone inside of the top 8 right now that you think might actually slip out?
I think, ooh, wow, that's a really, really tough question here. Personally, I feel like, should I say it?
Who?
Should I really say it?
Yeah, say it.
I think Wildfangs and Team Tamilas might slip out.
Oh, all right. Necro, I think Team Tamilas is the name that's common for all of us.
I definitely agree with this because Team Tamilas has been a roller coaster. They haven't been too consistent inside of the entire tournament. If you look at their stats, in the initial rounds they were doing good, but then later on, Team Tamilas were slowly and steadily slipping away. And even right now, they don't have the form.
Well, those are our thoughts, and I hope and I believe that Team Tamilas, they have the potential to change our minds as well. But all they have to do is go big on this first game, on this first map of Rondo. And with that being said, let's kick off the last day of survival stage.
The plane is in the sky for the first game of the day, and of course it's going to be the map of Rondo. The latter half of the board still hopeful, searching for that one big game to make the bounce back in the top 8, while the team's on the edge, hoping to find consistency on this game. And maybe Rondo can be it to deliver, but you also need to be quite aggressive. Looking at the plane flat path starting all the way from Tin Long Garden towards Ryan, this one seems quite balanced.
Now, there's a few things that we've seen here coming from the survival station. Day number 1 here was that the lobby was extremely aggressive yesterday. We do see Nebula again extremely, I would say, aggressive and just with pushes. Same can be said for K9 Esports. The only few that is a little bit low-key, just playing a little bit of a slow start here has been Troy Tamilan Esports and also Team Tamilas, whereas everybody is just, you know, anything that moves, they are going to go guns blazing here. So I am going to be expecting New York's Factory going to be one of the most important ones here for teams like K9, teams like Nebula as well, if they want to start slow rolling and build this momentum of points to actually push through towards the end game.
I mean, overall, if you look at the teams dropping around Neox Factory, still a major cluster heading towards that vicinity. Then you've got Evox's Shadow heading towards Ling to try and get his hands on that recall. A few teams around the southern side as well. And speaking of the southern side, Evox, they already break things apart. For Wildfangs, this is the exact start they wanted to have. First frag already converted. The man's knocked out, but still the revival is being given to him. Spray God maybe want to push up close and personal and stop that revival, disrupt the flow for the boys of Evox, but that's not going to be the case. Wildfangs, they're not going to be going too aggressive as of yet.
It's going to be tough here. Evox, they're playing a little bit slow, but they are getting surrounded from Wildfangs. They've got S12Ks available from Wildfangs, a very, very great start. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem here for Evox if they make a little bit of a mistakes here. And now with the nades opener coming from Kanha, Evox now in a lot of trouble.
Game already going down the drain. It feels like the recalls might just not be converted to the maximum potential. Another man knocked out. And with that, the entirety of Evox, they get shattered. There's still one man towards the recall tower, and he's probably going to be handing out those recalls as soon as possible. So Evox will be back on the board once again. But we spoke of the aggression. We spoke of the elimination points, and Evox is going to be choked when it comes to that regard.
Well, it's going to be a tough spot here. But this is going to take a little bit more time here. Like you said as well, there is going to be third parties coming in play. Kanha going to be keeping tabs on towards where the other team is going to be looking. But let's take a look in towards the other side of the main battlefield. We do see Hero Extreme Gala having a little bit of a stalemate here with Non-X, Vanguard, and Team Tamilas. A chaotic fight to begin here down south.
I love this approach from Nebula. Godzi was Molotov dot, so he could not even provide that cover fire. And Nebula played a perfect role in isolating that duel and shutting down another man from Godlike. Godzi's now pushed back behind this truck. He's just trying to play for survival, but eventually even he gets taken out. No opportunity given for Godzi to play that survival game as he gets eliminated from the game as well. And now Godlike is going to go for a full reset.
Oh boy. Seems like a recall tower is going to be contested so far, but for Vanguard, they're doing a fantastic job of just shutting down teams on the sides here. Team Tamila is losing Fox OP. AIM got a little bit split off from the pack, but Vanguard, they do have the high grounds in their favor. But on far horizon as well, Phoenix is also going to be keeping tabs of this. They do have vehicles, but do they want to overcommit is going to be the question here. Great pick here coming from AIM God, but gets traded off by Anush 2 OP. Dropping 2 players, but there's no conversion push here coming from the rest of Team Tamilas.
Vanguard was almost broken in half. He was able to shut down 2 players, but Anish 2 OP there to save the day. Instant recovery is going to be there, even on the side of Vanguard, so things looking good and dandy. 2 players knocked out from Team Tamilas now. Also, the confirmations follow up. AIM God still hopeful that there might just be recovery. There might just be a revival coming through. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. For Vanguard, things are looking good. They've got 3 players around Neox Factory, which means they can still secure a lot of elimination points if the cards are played right. For Phoenix Esports, it's been a slow and steady pace. Viper is the only person around the fray, while the rest of his teammates not even close. And now you see the cavalry approach.
Oh boy, this is going to be a tough, tricky spot here, but Phoenix Esports, seems like there is a lot at stake here, at least for Phoenix Esports, just because they have those vehicles, but as soon as I say this, EMP field in Neox Factory here, so vehicles has been decommissioned. Seems like Phoenix will be stranded for a while, but on the contrary as well, seems like Mad Kings will be the first team to get eliminated as they get hunted down by Phoenix. Oh boy, not a great start here for Mad Kings if they wanted to make a comeback.
Sister Esports, that 1 finish point they got, it's definitely going to be a bit of a semblance, but it's nothing they can bank upon. Sister needs a lot of elimination points. Currently slacking off in the overall standings with 25 points. At least they've got some sort of a base setup. They're not doing too bad. 1 decent game, 1 20-pointer, and instantly Vasista Esports is also going to be in the race of qualification. Nebula, 3 players, still playing in tandem, but the fact that they're still alive, searching for a few more elimination points is great. Yesterday, Nebula found that momentum there that was lost, and now you can look at the confidence in the boys.
Oh boy, seems like it's getting a little bit too crowded here inside Neox Factory. Unfortunately for them, with the circle coming down south as well, they have all the time in the world, but the only difference right now that is happening here is going to be Nebula and also Vanguard. They haven't exactly found a position to get out. Vanguard is still running low on resources. I would say their weaponries are not looking good as well. Everything is just in shambles, and they need to wrap this up quickly so they can actually get the reset off the recall to try and figure out the next game plan to push inside the zone. It's just getting a little bit too crowded. Seems like the teams that are not looking for early skirmishes here. Myth already in position for center control versus the Esports as well. Esports also looking to try and get a couple of freebies, but seems like Phoenix going absolutely crazy on the hunt. Finds Balu on the streets right now.
Yeah, want to stop forwards, DOD and tracks. That's going to be a free elimination point, just scooted up. And if you look at the stats of the map Rondo, Vanguard has been one of the best performers on this map particularly. But when it comes to Wrangles and Miramars, Vanguard has been struggling. Vasista Esports is being spotted out in the open. Shots taken. Man knocked out. Phoenix Esports getting the conversion as well. Perfectly played. The remaining players of Vasista Esports in the back lines, and they just can't do anything. They're trying their best to provide that cover fire, but still it's not enough.
Oh boy. Seems like there is a little bit of a scuffle here. Phoenix continues on the hunt. It seems like their strategy is just hunting down people around the recoil towers for a couple of free points. And it has actually kind of worked out. One of the teams that has been eliminated here because of Mad Kings, because their solo warrior on the sides has been picked off by Phoenix. This is a very, I would say, dirty tactic, but you know, why attack a team that is strong when you can just bully the one guy who's pretty much outside the zone looking to try and play safe? So Phoenix was able to hunt down Tree, but the question here is, are they going to continue the journey? Tree in the middle, one still outside. Seems like Phoenix, they don't really care about position. They're just trying to make life miserable for people right now.
They've realized their strength, and that's going to be the firepower. And they just want to play on the back of that. Phoenix knows as long as you keep on getting those scrappy elimination points, you will be set up for success. And right now, they've got 3 elimination points secured, which is decent. It's an okay start. Nebula spotted out in the open. That's going to be the man from Nonix taking those shots. Fame, no connections found. Nebula is a 2-man squad. For Nonix, Fame is the only person up close and personal in the proximity. Patching himself up, no utilities as well. He's only got 2 smokes. And those smokes are not going to help him survive this fight against Nebula. Kratos still searching for Fame, and he does not know where the man is positioned exactly. Now trying to move from the outskirts. Kratos is going to find himself a bit of a leeway. But speaking of godlike, they messed up. Admino dropped down and instantly eliminated from the game.
Well, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike finally takes a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. But the fight inside New York's factory is just still not concluding. But now with the circle shifting out, Vanguard is in a lot of trouble as well. They haven't exactly looted up. But Fame now causing a lot of problems for Nebula. There's a nice pre-fire from Fame. Finds 2. Beautifully done from Fame.
Wow. Nebula got absolutely rolled in that scenario. But it's fine, though. They had the recalls available. So once again, the IGL's going to go back to the tower. Hand out the reset. It's all good in the hood. Things under control, but Fame drops down as well. Oh man, it's quite the back and forth going on here. Vanguard, even they step inside of the playing field. And Vanguard has been looking pretty phenomenal so far in this map, Rondo. 8 elimination points secured off the rip without him burning through a single recall. That's impressive.
Well, are they going to be able to utilize it later? For Circle 4 is going to be a question as well. Stage 3 is about to begin, so they don't really have a lot of time to work with as well. But let's take a look at the replay here, what's happened initially as well. We saw Wildfangs actually getting a little bit of jump here. Spray God with the SJOK, pushed the pressure, just completely shut down Evox. But obviously Spy was able to get a little bit of a 50-50 trade, but this off angle from Spray God has just made life miserable for them. This is just really nice stuff coming from them.
Then even 4 Wolves got absolutely dunked on. Couldn't do anything to fight back. We also did see Paulu getting hunted down by Phoenix Esports later on. Even Myth continuing their wrath. Getting those points, it's a slow pace, but as long as you're getting something converted, it's always going to make you feel better. Godlike now, they need to start things off with just a 2-man squad. Godzi is backing away from this scenario because he knows he does not have a recall if he does get knocked out and eliminated. So he needs to play a little bit careful. On the run from the boys of Wildfangs.
Oh boy, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike in a lot of trouble this game. But it seems like Phoenix's entire fiasco down mid has also forced a couple of recalls as well. So Phoenix is back to the square one outside the zone. Hopefully they are going to be able to push through. But it seems like Smoker is able to find a player coming from K9. That's going to be more points here for Phoenix. Wow, wasn't expecting that there.
Oh, Godlike. There's power. Wants to get inside of the circle and the safety lines. And he also wants to hand out a recovery to Manya. So the recall towers once again fiddled with. Manya is going to be back up on the board, so Godlike can at least have a 3-man squad moving forward. They can still secure a lot of points with a 3-man squad. Yesterday they showcased what they're capable of. Shots taken from Godseed to at least try and shoo away the boys in the front. That's going to be Nebula Zadi, and he's all by himself. It's a little bit concerning. What is he doing all the way on the southern side while his teammates are on the north?
I think they're just trying to hold on for their potential recall to try and go for a little bit of reset here. But now with stage 3 in play, they don't really have a lot of time to kind of take advantage of those tactics here. 40 seconds before it starts moving, seems like a lot of teams are already prepared themselves into as a middle side. Phoenix, only Smoker remains inside the zone, while the rest is going to be coming from to the north side outside the blue. But the problem is, look at this, Phoenix, there are 3 guys in 1 vehicle. That's going to be Somraj, Simp, and Viper in 1, while Smoker's trying to find an opener for them to actually regroup. So this is going to be a tough regroup here coming from Phoenix, at least from the north side.
Circle shifting right on top of Welts. Evox in the proximity, then Evox got another team around that fray. Vanguard has been popping off once again on the map Rondo. It's been their best map. 8 elimination points secured just in the Ox factory itself, and they've still got all the 4 recalls available, by the way, which is crazy. Vanguard is really good at brawling it out. And now for Nebula, Adi's just all by himself. I'm not even sure what he's trying to do, but his vehicle, it's on the verge of being completely blown up. So he needs to be a little bit cautious, and he's still driving it, by the way.
This is very tricky from Adi, but you can't really blame him as well. He's trying to get out of attention here, at least little crosshairs on his back, just because of the fact that because this vehicle is exploding, he needs to find a new vehicle or a way to try and stock up here. Maybe even a repair kit would be really nice. But seems like he's going to try and play a little bit of a sidetrack here, try and loot up. Oh, actually finds a Dacia. That's very lucky of him, I would say.
Yeah, and Vanguard, we were just talking about this team. And for some reason, Dreams gets caught off guard by Phoenix Esports, but it's fine. Vanguard still has all the recalls available. They can just go back, hand out a recall, instantly get back inside of the circle, and that's what they're doing. Nebula, 3 players playing in tandem, Nomi, Phoenix, and Kratos. While Adi, we saw a while ago, he's all the way on the southern side, but they're trying to reunite with Adi. This is insane. Actually managing to rotate all the way around the southern side, that is crazy.
Nicely done, I would say, because they know there's just not a lot of people there. Adi is just keeping tabs on what happened as well. His initial concern was trying to find more vehicles, and he was able to get a new one. So now all he needs to do is going to be scouting ahead on what to do next. And so far, a lot of information has been onto his Danching and the southwest corner, so they know it is kind of empty on the east side. But let's take a look at towards this initial pick here from Fame, the pre-fire, just taking down Nebula. Nicely done for him.
Yeah, brilliantly played. Knew exactly when the man was going to peek out, and he aimed there perfectly. Knew that he was crouched as well. All the cards played right. Nebula barely inching inside of the circle. Team Tumula's on the screen. Mr. Igil and Reaper taking too much damage. Reaper falls apart. There's Mr. Igil providing some utilities so that Reaper can be saved. But is he really going to be saved? That's my question. Dacian's on the verge of being blown up. And with that explosion, Reaper might just be eliminated. But no, he's still alive. The amount of shots that are being taken on this Dacia, they really want to stop this revival from coming through.
My god, he's such a tricky spot as well. A lot of ammunition has been expended here from Myth Official. They might have overcommitted, so not getting that confirmation there might actually hurt them in the overall positions. Maybe we'll actually see a reset here, but on the finish feed, we do see Wildfangs also taking a little bit of heat. But let's take a look towards what Vanguard is doing here. They are barely on the edge of the zone. K9 also pretty much stuck pinned because Phoenix is just keeping them at bay. For some reason, Phoenix now... Oh, seems like Knight is able to find a knock on Vanguard now.
That's a nice trade. K9 Esports just lost out a Ninja Boy a while ago, but now the man's been recalled, so it's all good. K9 Esports had control over the recall tower. But we also need to understand that there's Smoker in the back lines, and if he finds a line of sight, Slug can be shut down, or even Knight. So K9 Esports, they really need to be careful off the proximity. Utility tossed out to get the confirmation on Dreams. Vanguard, the life just gets even miserable. The Blues on the move, Slug wanting to create the off angle. What a well-played scenario that is from Slug. The Blues doing a lot of damage. Crypto's going to fall down to the play zone. And now Dionysus, he's taken down low. What a clean sweep comes in from the side of K9.
Nicely done, but this is stage 4. It's gonna hurt. Mets is running down low. They need to make a mad dash into the zone. They've got 6 so far, but K9, they're still uncertain on what to do next. Smoker has been keeping them at bay for the longest time, and the rest of Phoenix has heard all this commotion. And losing Smoker to Myth out of nowhere has pretty much given Phoenix the information that, coming in from the west side is not gonna be good because Myth official is gonna be guarding the next side. So as of yet, Phoenix, they will have to rethink on how they want to push through as of yet.
Oh, Phoenix wants to get that recall tower where K9 Esports is currently positioned on. And that's why you can see Phoenix just constantly circling around this vicinity, because they're waiting for K9 Esports to evacuate that area. But K9 just gave a recovery tonight. Knight recalled, back on the fray. K9 Esports, once again, a 4-man strong army. They're looking good. While Phoenix Esports trying to find a good way inside of the circle. Krafton Esports getting absolutely shattered, beaten and bruised. And Phoenix Esports, they're going to find themselves against Team Tubulas. What a well-placed utility that was. Team Tubulas, they're on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Phoenix, and they have been wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
Wow, Phoenix wasn't expecting that at all, just getting completely dismantled. And while this is happening, Troy Tubulan Esports also getting shut down. Myth official looking to secure their spot into the grand finals, and they should be able to do so, but it's not over yet. K9 now taking advantage of the situation, close the distance, and now Slug going to be on the hunt. And for some reason, Slug misses the timing, and Detrox gets a free finish.
Yeah, nicely played from Detrox. Lucifer has only got 1 elimination point secured so far. And Myth, the fact that they've got 9 finishes secured in total, that is insane. Even Myth is popping off in this game. If they keep on continuing with the same momentum, they might just qualify in this game itself. This might just be the nail in the coffin they're searching for. K9 Esports saw the 4 players were alive a while ago, but now they've only got 2 men standing. K9 Esports, they found themselves in a big pinch, and they just can't survive it. Omega's the only person left alive, but he's too much in the front. Extended. A nade from the side of Myth Daddy can actually seal the deal and eliminate that man from the game, and that's what's going to happen soon.
Seems like it's going to be a tricky spot here. This nade, ooh, almost knocking Omega, but it's going to force him in an awkward situation. It seems like he cannot probe properly. Oh no, gets spotted out. That's going to be the second nade, and Daddy gets a free point as well. Myth official doing a fantastic job again once more here in day 2.
K9 looks so miserable. It's not a good look towards a team like K9 Esports, a team that's supposed to dominate the competition. They're barely just crawling, creeping their way towards qualification. It's never a good look. K9 is supposed to easily qualify. That's how much rap, that's how much firepower they possess. But they're struggling too much. They've lost that touch.
Well, you know, speaking of touch as well, I think this is still a pretty okay performance as well. They're still in top 4 with 6 position points. 5 more matches would decide their fate, so I don't think it's that big of a problem for them. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, seems like they've slowed down the tempo a little bit here to try and play for placement points. Seems like they are practicing on their rotations rather than taking hand-on fights like how they did yesterday. A lot of teams are starting to play like a team now, and it's quite concerning for teams who are looking to try and scrap their way through. In this case, versus the Esports, going to be trying to scram against Wildfangs, who's barely on the edge of the zone, and Wildfangs just doesn't have the high ground advantage trying to stop them in his track.
Yeah. Overall, if you look at the position of Wildfangs, they're surrounded by too many teams from the back, from the front, just too many teams around him. And now Myth making that bounce on top of Onyx. Anonymous Arthur knocked out. But the trades as well start to happen back and forth. Even Herschel is taking too much damage from the sides. And Myth, it seems like they're starting to crumble. Herschel knocked out and finished off from the game. A well-placed utility comes in from Fame. And now the trades once again start to happen. Rapido's going to be the only glimmer of hope left standing. But Godlike, they try to close in. It's going to be Manya up close and personal, wanting to hand out the death blow. Manya against the man of Myth, and he gets eliminated from the game.
Perfect third party here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. They found the opener and they found the space, and now Nonex, they are weak. Time to take them all out. Finds another knock. Manya gets traded off, but Gods and his power, they are going to clean them all out. Anonymous goes in for the push, and Gods is not looking at him as well. What were he doing? It seems like Anonymous will get hunted down, and Gods finally makes the pounds, and just like that, they get the reset, and Nonex is out.
They do it eventually. Nonix eliminated from the game with just 4 finishes and no placement points gathered. Definitely a flop game for Nonix. They need a lot more points to sustain that spot in the top 16. Wildfangs is Godin taking a fight against Vasista Esports. He manages to successfully find a knock. And now that's going to be an even Steven scenario for the boys of Wildfangs. While a nade toss from Nebula might just do a lot of damage. Another nade tossed out, and that's going to find a piece. Ganha knocked out, Sensei down to barely any sort of HP. Another nade's going to be tossed in that same direction, but this time it was too overcooked.
Yeah, now the third attempt here from Naomi, knows exactly where he is. Overshots once again. Sensei going to try and go for a counter to try and scare him off. It seems like Naomi getting knocked is going to be huge, but Sensei gets knocked as well as the push comes through from the sides. And now Wildfangs, only spray Goten remains here. Nebula Esports now. Gonna try and force the issue. Goten having the high ground, but doesn't matter. Vasista sees this from afar, takes a free shot, takes him out.
A third party from Vasista Esports collecting the scraps. And now also handing out a reset to his teammate. The fallen comrade's gonna be back up on his feet. Nebula looking at their position once again, getting all the 4 players back on the board. 7 finishes secured. Nebula is showcasing a systematic killing gameplay, dismantling teams in the way while also contesting a better spot inside of the circle. You're loving this, Nebula. A bit of a tactical mix inside of the aggression. Sinue, all the 4 players too exposed out in the open. It's not a great position. Vasista Esports around the fray now. Vasista, they want to brute force their way against the boys. Nebula, this might not be a good move. Vasista losing out on 3 players in an instant. Phoenix might just shut them all down, but now there's the full stop being put. Brakes applied, but it's still not going to make a difference as Nebula, they wipe Vasista's existence.
What a save here coming from Nebula Esports. The momentum continues for them, and looking for a chicken dinner is going to be this game. As Adi now finds the opener on Manya. Hiroshima Godlike trying to keep their way in, but Nebula still has the high ground and he should be able to take him out. But it seems like Adi doesn't want to press the banner, knowing that he may get shot from afar. Adi versus Godzi. Godzi with the nades here to try and stop the aggression. Maybe look for the revival, but this knock here is going to give them the space and time that they need.
Godlike versus Nebula. A battle we all want to see. Nebula currently rolling every single team that stands in their way, while Godlike, they have been fighting it through like warriors. Kratos tossing another nade. This one is really tossed into close proximity. Another one tossed out, but it's not going to find any sort of marks. Godlike is also taking a fight against Sinue at the same time. Godlike is not in a good position.
Such a tough spot to be in. But while this is happening as well, Nebula, they actually stopped their aggression because of this reset, knowing that there are teams trying to creep up on them as well. So Nebula is trying to fend off Sinue. And it seems like Manya is going to try and make an attempt here to crawl over. S-Power still getting shot at the back. And they want to try and save it, but their backs are exposed as much. Finds the opener. Now with the nades here to try and snatch those points away from Nebula.
Godlike is getting picked off piece by piece. S-Power falls apart. Nade tossed out to get the confirmation. Godsy's the only person left standing, and he's trying to fight for his life. Playing it as safe as he can, trying to avoid as many eyes as he can. Nebula's Phoenix gets caught, but Godsy's also getting shot at from the back by Proton from Wells, and that's going to be a nail in the coffin by Nebula. Godlike eliminated from the game with 5 finishes secured. The game is not done yet, as Welt Esports as well, they want to chime inside of the action.
A big game here from Welt. 10 finishes, making the top 4. This might be the comeback that they need. And only a chicken dinner gives them that shot. Same can be said for Sidway to try and defend. But their backs are exposed. They've overcommitted. They've given too much information, and Welt knows where they are. Hopefully they are able to stabilize as well. Circle is going to favor them for center control, but 4 Wolves finally now makes their mark from the east side to make a little bit of recovery. Noob now. They are going to try and push onto his Sinway. You can see they are trying to go for a little bit of reset, but everybody's just so close to them. And now the re-knock comes in. Another nade as well from Nebula. All the teams just looking on Sinway. Not a good sign here.
Sinway's done for. Nebula with 13 frags on the board. They already know they've done the job. Nebula's got a nuclear performance booting up. And somehow, if they do end up securing the game as well, that's just going to be the cherry on top of the cake. But we completely forgot 4 Wolves and Wells. The teams on the latter half of the board are also doing really good. 4 Wolves don't really have a lot of elimination points secured, but if they still get away with a chicken dinner, the chance for comeback ignites.
This is the game that Welt needs. Sinway still looking for a little bit of recovery. March trying to buy time with those smokes, but it was a clear tell that everybody knows he's there. 4 Wolves now. Gonna try and stop Nebula from trying to overextend. But even Welt, they're trying to keep them in check. They inch their way in. But Sinway is not the biggest threat right now from all these three major teams surrounding them. It's going to be each other. And what a shot from Kratos! Finds the knock on Welt on the sides.
Sinway Esports, 3 finishes. It's been a slow game from Sinway too. Nothing too aggressive. Just trying to take it slow, defensive and passive. Nebula with 14 finishes. And of course, they're looking to find the remaining players of Sinway to eliminate them from the existence. Just the way they eliminated Godlike and even Vasista Esports within the span of seconds. But I'm pretty sure Vasista Esports is going to be devastated after a wipe like that. Recovering with the mentality, it's going to be tough. And now for Sinway, stuck out in the open in a ditch. One nade can actually find a quick 2-piece.
Oh, it's going to be tough here, but with the zone closing in, this is going to be the potential final zone. He shifts up north, and now action is on Nebula Esports to try and push out the zone. Welt already finding a little bit of space. Same can be said for Wolves. So now the point of interest here is going to be shutting down Kratos, who's pretty much outside the zone. And I would say the danger spot for him. Justy left and Proton left intentionally outside here to get a little bit of off angle. While Goku and Schwam is pretty much sneaking their way in. And now with the nades coming in, they're still pummeling on Sinway. Well, trying to make a little bit more space. Not a fan of this, but Sinway somehow has done a fantastic job holding on here.
Yeah.
Look at this, there's just so much crater in the middle.
Oh, Nebula. The man in the back is actually trying to crawl his way inside of the circle, but he's being held. And Kratos is now going to just move out in the open. He gets knocked out eventually. Revival is going to be impossible on Kratos unless he crawls right next to his teammate that lies in the front. And now he's going to fall back to get that revival on Kratos. Welt Esports closing in slowly and steadily. And that's going to be Noob from the sidelines taking those shots on Nebula's Adi. Adi tossing out smokes because he wants to get Kratos back up on his feet. And it is going to be possible. It's not going to be a tough job at all. Adi can do it. Just needs to extend a little bit back. Goku tossing utilities to try and get rid of Sinway, while 4Wolves is just completely distracted on a different team. Justy eliminating that man from the side of Nebula Esports. Adi's now going to be the only person left standing, and the final showdown is going to be between 4Wolves and Welt Esports, and Adi might just be the dictator.
Yeah, seems like, well, they are kind of spread out. Same can be said for Wolves, but it will come down towards the wire. Adi might be the kryptonite here for Welt. They may ruin the games here. Goku finally being picked up. Schwam has been pretty much scouted out here for 4Wolves, but you can see 4Wolves, they're trying to smoke up to try and close the distance. Balu with an off angle on the side. This perfect nade here is gonna be disastrous for Welt. It looks good, it's gotta be close. Big nade, but enough to scare him off. But Adi now says, you know what, Welt, I've got your back.
Taking shots against 4Wolves and actually finding a knock as well. This one lonesome man from the side of Nebula is now creating a lot of distraction and a lot of problems for 4Wolves. Deployable covers invested too, since Adi wants to stay alive for a bit longer. Maybe push himself a little bit more deep in the circle. Utilities tossed out even from the side of Welt to try and get rid of Adi, but this one is going to be a tough pill to swallow. Adi really wants to be a big pain. Another nade tossed out around the same proximity, and Adi's still alive. Moving in inch by inch, waiting for the course of action to take over and waiting for 4Wolves to take a fight against Welt. Utilities are being poured in from the side of 4Wolves. They are really desperate to win this fight. And now look at this. A massive split comes through. A 1-on-3 split where 3 players making that pounce on top of Welt. And Cham is there to face it off against Noob. But even he gets shut down. 4Wolves, they're getting completely pieced apart. They're getting systematically dismantled by Welt.
Oh, mistakes were made. They got a little bit greedy. And now 4Wolves pretty much out in the open. And Adi chimes in as well. And now it's going to be Adi trying to fight for top 2. Welt also down pretty low. 2v2v1 situation now. Adi somehow survives, and now 4Wolves, they are getting peppered by shots. Nades are coming in. Well, looking to try and dismantle them. 4Wolves down to their last wire. Avnish also a pixel of health.
The IGL himself stepping up big time. Now he's the one who's got the sword in his hands, and he wants to slay everyone that stands against him. 3 men of Welt against Adi, and that 1 man of 4Wolves. Nades are being tossed. Avnish is taken down to barely any HP, and even he gets eliminated. Now the situation's down to a 1-on-3. 1 man from Nebula, the IGL himself, and the entirety of Welt, and Nebula crumble. What a play that was from Adi, but at the end of the day, for Welt Esports, that was a chicken dinner that was needed. They were desperate for it, they were begging for it, and they finally get it.
Yeah, an amazing performance coming through from the players of Welt. 17 points on the board, definitely helping them take a big leap in towards the top 8. But it's not just them, by the way, that have found this comeback momentum on the map of Rondo. 4Wolf as well having a decent outing in this match. That means moving forward into the Erangels, into the Miramars that follow up this map, even they are going to be a part of the conversation of the race to the grand finals.
This is going to be a very, very close battle here for the fight for survival. But with this winner chicken dinner from Welt Esports, they pretty much crawled their way in towards the top 8. And now they are going to be defending their spot on the line right now.
The only team, Necro, that I feel are struggling right now, and I mean, they did end up getting a few finishes for themselves in this game, but still kind of struggling, are going to be Phoenix Esports.
Phoenix Esports, Mad Kings, Vasista Esports,
Oh, yeah.
all these names are struggling too much in the overall standings, and they're also fading away slowly and steadily as teams like Welt Esports rise up from the ashes. Now, for Wolves, yes, it was a decent game, but I still don't have a lot of expectations from them.
We were asking for 20 points in this game. 20 points would have directly propelled them inside of the top 8, but that didn't happen. Still, a decent outing. I think a top 3, top 4 finish. They had, what, about 3 or 4 eliminations in this particular match?
Yeah, and see, that's the thing about those points as well, right? Like, it all comes down to this map to set precedents to try and retain your spots. And as of yet, I think only Welt is able to do that from this game itself. So they do have a very strong safety cushion, but they're not out of the woods yet.
And also, by the way, a few teams at the top are still doing quite well. Sinnovator decent in this game. Nebula Esports was able to vacuum a lot of finishes towards the end. Do you think that is just going to make the situation around the 8th spot worse and could potentially help the team sitting at the bottom still catch up?
Ooh, well, again, for that to happen, Godlike needs to mess up, Myth needs to mess up, Nebula needs to mess up, K9 needs to mess up, then you will see the competition become very, very tight. But I see where you're getting at as of yet here, because now with Welt's performance coming into play, with a new contender trying to push in for a top 8, it could actually lead to that direction.
So let's be honest, Welt got 27 points. With this performance, they're already going to be around the top 5, top 6. So Welt Esports propelling themselves so deep, which means someone is also going to be kicked out. K9 Esports messed up, so I'm pretty sure K9 is not going to be in the top 5 anymore. They are going to be slipped down from the overall standings, which is a little bit concerning.
I think even after elimination, they were on the 4th within the game itself. They dropped down to the 5th. Let's see if they are going to be kicked outside of the top 8, but we are going to look at that after this very short break.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Watch the darkness liquefy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of BGIS 2026. This is the last day of the survival stage, and of course, the first match was an absolute banger. Gentlemen,
Yeah.
IC Baby 1-2 and I Super Johnny, of course, joining alongside with me. Welt Esports with that game itself. They set themselves up for the top 4. That was a big game. I did not expect it coming. IC, did you see that coming?
Well, it took us a while. We've seen their brilliance during the round stages, but I don't know, man. For them to come out live today when it matters the most, this is going to be a good day here, potentially for Well. But let's talk about the MVP of the match here. Justy with 7 finishes in the game. And joining him here is going to be Crypto from Vanguard. We've got Kratos from Nebula, Detrox from Myth, and also Phoenix from Nebula. These are your top 5 performers of that game.
You know, I absolutely love this. Johnny, youngsters performing exactly when times are crunch. This is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, all of these youngsters could be the future faces of the community, but let's move forward and have a look at the overall ranking. Not overall, but point standing for that previous game. We were talking about Well, 27 points. That was a big performance coming through from them. Nebula Esports, 21. But for Wolf DOD, this match was a big opportunity towards the end. They even had all 4 players alive, but they weren't able to grab those finishes, which is why a game that should have been a decent outcome is not as good as what I was hoping for, to be honest. This is a little bit of a letdown from 4-Wolf DOD.
Very true, very true. 4-Wolves gonna missed out on that opportunity, but not so for Wealth, not so for Nebula, and of course for Myth, who garnered 10 finish points out of the game. I'm so happy with these big towers coming up from these new names. I see Wealth, 4-Wolves, Wildfangs, Vanguard. These are the teams who have been absent from the overall leaderboard, and now look at that jump. Nebula was on top form, 21 points from the last game. They set themselves up, almost reaching the target, but then Welt Esports, what a jump it is.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close as well because the cutoff is going to go even higher. They need this consistency coming from Well if they want to qualify as well. And think about it this way. The entirety of 2025, I think this is the closest they have gotten to the grand finals as of yet.
Yeah.
100%, Johnny, but have a look at this. They have pushed out Nonix and Vanguard. Not Vanguard particularly, but Nonix out of the top 8. And Nonix was playing extremely consistent yesterday. They were yet to get a chicken dinner, but they were consistent almost every single day. But this is the difference between one big performance and being consistent and getting those 10 points average every single time.
Pretty much. I mean, Vanguard, they are still under pressure because that previous game, it was a nice match. 10 finishes on the board, getting those 10 points. It was very crucial for them. But the one thing that they have going for themselves is the fact that they're not too far away from the top 8 bracket. 5 matches to go. There is still hope. If they can pull off another match with about 10 eliminations, and if they can do it on a wrangle, then going into the last 2 Miramars of the day, they're going to have a much easier time. But then again, you need to make it happen now.
You need to make it happen now itself. And if they do get the points, where are they going? Where are they headed? They are, ladies and gentlemen, headed to Chennai itself, which is, of course, going to be our venue for BGI's 2026 Grand Finals. And let me tell you one thing. The tickets for it is live on Swiggy Scenes itself. Make sure to be the first one to grab your tickets. Otherwise, it's going to get sold out and you're going to miss out on an opportunity of a lifetime, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you do it as quickly as you can. But with that game of Rondo out of the way, now it's time for a default maps, Erangel and Miramar. And you have to be bang on consistent if you want to actually go up.
Well, in this case, Nebula has pretty much set the precedence here. They only need about 10 points to pretty much secure the spots in Grand Finals. Godlike is pretty much done and dusted to make it their way through, but arguably only 5 teams remaining in 5 more matches will decide their fates.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, are we set up? Phoenix Esports, they certainly look in the zone, but they need to be inside the zone, inside of the map itself. Ladies and gentlemen, Erangel comes up.
Game 2 for day 2 of the survivor stage on its way. 5 more matches remain, and this is going to be a crucial one for all the teams to fight for their survival. In this case, to make it to the grand finals, 8 teams will advance and 8 teams will be taken out at the end of the day, and we will have our official final 16 best teams all around India competing for the trophy.
Exactly, and we are just still waiting to find out which of these names do end up surviving the gauntlet of survival stages. Match number 8, only 4 matches remaining after this, but this one is just kicking off. We have a flight path from the southwestern quadrant, starting from the west of that military base, heading towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, just north of Lipovka. It is going to deny positions to the teams that like to play from northern Georgia, from Hospital, but that could result in early drop clashes. And talking about drop clashes, the one we are all waiting to see is, well, it might happen around Pochinki. Phoenix, I see. Do you think Phoenix is going to let go of Pochinki? Well, all right, my apologies. Godlike, they are not going for Pochinki anymore. They're going for school now, I believe. Or maybe Asnaya.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this, but okay. I think Godlike has pretty much done the deed.
Yeah.
And they don't really want to add salt to injury, I guess. I don't know what to make sense of this, but I was expecting them to try and contest this, but all right. Seems like Phoenix will get a little bit of free pass here, maybe a little bit of recovery for them. But let's take a look towards the bottom left here. It seems like we do have a little bit of drop clash here between Welt and Mad Kings. It seems like they are kind of stranded. Same can be said for Team Tumlas. And the circle seems to be favoring on towards Gatkar region, Quarry, maybe even towards Everest as well. Tricky spot here for teams down to the southwest, but everybody from the east side, we are going to be seeing a lot of congestion.
Well, let's see. On the other side of things, as we were talking about Welt so much from that previous game, I wonder if they are going to be worried about Mad Kings, Team Tamilas being around them as much. Now they have a safety cushion to work with in the overall leaderboard as well. But Mad Kings do not want to be a part of the early conflicts. A little too far away from the qualification marker, sitting 14th on the overall leaderboard with just 29 points. An early exit coming through, and I believe this is signs of them just sticking to their own strats, maybe looking to head towards the Georgia Pole City.
Yeah, this might be over for Mad Kings if they do not have a good game from this point onward as well. They need the foundation. Meanwhile, Four Wolves, nice little recovery on Rondo now to start things off, getting picked off from Myth Official. D-Trox just playing absolutely bonkers here. And to think Myth Official almost got eliminated from the tournament itself. Now, a top contender to make their way into the grand finals. Another spray once more from D-Trox. Four Wolves on the run. Can they get the confirmation? Oh, seems like he was able to spot things out, and that's my point. No save, Four Wolves. No save.
Yeah, D-Trox is not going to let anything slip out. He's been a phenomenal IGL for the side of Myth, and even in terms of getting finishes, he has been quite incredible, doing a lot of heavy lifting all by himself, getting Myth into the top 3. 69 points on the board, and we are assuming that the safety net for the grand finals is going to be somewhere around 75 points. Not a lot of distance for Myth to cover, but on the other hand, Vasista Esports, Necro spoke about them, not a good outing on Rondo. And it's quite surprising, I see, seeing Vasista Esports struggle the way they are struggling right now in the survival stages, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky as well. Like, yesterday was pretty okay, but today it seems like they're just getting completely bullied after bullies here. Couldn't really find a good spot for them to actually take a head-to-head fight. But seems like, well, they will trying to bring in the hovercraft here in towards the end game. And seems like Quarry is going to be the objective here to try and hold down the fort, which is good. And well, the Esports now just need one more good game to secure the spots for top 8. Godlike pretty much done and dusted, cleared. Nebula should be joining them in towards the grand finals. But look at how close for the final 5 slots. Think about it this way. From all the way from K9 down towards where Mad Kings is, this match is you either pull the lead or you get completely shut down. Those safety cushion will help you for now, but consistency is going to be key on surviving here today at least.
That is true. And again, as you talk about consistency, I think that is the one place where Ewoks has taken a massive hit. If you look at their journey overall throughout this entire tournament so far, they started their journey off on a very amazing note. Even the first half of the semi-finals, Ewoks was phenomenal. But then on the last 2 days, the slip up from their end was just something that still makes my head spin. And it seems like they are still struggling to find the same flow in their play style, even during the survival stages. Ewoks struggling right now, sitting 15th on the overall leaderboard, a position where I did not think they would ever be.
Well, who would have thought that they would be struggling as well because Evox, they qualified directly to the semifinals. They were a top contender as well. They almost made it to grand finals. But it seems like the slip-up is continuing here into a Day 2 survival stage. And again, like I said, the only way to qualify is a massive performance from this game to set the foundation for the chase. As you can see, the tension's at an all-time high. We are not going to see a lot of early aggression that we did see for yesterday itself. But the only team that has been on full-on aggression here has been K9 and Nebula Esports. And surprise, surprise, it has worked out for them somewhat.
Yeah, it's worked out quite well for them. And for the side of K9, I think just a few extra points in that previous game of Rondo would have actually kept them in a decent average. They were able to secure 6 points, need about 20, or let's just say 25 in the remaining 5. So now they need to move up with 5 points per game minimum. Or maybe just a big performance, a big chicken dinner with 25 points also can get the job done. But Godlike, a team that's sitting comfortable on the first position, now clashing against the team sitting second on the overall leaderboard. Nebula against Godlike, and it seems like Nebula, they have them surrounded on the run. S-Power, he's getting shot at, but doesn't matter. He still finds the trade for himself, and Nebula and Godlike trading out close. 3 versus 3 between the two sides.
It's going to be a tough long-range battle. Nebula Esports, they are scrapping their way through. They find the knock on Manya. Now it's going to be a 3v2. Nebula Esports got them pinned out in the open, and Mino's down low. Godzi repositioned to try and find an off angle, but Nebula Esports, they scout him out. They know where he is. They're setting their focus on him. Shots has been fired, and Godzi, he has to back off.
Pretty much. And Kratos from the other end, the drive-by over the ridge does find a pick onto Gods. Admino, he's the last man left alive. Let's see. Godlike, it is a difficult position to recover from. He has no info to work with. And knows that the Vultures are running in circles. The spray from Admino finds not enough damage. And Nebula, they get the squad wipe onto the players of Godlike. 4 finishes on the board early for Nebula. But it's a fight between the teams at the top. So this is not going to change anything at all on the leaderboard. Even Godlike do not care about getting taken out early now.
You know what's really insane about Nebula Esports is that they finally identified that this lobby, not a lot of teams are very good at dogfighting like how they are. And look at this, a very clean takedown towards Hero Extreme Godlike. What a push from Kratos as well. That was just phenomenal. But before that, let's talk a little bit more on towards the rest of the teams here. Now with Godlike out of the equation, that means there is a little bit more room. But with the circle actually shifting completely down southwest here, Quarry still in play, Primos out in open. It's been a while since we've seen a circle like this here. Earlier days of BGIS 2026, we did see a lot of circle coming down towards Primos. But now, we are going to be seeing the shorelines as well. Evox pretty much in the middle. But look at the teams outside on north side. K9, one of the furthest away. But Sister Esports, Non-X, they're still stuck outside the zone.
Yeah, and it seems like with the way the players of K9 Esports were moving, there might be a clash waiting for them against the players of Non-X. They have to be cautious of that, but I feel bad for Mad Kings. I see when we saw the map, they were there towards Primorsk. They were moving up north, but all of a sudden forced to loot in those isolated compounds in Gutka, and now just moving back for the center of the circle. But we have a recap of the showdown between Nebula Esports and the players of Godlike. And you can tell from their faces, they are just upset about losing that 4v4. Not really upset or that upset about getting taken out super early in this game.
Oh boy, you can see the fans here just absolutely happy that it was just such a quiet arena itself. The crowd completely silenced by Nebula. Whew. What a sight to behold. Kind of reminds me of the grand finals of last year's BGIS. Well, when Somraj lifted the trophy, the crowd just went absolutely quiet. Are we going to see that again?
I mean, I would love to, but I think we're going to have to wait for a bit.
Well, I don't think we're going to see that here because Phoenix is right in the bottom.
See, that's the thing, right? This is an awkward circle. Awkward circles do lead to awkward events, which is quite entertaining for us because we're not the ones dealing with all of this inside of the game.
Well, this is going to be a true test for the IGLs in this lobby itself as well. Finding good spots to try and save their way through, but Troy Temin in Esports, they are going to set themselves in Primos. And Smoker is trying to keep tabs on the sides here, while the rest of Phoenix are going to be playing on the outskirts of Shorelines.
So let's discuss this right now, because I feel with a circle like this, I would rather stay in Query than push for Primos. Primos, you can assume there's going to be a cluster and the circle moves up north.
Yeah.
Then you are basically done for. If the circle is down south, then you are lucky enough you can stay behind your cover, stay protected. But if you are forced to exit that city, then you are just left with very limited options to actually get away and make that northern rotation that late in the game.
I think what Phoenix is trying to do is also gamble for the fact that it may shift towards Primos. And if they want to get out of jail free card there, at least the rest of the pack is still outside. So I would say they're trying to take space to try and deny teams from clumping up towards Primos. So that's a small little greed play coming from Phoenix.
But I see, look at this, K9 Esports. And right behind them are going to be the players of Assista Esports. I can't tell you how many fans right now want this fight to happen. We know there have been incidents between the two IGLs, between the two teams, and this is definitely going to be a showdown that both of them would want. But again, there's qualification on the line, so you better make sure that you are getting your team to come out on top. And every single second that passes by, teams are getting closer. Shots being fired by Omega. He sees the players of Persista Esports, and now even Ninja Boy is set up to be on the front foot on this fight.
A very tricky spot here, but now Ninja Boy with the nades, no connection so far. The sprays are coming in, but Persista Esports fights back with a rain of nades here to try and force them out of position. K9, they are backing out. It seems like Knight is looking for an off angle for the far fray, while Ninja Boy is left to try and make a little bit of a run through. It seems like Persista Esports now with their backs exposed. Knight with a complete flank finds 2 knock, and just like that, Persista Esports, they are completely surrounded.
Yeah, this is going to be a shutdown of Persista right here, right now. K9 Esports, they have the upper hand. Hector dropped down to a pixel of HP, and here comes the push from the players of K9. Persista Esports can't do anything over here. Both Hector and Beast, they were there with this man a few months ago. Hector a few years ago, and Omega shows up to clean house. Persista Esports forced to vacate the game.
What a bait and switch being set up here between Ninja Boy and Knight.
Yeah.
What a save as well. Ninja Boy, fantastic job of just buying so much time, keeping everyone from Persista distracted, finding the opener here with Knight, seeing a path, crossing without being punished, goes for one of the sickest flank and completely shut them out.
I have a question about the macro of that fight. Why did Persista Esports not hear Knight move out from behind the ridge? They should have been more attentive. And even if K9 Esports did not make that rotation, you need to be more cautious about your backlines. No one from the side of Persista was checking those hills. That is why they got off guard. They were completely tunnel vision to the threat in front. And it's a common mistake being made by teams, especially when you are dealing with so much pressure. But Troy Temin Esports, oh no, that has to be brutal. Oxen just runs face first into that entire clip from Daddy.
Oh boy. What seems like teams are trying to find a little bit of space here. Myth finally gets away a player inside the zone, but Daddy's left all by himself outside, so he is going to be forced to try and play a little bit spoilers, but Phoenix will gobble up those points to shut down the teams coming out from Primos, and seems like Phoenix Paul's call of staying outside of Primos is going to pay a little bit of dividend here because they are thinning their herd down south. But unfortunately to say, the circle still forces them to push through. Now Mad Kings finally having a little bit of circle control, which is good. But my question here is, did they have enough loots? Because I did not see them hit towards Georgia Pool at all.
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to be a... It is going to be surprising, I mean, because now there is no opportunity for them to go looting. They are going to be stuck there for a while.
Yeah, I think they looted up all the side shorelines,
yeah,
and then they just hunkered down and hope that the circle favored them.
I agree. I think that is exactly what happened, because the moment the first zone was there, I think Mad Kings made a call to just try and push for the center, but because they were still stuck in those smaller compounds, because, yeah, you can't find enough loot, isolated compounds, so they were a little bit slower, allowing the side of Ewoks and everyone else to push through before them, but Mad Kings, they have the players of Phoenix Esports surrounded. That was a brilliant off angle to work with, but because of that, Pro is also in an isolated position. He is left all alone.
Yeah, finally Clutch God is able to regroup as well. Shadow OG providing a little bit of assistance from afar. They've been hunkering down for quite some time, but ammunition is really down low and they need to start converting points as of yet.
Yeah.
Pro has been left alone, but seems like they are going to make the call to try and group up. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here as well. Knights off angle. Ooh, completely finding everyone from the side of Assista Esports, trying to push up for that high ground after that tandem nade. 4-man holding nades, dropping a single location. It's no wonder they are tunnel visioned.
I'm pretty sure one of those finishes made Omega happy, and the other one would have made him quite upset. Beast was a player close to his heart as well when he was playing with the side of K9 Esports. And since then, leaving the team, joining the side of Assista Esports, joining the side of Hector, in fact, could have been upsetting. But hey, they win the fight. They get those 4 points, and what's better than beating down your rivals and moving to the grand finals?
Yeah, being able to trash talk as well is pretty nice.
Yeah, the players of K9 Esports never trash talk. They show up, they play their matches, and then they just disappear.
So what was Slug saying then?
I have no... I mean, I have an idea, but I would not want to repeat it.
Okay. Anyways, moving on here, they're not exactly out in the woods. They haven't exactly found space inside the zone because that entire fiasco up north here has forced them to try and rethink their positions, as it is still kind of crowded as well. Surprise, surprise, stage 4 about to close into stage 5. There's still 14 teams left alive, 46 players, so it is going to get a little bit crowded.
Oh no, Justy. It's quite surprising. World played so well in the last game. In this one, they're already done. But Roy Tamilin Esports aren't done yet. Welt eliminated his last man is spotted out by the players of Ewoks. On the other side of things, we were looking at the players of Roy Tamilin, but switching focus to Wild Fangs, who I have a feeling IC might be stuck. The damage from Ewoks, but the takedown from Team Tamilas comes through. Good 10, he gets knocked and finished. Sensei is gonna get taken out as well. And Wild Fangs left in a very bad spot, with the players completely exposed, far away from each other, and absolutely no way of surviving till the late game stages. Oh, who am I to talk trash about Wild Fangs? Kana, another point on the board.
No, every point matters here. But as of yet, the biggest threat here is going to be Mad Kings and also Evox from right behind. So Wild Fangs, they're not exactly able to find a solution yet. They need a saving grace to survive. It seems like Team Tamilas, they are going to force to try to play a little bit blockers here with Evox. They're circling around. They do get the knock on Reaper, and now Evox is trying to circle waiting through to find an opener.
Yeah.
But another nade comes through with the bait and switch, and now Team Tamilas, they lose two.
Oh, now Team Tamilas, I think they are going to lose all three. In fact, the whole team gets taken out. Ewoks, 5 finishes racked up, and this is why we were talking about Ewoks and how surprising their downfall in the survival stages has been. But today it seems like the team showed up in the same form that they did during the round 4 matches. An impressive run coming through. And even in terms of position, I think what their intention is of having a high finish game, not really playing for survival, but looking for those finish points early. Based off of their position, it might not be too difficult. All they have to do is decide where they want to aggress, Troy Tamilin, or maybe run towards Mad Kings. But Wild Fangs and Troy Tamilin somehow causing damage to the players of K9 Esports. One after the other, the players are falling apart. Ninja Boy knocked and finished off. The finish picked off by Wild Fangs. But K9 Esports, they answer in kind. Spray God gets taken out.
Well, seems like they are going to clear the edges here to try and play a little bit more fight. But for Vanguard, seems like they haven't exactly found a good spot to try and survive their way through. The R-Sprint is split off. Nebula pretty much stuck outside. Nonex is also going to be stuck. And everybody is still trying to wait for some sort of reaction. And there's just too many loose fragments out in the open. Vanguard taking a couple jabs from the side to try and pressure K9. Vehicles pretty much exposed. Knight under fire. Needs backup, but I don't think he's going to be able to find anything here. Kanha now going for the nade. He wants to take the shot to try and play position. Gets the first knock. Now it comes down to a battle here between him and the Sparrows, but a counter nade from Evox might clap him, and he is going to get taken out. Now Kanha will have a little bit of breathing room, but Evox knows there is still one more solo warrior.
But I think Kana is doing phenomenally well considering he's the last player surviving, and I think it's desperation that's forcing him to take these fights the way he is. K9 Esports on the other end, 6 points from this game as well. I see they're keeping that average intact, but still getting pressured from the side of Ewoks on the other side. Mad Kings and Nonix are piling on the players of Phoenix Esports. This is not looking good at all. Simp down, Somraj down, Viper the front line and trying to fight for his life, trying to survive. But it is going to be extremely tough for him to be able to pull off this miracle, especially with Mad Kings breathing down his neck.
This is beautifully done coming from Mad Kings here. They were waiting for the right moment to strike, and the moment they heard this major commotion, came in, snatched 2 points, and they backed out. What a dirty tactic here. Hopefully it's going to work out as well, but as of yet, the circle is about to shift. But look at this Phoenix, they're not over yet. They're forced to commit to this fight. Viper gets a knock, but gets instantly traded off here by Nonix.
Yeah. An overcommitment from Viper getting punished, and Smoker from the backlines has been dropped to a pixel of HP, by the way. Not really a good position, but now Mad Kings, they clash into the side of Nonix, and Smoker, he gets an opportunity to just stay hidden in the grass. Mad Kings do not know that Smoker is still there, just lying in wait to strike. And this can be that one player that just swings the fight in the favor of the other. In the meanwhile, K9 Esports are going to be eliminated from the game, and Vanguard also following up. We are already down to the top 8 of this match with 19 players still alive.
Oh boy, in one fell swoop, everybody getting caught out open, just completely shut out. But Mad Kings, they have finally gotten a little bit space from the south side here, but they're clearing the Angle South's corner. But on the east here, Evox swinging from the south all the way to the north side, now runs into his Kana, and somehow Kana, as a solo warrior, is making life miserable for Evox, eventually goes down. But this is wasting so much of Evox's time right now.
Yeah.
They haven't found a way to push in, and I think their vehicles are pretty much done for as well.
Ewoks has a brilliant rise of momentum in this game. 11 eliminations on the board already, with 6 coming from Karlan. The man has showed up in the best form we have seen him in throughout the entirety of BGIS 2026. And now this is the match where Ewoks need to get those placement points as well. Their total tally has been brought up to 40 points. They need 7 to drag Team Tamilas outside of the top 8, but still a lot of teams remain in this game.
Very tricky spot here for all these teams out in the open. Nebula finds a little bit of breathing room, but they immediately make a mad dash for inner circle. And now in this inner circle, they are getting focused in by 4 moves, and Evox finds the opener. There's going to be a little bit of restock for Evox to push through if they clear out Nebula. And now this trade nade comes in, the nice bounce, overshots, gets the re-knock on Nomi, which is huge. But Adi now left to fend for himself, all by himself. Another nade comes in, looking for those confirmations. No confirmations yet for Evox.
Oh, look at this,
Oh,
Nebula!
wow.
Well, that was an off spin being thrown by the players of Ewoks, and Nebula just getting bowled out, but doesn't matter. Nebula is sitting first on the leaderboard, but Ewoks isn't. The spray from Nonix can change the day for both these teams. Nonix sitting on the 7th spot, and Ewoks desperately trying their level best to push through. Shadow! A pixel of HP, somehow he's still alive, goes out of the render distance, but I see how you're noticing one after the other, all of the players of Ewoks are just walking into the line of fire for the players of Nebula for the players of Nonix, my apologies, to just take free shots on them.
Yeah, but problems arise here for Mad Kings. Look at this, ammunition down low. They haven't gotten the resupply at all. This is proving to be a big problem. They are third-partying a lot of this fights, but they haven't been able to loot at all, which is quite concerning as of yet. As you can see, Clutch got down towards the final few clips here. They're tapping away, trying to make sure that Evox doesn't survive this. And now they've got new problems. Where do they find those restock?
The problem with this for all of these teams is the terrain. Just a few hills towards the southern edge of the circle, and the northern side is just completely open. That is why Ewoks, I believe, is struggling, because they want to make their move towards the open space, but they aren't really allowed to. How does Shadow OG find that angle? Even Rapido is going to be surprised with that.
Well, because of that knock here, Mad Kings, they are going to close the distance. They need to take this fight for those restocks, and they are going to try and capitalize on this as well. Here comes the push, here comes the swing. Shadow OG misses by whip, sees them out and open. The shotgun comes in, they find another, but the counter push from Nonix is there. Arthur takes a trade, and Mad Kings now forces Nonix out of position, leaving only Arthur remaining.
Yeah, Nonix, they're down to the last man. It is going to be a troublesome position for them to be in, but Mad Kings on this Erangel doing a lot better. And Arthur, I think Shadow knows exactly where he is. The most obvious Molly is going to be lobbed out. The nade to follow it up. Here's the footsteps. Lobs a Molly behind the rock as well. They do not want to give him cover to work with. And now Arthur is spotted out. Unfortunately, Shadow has no nades to work with. He calls back up in the form of Pro. And I think this should get the job done. Enough damage dished out. Just one more shot onto his body. He's going to be finished job, but he's putting on that first hit behind the rock. Will the heal come through? No, it gets denied. Pro gets knocked out, and Arthur is looking to clutch this fight. He secures the finish. He's looking for the second man around the corner as well, but Shadow cleans up. It's not going to change the fact that Mad Kings just took an unnecessary player loss in this match.
Oh, mistakes were made, but it's not over yet. But at least they got the resupply. But all this commotion here, Evox still somehow survive. And they are able to find space from the south side. But little did they know, there is a solo warrior. Smoker has been creeping up the entirety of this time. Now Shadow Tan getting knocked. Shadow OG also finding the confirmation. Oh, 4 wolves. This is the comeback that Mad Kings also need. Evox also looking to break past into its top 8. But with Shadow Tan down, Smoker might be the kryptonite. The perfect nade from Smoker to find the opener. And now Evox, they are in shambles. Who would have thought this solo warrior will be the demise of Evox? And now another nade.
And all of a sudden, Evox find themselves down to their last man. Not something they thought was going to happen. As ICU said it, no one thought this one last solo survivor from the side of Phoenix Esports would be able to get his team inside of the top 4. And in fact, all of the teams in this game's top 4 are the ones that are still fighting to drag themselves inside of the top 8 of the overall leaderboard. Ewoks, Mad Kings left with 2 players each. 4 Wolves, Phoenix down to their last men. And Smoker again goes back into hiding.
Oh boy, mistakes were made. But Evox now has to prone their way through. They know there's a loose straggler, but they are not aware that it's just a solo warrior. Clutch God, he's hearing all these commotions, and he's going to try and capitalize on this as well. He's jumping around to try and spot things out. Evox knows that is a guy from afar fray, but Smoker finally gets spotted out. Clutch God takes the knock here, and that's going to be 8 points here for Mad Kings. Top 3 having the high ground, but it is tough. 2v1v2 situation. Seems like the circle does favor Mad Kings a little bit, but it's still a tough battle for them.
And it's quite impressive that Mad Kings have managed to make it inside of the top 3. That early exit outside the play zone in stage 1 and the late rotation during stage 2 had me worried, but they stayed safe in the early stages, playing along the western shorelines, and now they are choosing to strike. Immortal, he's hiding in the shack, and from his position, I see it felt like it might be very easy for him to target the players of Evox. And that's what he's going to go for, but Evox also wary of Immortal and where he is. They do dish out some damage, force him back into cover, but not enough to take him out.
Well, seems like Mad Kings, they have to give up onto the high ground as well, knowing that they spotted out 4 wolves. They do not want to get their back shot here. So they are going to try to play on a level field where Evox is going to be dragged down from the other side to try and push through. Spokes has been set up. But seems like Shadow OG was able to spot out the loot crate. He may look to try and camp the loot crate to look for an off angle. Mad Kings now going to try and Molotov Immortal out of position. Unfortunately, could not land that small little window from that far fray. So still a very tough tall here.
Let's see. They are keeping their crosshair position towards that window as well and the door. If at any time Immortal just lets go of the crouch button, he's going to be done for. Goes for another repeat on towards Shadow OG. He knows he's getting naded. They're using everything that they have. They used up the Molotov, they used up the sticky bombs, and now the nades. But none of it has been enough to flush this man out. We knew this game was going to go down to the wire. Stage 9, it's the final endgame Blue Zone collapse, and maybe now Immortal is going to be forced out of the shack. All he wants is Mad Kings to at least be the distraction for the players of Evox, so at least he can get 1 extra point.
It's going to be tough here because from Evox's perspective, the biggest threat right now is Immortal.
Yes.
Before they can actually fight Mad Kings here. But now the White Swing comes in. Ooh, drops him down low. This might be the opener that Mad Kings need. But now with this confirmation coming through, Mad Kings finally knows that the guy is down. They are going to push through to try and go in for the nade. Clutch God being supported with the smokes. He's crept up, and I don't think Evo knows where he is. The nades are here to try and go for chip damage. Shadow Tan was spotted out. Evo with the support fire. He comes down to the wire, but Clutch God goes down first. 2v1 now.
And I think Ewoks is going to be the team coming out on top in this game. It's a 2 versus 1, as you said. Clutch God is down and out. And even the HP advantage is going to be in the favor of the side of Ewoks. But Shadow OG takes down one, brings it down to a 1v1. Evil on the back lines is extremely low. Shadow OG putting on that first aid. All he needs is a sliver of HP to be chipped off, but that's not going to happen. He was down to around 10 HP, and Evil still clutches out the game for his team. What a play coming from Ewoks. 16 finishes, 26 points from this match.
When you believe in yourself, no first aid kits can save you. No amount of firepower can take you down. This is exactly what Evox have challenged the rest of the lobby with this late winner chicken dinner, and they are back in the game. I see. What a performance, but I want to come down to that final moment. Shadow putting up that first aid, Evil with barely any HP. To actually have that reflex to shut him down with the shotgun.
Yeah.
Isn't it spectacular?
That was just insane, man. Like, it came down towards the wire as well. Like, your vests are pretty much shredded as well. And I think Mad Kings had every right intention to should have win this fight. But this small little skirmish interaction with Non-X here should not have happened as well. Pro pushed in, knowing that that guy was low, but the synchronization between him and Shadow was a little bit off, which resulted in a free elimination in favor of Non-X, which could have been the winner chicken dinner moment for this endgame between them.
100%, but then again, Johnny, even before this final moment, we saw Team Evox just absolutely destroy and demolish the rest of the lobby. They've completely outshined the competition in this map of Erangel, pardon me for that, but 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Evox finally announced themselves inside of the top 8. What are your thoughts about that performance, Johnny?
I think it has been a phenomenal run coming in from the players of Ewoks, as you said. And in particular, the unsung hero of the game was taken out a little bit earlier than the men who closed out the match. Karlan, he was responsible for building that early momentum for the players of Ewoks, and I believe also in doing so raised their spirit for the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And on the other front, I mean, huge props to Mad Kings, because both these teams were fighting from the bottom 4 of the leaderboard.
Yep.
But now I think Ewoks, I think they are going to be in the top 8, right?
Exactly. It's not just these two teams, Evox and Mad Kings, even 4 Worlds, as a matter of fact, Phoenix Esports, all 4 of them were actually reeling at the bottom of the overall standings, but finally something to actually fight for. Not that much for 4 Worlds DOD, I guess, not really a lot of points secured by Immortal over there, but you've got to give props to, I think, Mad Kings and Evox. Finally, they are back in competition.
This was really interesting between how these two teams actually made an endgame as well. Mad Kings actually went for the safe approach. Instead of looting up, just wait for center, wait for things to happen, and then capitalize on it. But Evox fought nook and tail for every single space they got to actually reach an endgame. And that was really impressive.
It certainly was impressive, Johnny, but my final question is going to be, is it too late? Of course, I think we are going to be talking about whether or not it is too late in the competition. We're still going to keep our hopes high. Anything can happen, but we're going to come back after a short break.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty and Johnny with me on the panel, and what a game that was. Evox making a comeback.
Yeah.
Mad Kings as well, a bit of a bounce back in the overall standings. Phoenix Esports, not a massive game, but you can't say maybe an initiation of something greater.
Honestly, I'm not really going to talk very much about Phoenix Esports because I'm not sure. The performance like these have actually come inside of day one as well, but they could not build up on that momentum. So today, this performance, I don't think is going anywhere. Phoenix Esports need a massive game if they want to come back. But at least one thing I'm happy about is that so many teams from the bottom half of the leaderboard, they're making a comeback.
Stepping up big time at Kalan, he's going to be the man to get the most amount of finishes. 6 finishes racked up on the board, not a lot of damage. This man was a thief. And yes, just look at him, what a style.
Do you see that bicep pop out of his shirt, man? That's the strength he has in him.
I can do the same thing as well, but...
Nah, Salty, you're not that.
Listen, I think you guys haven't seen my bicep yet. I mean, you guys would be flabbergasted if you guys
You keep them hidden, right?
Yeah, it's hidden.
It's a
There's a
hidden talent, you
layer
should
on
keep it
top
hidden.
of it, but you know what? Now moving on towards the point standing. Evox getting 26 points in total. That's a massive comeback initiated from Evox. Mad Kings getting 14 points. Once again, another decent comeback. Nebula Esports getting 9 points. I mean, for Nebula Esports, once again, we're seeing that OG Nebula Esports that we saw inside of the showdown going hella aggressive inside the lobby.
And keeping a standard performance every single time. As you mentioned, the aggression was what they were known for. The aggression is why they were consistent. And now, since they are getting aggressive again, they are being consistent again. But Necro, what was going on for the semifinals then? Why are they here? Nebula is a good team. Did you not talk to Adi? Like, was this always the plan?
So when I had a talk with them, one thing was for sure. They were not able to figure out what sort of play style they want to execute inside of the game. They were just confused on regarding what sort of an execution, what sort of play style they're supposed to play. But now it feels like they finally found a proper pace, a proper rhythm, and they might just play with that.
I mean, I'm happy that you clarified it because I just felt that maybe Adi was just going after K9 Esports for the second time.
No, they were just confused about what sort of a play style they really want to execute, but I feel like now they've found that rhythm, and they might just keep on moving up with that. And Nebula actually tied up with Godlike. This is massive.
Yeah.
81 points on the board. Now, speaking of Evox, that's a major catapult in the overall standings. 54 points. I'm still searching for Phoenix Esports. Way too far back, guys. 37 points. They need a lot of points.
They need a lot of points for sure, but Nebula Esports, this was their game plan, by the way. There was an interview schedule between me and Adi, which was short, by the way, but not shown on broadcast, so I'm going to spill the tea a little bit. Adi basically said if we cross the 25-point mark, 25 points inside of the first 2 games, we are going to go after teams. That can be anybody. That can be anybody. And Nebula Esports finally, after yesterday, what a comeback it has been. After the first 4 games, they were hashtag 16. In the last 2 games, they made a jump back to hashtag 3, and now they are first. This is what Nebula can actually do with a
So there's basically like 1 in 15 odds that one of these teams is going to get their performance ruined for them.
Well, I just really hope that Adi's not going to be doing that, man. I really do want to see a lot of those names, specifically Phoenix Esports, qualify.
Why?
Listen, just don't target Phoenix Esports, okay? I really want to see them move towards the Grand Finals because of the hot and spicy storylines. And yes, speaking of the Grand Finals, the tickets are already live on Swiggy Seats, so head towards Swiggy Seats, get your hands on the tickets right now so we can see you guys in Chennai itself. And it seems like without breaking any more sweat, without wasting any more time, it's time for us to head on towards the upcoming game. Teams like Vanguard, Mad Kings, Phoenix Esports still on the latter half of the board, while Vasista is still struggling, and they might just pull off a comeback in this one.
The Big Bird goes back up the skies once again as we are flying on the top of Islands of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. This is match number 9 inside of the survival stages. Not really a lot of opportunities left for these teams to prove their worth if they are worthy of being the grand finalists of BGIS 2026. I'm going to be a pilot of this flight, Salty, and joining alongside is going to be Super Johnny. Welcome, co-pilot and captain. How are you doing?
I thought you were the captain because I would not pick this flight path, Salty. Like, this is a pretty standard flight path. It's not going to cause that early chaos that I love so much. And I think is what teams like Nebula, is what teams like Evox are waiting for. But I think the players of K9 Esports are going to be happy with this flight path. They get early access to Severny, but we do see a split drop coming through with Sister Esports. They have the players of K9 Esports in their sights. And are we going to see a revenge play coming from Hector in this game? I'd love to see that happen, but K9 Esports, they've already taken care of the players of Vasista earlier, so if they end up beating them, once more. It's not going to be something that Vasista wants, especially considering they are struggling on the overall leaderboard as well.
Nobody expected this from Hector as well, right? Vasista Esports, they yesterday kind of got themselves a little bit of a boost on the overall standings, but all of a sudden it seems like Hector is back in track once again, choking down majority of the fights and now choking down big games as well.
So do you mean to say that that was the track that Hector was on, just choking games?
I mean, if you look at Hector's LAN records, well, there won't be a lot of disagreements over there, but then maybe, I just hope that Hector can actually prove me wrong in this stage itself. Survival stage day number 2, hopefully they can actually pull off a comeback.
I mean, I just saw the players of 4 Wolf, DOD surrounded by Phoenix and Team Tamilas, and I was just hoping that they would charge towards someone at least, but right now, as Vasista Esports charged towards Northern Georgia and Georgiapol, they do spot out Mad Kings on the other side of the river, but the distance between the two sides does end up separating and keeping the threat away, which I believe is the ideal situation for both these two teams.
But is it really going to be the case? Because Mad Kings usually have that tendency to actually go and fight for those 2 compounds outside of Georgiapol. They've eliminated so many teams in that position itself, and I hope that Vasista Esports, they don't take a pit stop over there, but ladies and gentlemen, circle in front of us right from the get-go itself. It's a northern circle. K9 Esports is going to absolutely love it. Hopefully Wild Fangs as well.
That's a lovely outfit. Like, which one is that? I've not seen that yet.
Well, I think it's the outfit of victory.
Is it?
I mean, if they do win their games, Wild
Pretty
Fangs,
much.
they need those victories. So
All
I
right.
think Goten.
Fair enough, I guess.
Well, Wild Fangs, what are you going to do? 54 points on the overall standing. Johnny, yesterday, due to that last game of Miramar where Spray got shined really bright, Goten once again brought back his alpha performance.
Yeah.
Wild Fangs could stabilize their position on the overall standings. Otherwise, Wild Fangs was struggling. Now on the 7th spot, they are slowly slipping down once again. Do you think they should wait for the Miramars to show their class once again, or should they just go and bang from here on?
Nah, I think they should just build up on that momentum of the previous wrangle. Wild Fangs has been doing quite decent in terms of being aggressive. They have Goten, they have Kanha, and Kanha has been playing phenomenally well today, I think. So just make sure that you are utilizing these players in the best way possible, which in case of the 3 players that Sensei has, is just going all out on a war, basically, on every single map. They don't know how to play passive is basically what I'm trying to say, but let's see how the end game is going to turn out. For now, we are also looking at the players of Nebula Esports who have gone for the Stalber Hill drop and potentially can catch the players of Welt off guard, who are starting this match from Kameshki as well. And of course, we did not talk a lot about Circle. We have a Northern Circle. K9 is in the prime spot unless the Circle takes a shift towards either Everest or Boatyard. If it's towards shooting range, K9, they just need to stay back.
Yeah, but every circle, I don't really think that's going to be the case. But Rozok and the regions northern of Rozok on the other side in the northern hemisphere, I think those are going to be the regions K9 Esports will look to target. But the fact that Nebula have dropped down on Storber, I feel like there is, or there might be a chance of an early clash with K9 Esports. And with Welt also being in the sidelines, I guess they are going to be playing the edges of the circle. There can be anything happening. But what a comeback it was from Welt Esports, isn't it? I mean, that first game, they set the stage. I've been talking about these prodigies, Justy and Proton, and finally they show their worth, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, massive leap taken by Welt after the performance on Rondo. They are a part of the top 4 now, and same goes for Ewoks and Wild Fangs after that previous map of Erangel. Top 6 for Ewoks, top 7 for Wild Fangs, but Phoenix on our screens. Necro really wants to see this team move forward, but they are struggling. 37 points on the board for Phoenix Esports as they sit 13th in the overall leaderboard. And the team on the 8th position right now, Nonix, has 50 points. Phoenix just 13 points shy of that 8th position, but considering they are in the game so far, let's just say they are going to need 20 from this match to find themselves sitting 8th on the overall leaderboard.
So the problem with Phoenix, in my opinion, has always been the fact that they're relying too much on Smoker. In the grind stages, we saw Viper really stepping up. Viper, in fact, was truly consistent throughout the online stages of the tournament. But come the LAN stage, it seems like the pressure of the stage is just getting a little too high for Phoenix Esports to actually make a mark. Whenever there's too much dependence on one player, there's always going to be problems. And this is something which I learned from Amit, who is the coach of K9 Esports as well. And he mentioned it, that now, of course, we are surviving on the basis of a few performances. And yeah, Knight is playing us, giving us those crucial points and keeping us alive, but that way we're not going to win anything inside of the grand finals. For the grand finals, we need all 4 players in form, otherwise we might just get eliminated.
Well, let's see. That is a way to go about it, but I would rather just still be in the grand finals itself than be eliminated this late into BGIS 2026. On the other side of things, 4-Volt DOD, quite happy to see them deal with the early threat, not engaging into Phoenix, not engaging into Team Tamilas, and finding a safe rotation close to the center of the circle. But talking about Team Tamilas, now spotted out by the players of Mad King. Spray from Shadow OG. No contact. And an easy escape for the side of Team Tamilas, but now Mad King's under pressure. Shadow has taken a lot of damage from the flank. Almost getting knocked out, but does manage to stay alive.
Pretty little retaliation coming in from Team Tamilas. I like the attitude. I like the confidence coming in from these lads as well. And by the way, for Team Tamilas, after BGIS 2024, this can actually be their first LAN appearance inside of the grand finals. They have never qualified, not for the Pro Series. The entirety of 2025 was sad for Team Tamilas. They could not actually make it to the grand finals, but finally they are at the cusp of it all, and they don't want to lose their ground. Team Tamilas, of course, on the rotate. Mr. IGL, it seems like, has been found out by Godlike, as shots do get taken. And of course, the big update from Godlike Esports. I'm pretty sure the other casters have mentioned it already, that Jonathan isn't going to be playing. Gods seems like he is well adapted with the rest of the team. The way the team has been playing, it seems like they're a little more free. But here we have the first encounter, ladies and gentlemen. Wildfangs, Sensei is going to be the first one to take shots, but he is going to move away.
Sensei, please let the man play. Anuj 2 OP. When he was in his team, he would not let him win the playing for. And now that he's playing for Vanguard, he's still going after him. Look at that. Sends the assassin, Spray God, to take Anuj out. Wasn't this Anuj's first game in this tournament?
Yeah.
Let him play a few matches in peace.
And that too, Spray God just being an ex-teammate of Anuj 2OP, it just makes things weird.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, Vanguard, it seems like they're going to be running away from this fight. Wildfangs, though, they are going to be on a migration mode once again. Of course, they are further away from the blue, but they are also quite far away from the play zone. Meanwhile, have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen. There are so many teams on that eastern front. Moving inside a circle is going to be a pain, but have a look at this. Visista Esports, they've got a Myth official right next to them. High ground advantage for Shawmare, but I guess Myth, they are very disciplined with the way they play, Johnny. They are not going to take any fights outside their play zone or outside their range.
Yeah, pretty much, but let's see how things are going to turn out. 4-Volt Diodido now going after the players of Wealth. They found 1 point in this game so far, and the momentum that 4-Volt DOD has been able to build in the first 2 games of the day has been quite nice. They've made it from the 16th to the 12th spot, 13 points shy of Nonix. They can get those 13 points in this game so far. In the first 2 games, 4-Wolf DOD have managed 7 points per game, which is not a bad deal, to be honest, but they need to be very consistent. They can't miss out on a single match. A single game, they are outside of that 7-point bracket. They are done for. Their journey towards the grand finale comes to an end.
Pretty much. But on the other side, Nebula Esports, they are on the merry way, and look who is right behind them. It is going to be the lads from Wildfangs. They're known for taking shots from the distance. This time, the Nomi wants to change the bracket and the narrative.
Oh, no.
Switches onto a seat. Spray God this time is going to take the fall. This is Kratos, who is brilliant. Kana joins him along the fray as well. Goten has been taken down. It's a 1v2 already. Can Kratos keep himself alive? Can he destroy Wildfangs? There's a trade coming through as well, but Nomi right on time. Nebula Esports, they're going to break the back of Wildfangs right now.
Yeah, Wildfangs are done for. What was that play from Spray God? I think he knew the man was waiting for him on the other side of that US, but still the crosshair placement not on point, and now Wildfangs are going to face an early exit. Sensei spotted out by the players of Ewoks, could not connect that spray, and there's the end of the journey for this game. Points split between 2 sides, and I think right now, Ewoks, they are going to be out for blood. They are looking for more points. They heard the commotion. Maybe they want to go for it.
Maybe, for sure, but I still can't wrap my mind around the fact that Spray God, Goten and Kana just getting outclassed, outnumbered by Kratos himself. It is just a single man converting that 1v3. And of course, Kana from the back line just couldn't really do much.
Even in the previous game of Erangel, Goten tried to do the same thing. He wanted to go for a peek from the high ground and he got taken out pretty much the same way. So I think that is one mechanic that needs to be figured out.
I feel like Wildfangs, their strength and weakness is the same thing. Their aggression and their tendency to actually peek out of their strengths. That's the reason why Kratos was able to shut them down in such a quick flash.
I'm literally talking about the micro of the game right now.
Yeah.
He has literally tried to go for the same peak and failed twice in a row, Goten. On the other side, I'm still confused why Spray God's crosshair wasn't towards the corner of that US. He was looking right down the middle. Maybe he wanted to spam shot through the windows. That's the only explanation I can come with. But even then, he wasn't actually pulling the trigger.
Yeah, it wasn't really a fight for Wildfangs to win. They were set up to fail. Yes, for sure, they had the numbers, they had the confidence, but nah, man, that is not how you take those fights. For sure, Wildfangs will have to wait it out, hopefully come back stronger in the next one. 55 points on the overall standings, and I'm pretty sure if Evox, Sinway, Team Tamilas, they get even a decent game, Wildfangs might actually be pushed out of the top 8. And things might just get tougher for them from here on out.
I think you need to make this list a little bit bigger because Sinway, Team Tamilas, Mad Kings, 4Wolf, all of these teams have been performing quite well for themselves in the last few games, and that is also a sign of concern for the Fangs. But Phoenix Esports, they've been struggling all this time, 37 points as we spoke about them, and now in the middle of the cluster, still looking for cover. Moving between the players of Sinway and Team Tamilas. They have to be very cautious that they do not overextend into any one of these angles, because then it's going to be a sandwich. They're going to get shot at from 2 different directions and won't really be able to handle the pressure with just 2 vehicles available to them.
But once again, I think kudos has to be given to Adi and the rest of the boys of Nebula Esports, the way they turned around this entire survival stage competition. Imagine this, Johnny, #16 after 4 matches. Changing your fate on those 2 maps of Miramar. It's kind of becoming the strength for Adi, because inside of the semi-finals as well, we saw Adi bring up that much-needed chicken on the map of Miramar itself, but this time it seems like that first map of Rondo just gave the momentum, and now they are going for blood on every single one of the battlegrounds. We'll find out, of course, if they do back the chicken, ladies and gentlemen, but for now, Troy the Million Esports on the move. They will spot the lads of Sinway, and they are spread everywhere. Troy the Million needs to get the heck out of here, because if you stay in for long, Phoenix Esports and from the backline Sinway, you're going to get sandwiched, and that is exactly that happens. Hesperos is under fire, and Viper is also going to fall back. Crucial juncture, Johnny. Very crucial stage of the competition. You cannot lose bodies in this one.
Yeah, pretty much. You have to be cautious, and I think with that in mind, Troy the Million Esports do end up backing away from this fight, but Phoenix, I don't think this is a spot I would want to be in. I don't think I would want to be Phoenix Esports right now. You have Myth, you have Team Tamilas breathing down your neck, and even the circle shifts away. This is going to force them outside of the cover, but on the other side, Ewoks, I thought they would close in on the players of K9 Esports, but the distraction will be there in the form of Nebula. Look at the nade exchange coming through. No contact made from either sides. Players do remain healthy.
This is a fight between 2 teams who are in form, to be honest. Nebula Esports, of course, coming hot from their consistent matches. Evox in the last game had a brilliant run. This time, of course, it's time for an airstrike. And Shadow 10 with the first nade lobbed out. Is it going to find a contact? Phoenix, a little bit of damage dished out. Evox, they're still moving. They're still keeping their mobility intact. That nade was close, but Team Evox, I think they're going to back away the nades. They're finished. They're done with their inventory, and they need to walk away from this fight. No way they're not. Shadow 10 is still trying to lure Nebula Esports to make any errors.
Oh, but on the other side, Phoenix Esports, as we spoke about them, circle moving away was the final nail in the coffin, and they could not find any space to work with. A split second at Phoenix Esports. They are set ablaze at the hands of Troy the Million, but on the other side of things, 4Wolf, DOD, another game and a troublesome start to them. They lose out 3 players, and they are getting finished off. Wells chiming in. Godlike also taking away those points, and 4Wolf, DOD, they're down to the last man again. It's a man, a player by the name of Immortal, who is forced to live up to that title. But considering there are 48 players still in this game, 47 if you take his number out of it, it's going to be very difficult to stay alive. Close to impossible. I don't think this is going to be where we are going to see 4Wolf match that 4 or 5 point average.
Yeah, 100%. I guess 4 votes, but then the time is running out for sure.
Yeah.
Immortal this time, of course, taking some shots from the distance, and of course, why not? He is just surrounded by teams and players. Look at that mini-map, ladies and gentlemen. How many teams can you count? And Nonex, you've got Welt Esports as well. You've got Troy the Million, and then, of course, you've got Matt Kings. And amidst all of these teams, you've got Dr. Immortal right at the center, which means pressure is going to be up high for sure. Position points is going to be crucial for 4Wolf COD, but on the flip side, Tinway Esports, they're trying to make their presence felt. Not a good position to take a pit stop, but at least they've got something to work with. This shack might actually protect them from Evox and K9, who will come and challenge them from the backlines. But now it's time for Nonex. Evox circling around Arthur. Those nades, of course, are getting cooked up. Rapido has been in brilliant form lately. But can those shots come in through is going to be the question, Johnny.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter if the shots connect. The nade from Spy finds the knock in K9 Esports. Look at them doing a brilliant job going for a third party against the players of Evox. They found one. Numbers between Nonex and Evox now 3 versus 3. The finished trade has been picked up by K9 though, but Anonymous, that nade, a phenomenal one. Shadow knocked out and Evox are in a pen. They know there's pressure from the players of K9 Esports as well, so they can't go for a revive on towards their IGL. And Nonex, they make a blunder now running towards the Shackers. You see on the radar multiple lines of fire available for this position. It's K9, it's Sinaway building up pressure.
We talked about the circle, Johnny. Shooting range, we know as a matter of fact this is an open circle. Majority of the teams are going to be exposed. And look at that, Knight. Finally, can it become the nightmare for the rest of the lobby? It's going to be a question. K9 Esports from outside the circle, they are trying to build up the pressure. Meanwhile, Nebula is doing a very wise thing, holding down the backside. They are hugging the blue as well. Nonex under fire. Rapido, a lot of that HP has been chewed up. Look at that Ninja Boy from down under. Can lob those nades right on the money. Can Nonex fight back is going to be the question. How do you move out of this situation? Possibly try and smoke off, maybe try and reposition. All of those things are just theory, ladies and gentlemen, because right now, it is going to be Rapido who is going to expect something coming in from Evox as those constant nades finally find the mark as Fame goes down. Not the best of starts, and this one lands right on the money as well. Igil goes down, Nonex in trouble.
Oh, and one after the other, Nonex, their points are being claimed. Evox, again, hyper-aggressive. Does not matter if they have players or not. But all of this commotion again, K9 Esports, I think Evox forgot about them, but K9, they do not care. They want any points. Anyone in their crosshair is going down. Ninja Boy. Oh, lucky for him. The player from the side of Nonex, Rapido whiffed the shots, and Ninja Boy was allowed the freedom to actually get up from the ground. Otherwise, once you have that hit marker, you do not stop spraying. That's the rule of the game.
That was a lifeline coming in for Ninja Boy for sure, and that is also a lifeline for K9 Esports because we know how crucial Ninja Boy is in that setup. Look at that, the Dreams this time, of course, is going to burn out. The Molotov is right on the money. Welt Esports from the backlines, they're doing brilliant. Playing in from the edges, they're keeping their numbers up high. They've lost down Justy. The big man is not in commission, but Proton is still up there. There's nades from Cheyenne, still doing majority of the damage. Vanguard, of course, is going to be in trouble. Dreams is going to face Cheyenne right head on. And the shotgun strike, Welt Esports, they get 3 finishes on the board.
I love that confidence coming from Cheyenne. He knew what he had to do and waited for the perfect time as well for that play. But moving from here on out, it is going to be extremely tough. Vanguard, Crypto surrounded, has Gokul to go up against right in front of his face, and then you have another team in the form of Nebula to deal with on the flank. But Godlike, they finally made it to the hills south of shooting range. That high ground advantage this late in the game will be an upper hand to the players of Godlike. And we do see them utilize the information that they have about the players up ahead to try and take at least a few of them out. But Nebula Esports, their arch rivals, are still causing trouble as S-Power gets taken out.
It's kind of questionable, to be honest. Godlike bringing up a 2-2 split at this juncture of the game itself. Admino in the close lines have been sent in for the center. Meanwhile, Mania and Goth is still circling. circumnavigating the circle itself. They know they want to clean the edges, but it is godlike playing safe, something that we've seen does not really work in that system. Yesterday they were playing fearless and that was working in. They were getting those points, but all of a sudden the switch up, I don't really understand, but crowd cheering from the finish feed. Vanguard, of course, looking for revenge, but that will be denied by Sham. He finds yet another one from Vanguard, and they have been eliminated for sure. But can Vanguard come out of that position? Can Welt Esports come out of that position? Will be a big question, Johnny.
Oh, but look at this trouble brewing up for the players of K9 Esports, and we spoke about them as well. They need to keep that 7-point average going game after game. They managed to secure 4 in this match, just 3 points shy of hitting their personal target. Of course, a chicken dinner will give them a massive leap. K9 right now are aiming for 80 points just to be able to grab that safety net for themselves. But it's going to be tough. Their position forces them outside the play zone, and the moment they start running around the hill, they are going to be under fire. But Welt on the other side, not yet done in this game. Gokul finding Phoenix, taking him out. What a spray coming through, but finish point stolen by the players of Godlike. And finally, K9 Esports, the pounce has been made. Ewok's evil gets shut down.
K9 Esports is back, ladies and gentlemen. Slug seems to be back in form, and welcome him back to the circle. This time, of course, he's going to find the final player of Nebula who stays alive. They're looking to play it from outside the circle, but I'm not really sure if that strategy is going to work out. K9 Esports have such a lovely momentum going in for them. Complete control of that northern part of the circle, and now they are taking shots against Nebula, they're taking shots against Welt, they're taking shots against Godlike. They want to be scavengers inside of the lobby and finish off all those loose stranglers.
But I also like what K9 are doing right now. They're not over-aggressing every single time. They want to, or they get one of their players knocked out. They are going for a reset, but again, you see the crowd going wild. Godlike taking out the players of Nebula Esports and taking the first position away again. But K9 Esports, they hear this vehicle going in circles. Gokul and Sham, they are causing a big distraction for the players of K9 Esports, and they have to be cautious because it's not just them they have to worry about. It is also going to be the players of Godlike. Both these teams, they have high grounds to work with, and S-Power does not want to let these finishes slip away that easy. Another knocker finish conversion coming through.
He steps up every time Godlike needs him. S-Power with 6 of his own. Godlike with 8 eliminations. They are back on #1. And you can see the crowd getting riled up as well. This is Godlike. Bring back their A game once again. Playing in from the edge of the circle. They've got smokes to kind of protect themselves from the shots. Trying to single out those lines of sight against Welt Esports. And Gokul, meanwhile, this game was so important. They had momentum running, 5 eliminations, but now Gokul is the last man to stay alive, and teams are looking for him. There's a bounty on top of his head, and so is going to be the case for Mad Kings as well. The Sister Esports finally show up at the wreckage, and they send Mad Kings back to the lobby.
That was a very precise nade to just chip away 2 players, making Vasista Esports' life in that fight extremely easy. But this endgame, it is going to be a tough one to fight your way out of. Godlike with 4, K9 with 4, Vasista with 4, and then you have Team Tamilas with 3 players. But K9 Esports, this could be the end as the players of Godlike make the bounce, and the trades are there. Omega, the IGL, is still there trying to fight it out, and he has to go up against S-Power. The nade goes out. I think it should help them claim a few finish points. Slug stays alive, and now Slug knows where S-Power is. Switches over to the S12K, but Slug might get knocked out. No is the answer. He still stays alive. S-Power closes the distance. Point blank range finds the knock, and Omega is still there on the flank. Godlike, they've converted the numbers, but Omega, he finds the trade yet again. And the 2 of the biggest names in the lobby right now going toe-to-toe, while I did not even realize Knight was never involved in the action all this time.
And so was Manya as well. Finally, he arrives to actually get a revive. But this is, of course, going to be a fight between Manya and Knight. As Knight cooks up the nade, this can be the finishing blow. Right on the money. It lands, gets his power. But Manya escapes. It's still going to be the hope for God, like a 1v2 right in front of him. But Knight shuts him down. K9 Esports send it back. 9 finishes. They're looking strong.
And it's all a brilliant play coming through. They just lost 1 man, but Knight has been dropped to a very low HP. He needs to get it back up. But Salty, we were talking about these two names that have a big rivalry within them, Vasista Esports and K9. Be it you talk about Hector Omega, or be it you talk about Beast leaving his brothers back in the side of K9 Esports. And Vasista right now have the upper hand in this endgame. They have all 4 players left.
Numbers. This is just a game of numbers, ladies and gentlemen. K9 Esports on the northern edge. Vasista dominating the south side of the circle, and in between them, Team Tamilas waiting to find a big game that sends them to the grand finals. After BGIS 2024, they've never appeared in the grand final stage. Can they make it happen? Versus, of course, Gokul out there trying to survive. It's not going to be easy.
It's not easy for anyone, I guess, in this particular match. A split second of distraction, because even Vasista Esports kind of fall into the line of fire of Welt and Team Tamilas. It's just Beast on the backside of this hill. That should be safe, but Slug nades lobbed out towards the players of Team Tamilas, and I think it is going to be a knock on to Reaper. A pixel of HP, maybe the next one. The splash damage should be enough, and it is! He tries to run away, but is not able to escape. K9 Esports, a single point needed, and they are going to be in position.
Look at that Slug coming in. He does find the knock on Team Tamilas as well. K9 Esports, they're still circling around the edge, and 9 finishes. Beast with the need being cooked up. Team Tamilas, they aren't really aware. Fox, he's going to burst out. Not really. 50% of the HP chewed up. Vasista Esports, they're looking to rack up those finishes. Finally, he lands right on the money. But Omega, he's losing his life to the play zone. Can he keep himself alive, Johnny?
I don't think so, to be honest. It is going to be a tough call, a tough ask for the players of K9 Esports. I think Vasista, they should be able to grab this chicken dinner. 2 versus 4 for the players of K9 Esports. Both the teams, they've had a phenomenal run in this game. Both of them grabbing 10 eliminations each. But again, Slug versus Knight, they are going to need phenomenal individual outplays and some information to work with. A lot of damage dished out, just a pixel of HP, but the trade is going to be there for the players of Vasista Esports. And now K9 are left with their last man. It is Knight, and he can't be the knight in shining armor over here. Vasista Esports, they grab their chicken dinner, and with that, about 22 points from this game in total. And K9 are going to have to settle for 16.
That's big coming through from the side of Vasista Esports. Before this game, they're all down there on the last spot of the overall standings. And K9 Esports, after this game, this was a major one. And we pretty much know now K9 Esports, they're a step closer towards the grand finals, pretty much just confirming their slot with this entire performance. But Vasista Esports, the fight's not done yet.
The fight's not done, but at least there is the start of it, and I think they are going to get a lot of points. They are going to be inside the top 8 for sure, but K9 Esports, this is exactly the game that they needed. The fearless attitude, the hunger to go in for the fights, and the skill and the execution to finish all of them and getting those points on board. Finally, we get to see Slug in shape. Finally, we get to see Ninja Boy in action. And finally, we get to see Knight supporting his 2 brothers. Of course, it was Vasista walking away with the chicken, but for me, the true winners were K9 in this one.
For me, I think the most impressive run in this match was from the side of Team Tamilas, actually, because while K9 and Vasista Esports both were in the favorable spot for the play zone from the start of the match with K9 in Severny and Vasista in Georgia Pool, Team Tamilas landed way off towards the shorelines of Ferrypier and Primos, and from there being able to make it into the top 4 was actually quite impressive. So I'm happy for Team Tamilas, but I think they are not moving at the right pace just yet to be able to get inside of the top 8 and stay safe as well.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned too, right? Before this game, Vasista was all the way on the last spot in the overall standings. Now, getting a 22-pointer, yes, that's a great thing, but that's still not going to solidify your slot for yourself in the top 8, which means they need another performance just like this, maybe, to pretty much just pin that spot down. Speaking of Team Tamilas, they were there on the edge with the swords on top of their neck. This performance, it might just delay their elimination, or it might just actually do a decent enough job to keep themselves pinned down in the top 8.
100%, but you know know what, for Vasista Esports, I think if they have to get another big game, they need to do it in the next game of Erangel, because on Miramar, there are going to be a lot of familiar foes, and I don't think that is going to be happening.
And we also did see the lobby actually duke it out in the mid stages as well, just eliminating each other. Godlike just going absolutely minds blazing, guns blazing, securing those elimination points. But you know what, Johnny, we'll continue the conversation, but right now we got to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back to BGIS 2026 Survivor Stage Day 2 on its own here. I am going to be your host for today. My name is ICBaby12, and joining me is going to be two handsome gentlemen. We have Salty and Necro to take you through the commentaries for today. And now we've officially reached the halfway point of today itself, and things are getting a little bit spicy as well, because it is going to be time for a do-or-die situation, or go big or go home or as well. But before we talk towards the next upcoming match, let's bring a little bit of recap here on towards the previous match, and that is going to be the MVP of the match. And S-Power seems like his individual brilliance has been very consistent in these past 2 days.
Yeah, 6 finishes racked up, 903 damage dished out. Then you move on towards Vasista Esports, Beast and Cheyenne as well popping off. Even for Krafton Esports, it was an okay performance, not the best. They could have done a lot better. Cheyenne as well coming through from the side of Welt Esports, getting 4 for himself. Now the point standings, those are the most important thing. K9 Esports with these 16 points, pretty much just solidifying that slot towards the grand finals.
Well, seems like the competition is getting a little bit tighter as well. Hiroshima Godlike doesn't show any sign of slowing down at all. So it seems like the vacuum of points are going to be gobbled up by Hiroshima Godlike, but that means that it just makes it so much tighter for the teams at the bottom here. So I'm genuinely curious, how will these points from this match affect the overall standings? But we are about to review that very, very soon here, but let's talk about the damage report here. K9 and also Vasista Esports being one of the dominant teams from that game, which is having full control of the map. What was going on there?
You know, to be honest, K9 Esports from the north, Vasista Esports from the south, they just took away the entire lobby with them, and that is the reason why you see K9 Esports sitting at 73 points. Third position on the overall standings. Now finally we do get to see the overall standings take shape. Vasista Esports, that is a big jump, just 2 points shy from making it inside the top 8.
Listen, all of that is fine, but Phoenix Esports, man, that's heartbreaking. Still not able to wake up. Come on, Phoenix, you guys can do it. You just need one massive game, 120-pointer on the overall standings, and you can instantly propel yourself around the top 8, and then you just need the icing on top of the cake.
Well, this is going to be the foundation for the chase. As you can see as well, the current gatekeepers are going to be Wildfangs here with 55 points. And even for Vasista Esports, that game was a great opportunity for them, but the gap is going to be like 2 to 3 points between them as well. So this next 3 games, they need to be a massive performance here, because now, realistically, about 3 to 4 teams from the bottom, realistically, can actually push up. So that is going to be a very, very tricky situation here. So let's see how they are going to be doing here. But of course, if you guys want to be a part of the action here for the BGMI ecosystem, now's a fantastic time to do so. You have to join the Uptrust Esports in the Rising Series 2026, which is going to be coming up very, very soon. The registrations are currently live, and 10,000 INR prize pool is up for grabs. Register now at KraftonIndiaEsports.com. So be sure to do that, because if you guys missed out on BGIS, it's okay. If you guys want to make it to BMPS, well, there's a rumor that playing this tournament will give you maybe a chance to go there.
But I can see the crowd getting excited.
Oh.
I mean, of course, Godlike had a fantastic game for sure. And I'm pretty sure the crowd in Chennai as well is going to be, cheered up as well, because Godlike potentially might make it. There's no slipping up from here.
Of course. I don't think Godlike is going to be slipping out from the survival stage. Just come on. You're not in your right mind to even think about that.
Yeah.
Man. Godlike already has so many points. There's no possible way. Nebula is also qualified. Now you can also say K9 Esports as well has just put that nail in the coffin. But I'm still waiting for Phoenix Esports, man. Look, I understand I'm still stuck way too back, but I still believe Phoenix can make it. Just 120-pointer. It's not even that tough.
Well, seems like based on these conditions as well, 3 more matches pretty much decide their fates as well. And this next upcoming one is going to be the most important one. Do you think Hiroshima Godlike is going to be knocking on Phoenix's door this time?
I don't think. I don't think they're going to do it.
I feel there's a big chance.
Why?
I don't know, man. I feel there's a big chance. Now, I'll tell you why. 2 maps of Miramar. El Pozo is going to be, there's a drop clash with Nebula Esports. Adi has already said that he's going to go after teams. Miramar is not Phoenix's home ground. They're going to get destroyed. If they have to get a big game, Erangel is their chance.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one here, but seems like we do have a little bit of substitution here. Phoenix finally bringing in Sim back in the action here, subbing out for Stranger. Seems like this is going to be the pinch server here for Phoenix to try and clutch things out. It seems like it is going to be a now or never here for Team Phoenix if they want to try and pull a big game, I would say.
You know, I think trying out different combinations is always fine, because you know the morale inside of the team. It needs some fresh minds, it needs some fresh fingers, and hopefully Stranger can actually prove his worth, because right now it's only Smoker who's carrying his team.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here. Hopefully, Sim is going to be able to clutch things out here for Hero Extreme Godlike. But for now, we're going to be jumping straight into his match number 4 to decide the fates of all these teams here. Only 8 will advance, and only 8 will be eliminated. Let's see who is going to take the cake for this upcoming match of the Erangel itself.
The plane is in the skies once again for one last Erangel of the day and the one final Erangel of survival stage. Will Phoenix survive in this Erangel and secure a game that's desperately needed, or will they crumble once again and hope for the best on the map of Miramar? We did see a substitution coming through, and we all know when Phoenix makes a substitution, there's a chance they might just pop off. Looking at the plane flat pad starting all the way from Georgiapur towards Norupnoi, it's tilted a little bit on the left side, but I would still say it's quite forgiving.
Absolutely. You know, the last game, K9 Esports could actually dominate, because both the flight paths and the circle kind of gave them a little bit of a favor. The flight path started in from Severny itself, the circle landing on shooting range. It was ideal conditions for teams like K9 Esports, for teams like Nebula to actually go off the charts. But now, this flight path, I think it kind of mixes things up. Wildfangs right now, who are at the cusp of the top 8, need to do something. Goten and Spray God needs to kind of bring out the rabbit out of the hat, because otherwise, Wildfangs potentially might actually take an exit.
They indeed need to. There's a lot of pressure pretty much on all the teams on the latter half. And it's not just about Phoenix Esports, right? There's still teams like Vasista Esports lingering on the opposite side. Still a few names like Evox who want to pin that spot down inside of the top 8. Mad Kings as well, a part of it. For Mad Kings too, they need another big game. For Vanguard, yes, the Rondo was brilliant. But after that, we haven't even seen a single conversion come through from Vanguard. They were able to secure a lot of elimination points on Rondo, but what about the consistency? That's currently lacking. Nebula and Vasista Esports locking hordes. It's not often you see Nebula drop around Georgia Pool, so which means they're definitely targeting someone this time.
I feel like Nebula Esports is doing exactly whatever they want to right now. I mean, they have no compulsion. They've crossed that 80-point mark. They're about to hit 90 as well. They know that they have qualified to the grand finals. I'm pretty sure in the backstage, the rest of the players and the management staff, they're celebrating. And the players, of course, they are celebrating inside of the game. Eliminating Vasista Esports might actually be a way to celebrate for them, but Vasista, thankfully for them, they've actually gone in towards Northern Georgia Pool, and Nebula Esports, they were just there to find a vehicle for themselves, and they're going to reposition. So this initial collision, I guess, isn't really happening, Necro.
Come on, Nebula, I want to see you take a fight. Maybe potentially ruin Vasista's game and make things even more stressful. They can do it if they want. There's a possibility. There's also Mad Kings around the Georgia Pool city and even the containers. So for Mad Kings, even that's going to be a massive split they're playing with. Nebula once again heading back towards the apartments. I'm not sure why that retreat is there. But whatever they're thinking, I just want to see some early game action, Salty.
I'm pretty sure Nebula Esports, if they do take a pit stop outside of Georgia Pool, right on the compound, the two compounds that they exist at the bridge, they are going to be taking a fight against Mad Kings 100% because Mad Kings love those compounds. But this time the circle lands down south. And looking at the circle, there are going to be a couple of teams who will be extremely happy. Number one is going to be Welt Esports. They have found their spot inside of Quarry itself. Team Tamilas on the other side, they've kind of spread themselves up around Ferry Pier, around Primorsk and the regions northwards. So Team Tamilas, they are in the hunt, they are in the search for points itself, but they are too split up. If one of those players get caught off guard, potentially maybe Reaper or Fox OP, this will hurt them quite a lot. It's like I said, this is one chance that Team Tamilas have got after a long time, Necro, to actually qualify for the grand finals at the biggest stage of them all.
Man actually getting his hands on some nice loot. Mad Kings on the entire screen. And Mad Kings too, just trying to place themselves in the centric part. I believe now playing a passive game, if you're someone that's struggling, is going to be a brilliant idea. Because all the hungry wolves, they are going to be around the outskirts, constantly duking it out for the elimination points, and specifically for the teams that have already qualified. Speaking of K9 Esports, Godlike, Nebula, they're definitely going to be searching for a lot of blood.
100%.
So it's better to just play it passive, defensive inside of the circle, and just build up a nice fortress.
100%, but I'm just feeling for Nonix right now because they had really good consistent performances yesterday, maintaining that average, the 10-point average every single time. But today the slip up has been massive, and now they are in the 10th spot, Necro. It does bring me concerns, but concerns for Reaper as well as Team Tamilas. They are under fire. Mad Kings is looking to chase them down. Clutch God is still going after him. Reaper finally gets away to safety, but Mad Kings, that was a close call, to be honest, Necro.
Yeah, it indeed was. And for Team Tamilas, the game could have been spoiled. If you look at Mad Kings' side of things, I mean, the fact that they're struggling inside of the survival stages, I'd never thought so. And if you think about it, it's not a good look once they qualify towards the grand finals. It just gets even worse from here on out.
Potentially. Nonix Esports, of course, right now at the edge of the military base island. Look at this, Troy Million Esports is also going to be on their back lines. This, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is from the map feed that we have, so we recommend you to open up the map stream on a secondary screen if you do have it. Helps you potentially understand where exactly the teams are going to be playing in from. But Nonix Esports, they've found the Hovercraft and they are going to cross on over. But my concern is, on the other side, there is going to be Mad Kings waiting. There is going to be Team Tamilas waiting. How do you make that entry, Necro?
More than that, my concern's going to be, when are you going to get your hands on the vehicles? Because this is the only hovercraft you've got. You at least need 3 more vehicles for you to be a little bit more comfortable. But hold on to that thought. Vanguard, they messed up big time. And Nebula, they just wipe them out. 2 of the players eliminated from the game, but the rest of the Vanguard, they're still there around the spectrum. Vanguard is trying their best to fight for their life inside of the entire BGIS. But now for Nebula, it's in their hands that they can wipe out the existence of Vanguard, not just from this game, but even from the tournament. A nade is tossed out right against Adi. He's taken down real low. Another nade tossed next to him. Adi still survives, staying away from that nade, but the range, it's not enough. As Vanguard, they wipe out Nebula from the game, but the damage is already done.
The damage is done and now potentially Vanguard is going to suffer the same fate as well. Vasista Esports, they just wrap around and fly by. Beast is looking in supreme touch tonight because he is just getting everyone and anyone Zome, of course, was the one who actually got the frag, but Beast was also the one to provide that cover fire and that damage as well. Unlucky for Vanguard for sure, as they did win that fight, but at a massive cost. And that is, of course, going to be their own life. Phoenix Esports on the other side, they are going to be in the mix of battle right now. They are inside the circle, just outside of Pochinki. They did spot a couple of these teams off guard, but no shots being taken. Anyway, on the other side, they are chasing the center, Necro.
Yeah. I mean, Myth as well now just placing themselves around Ferropier. Seems like a good position to be in. And once again, a lot of these teams are just waiting for the stage 2 to pop up so that the brain fog, the confusion can go away. They can understand where exactly the circle might just end, and then according to that, they can start placing themselves. This circle, as of now, it's really cruel. If you think about it, only 40% of the zone is playable.
100%.
Because majority of the circle is inside of the water lines.
And also a big chunk of it inside of military base as well. We know, as a matter of fact, the hard shifts can happen inside of stage 2 and stage 3. So if it does happen, what are the odds that the circle is going to go to military base? In my opinion, absolutely none. And that is also what the rest of the teams think. They are lining themselves up around the regions of Primorsk, around the regions of Ferrypay as well. And it's brilliant. They are trying to predict the circles, anyway, trying to put themselves at the center. But this is finally Godlike Esports chasing down Phoenix. Viper has been spotted, shots coming in from Mania, but there's a little bit of distance between them. Godlike, of course, is going to be on their tail, but can Phoenix survive this fight? Can they get away? Is going to be a big question.
Oh.
Next up is going to be the lads from Wild Fangs as well. And Mania is just going after every single one of them. My question is, where are the rest of the boys?
It's kind of funny. Godlike's hunting party searching for praise. And Wallfangs now is going to be their target. Instantly switching their focus on a different team. And Wallfangs taking those shots. Prey got almost found enough, but eventually Mania gets cut off from the team. Eliminated from the game. Godlike now surviving with the 3-man squad, and Wallfangs, they know Godlike is here to put on a show.
Yeah.
Godlike is not really playing a serious game. They're just getting those elimination points, sharpening up their mechanical skills before they move on towards the grand finals. While Wallfangs, they're still fighting for survival. They're still fighting for the grand finals.
They're fighting with their life in this one. Spraygod, of course, was quick to get Mania off track. But Wildfangs have to be very proactive. We've seen them getting carried away in fights that loses not just one life, but entirety of the team gets wiped off. Wildfangs need to avoid that by hook or by crook, but elsewhere. Look at this, 4 volts TOD. They're also going to be chasing in, moving towards the center of the circle, heading towards a compound that Wildfangs have occupied already. And knowing Spraygod, knowing Goten, they are, of course, going to be the first one to take shots.
Oh, Mad Kings. Cinematic. But
the landing wasn't nice.
Yeah, the landing was also quite questionable. But it's fine, though. Look, Mad Kings, all the 4 players alive. I'm just happy about it. A team that actually made it all the way towards the International Cup was doing so good.
Yeah.
What happened to them in 2026? What happened to Mad Kings? What's going wrong with them to the fact that now in the survival stage, they're on the verge of being eliminated from the tournament? The downfall is real.
For sure. I mean, big performances still come through, but the problem is Mad Kings haven't really been able to stay consistent.
I guess the main question that you can ask yourself is also going to be the fact that even if they do qualify, is this going to be a team that can potentially hold the trophy? And the answer should be no, because they're just barely fighting for their life right now.
100%. Mad Kings right now, certainly not inside of my top 10 if I have to ever talk about teams inside of a country, but they can definitely recover 45 points on the overall standings. Still scope of improvement, but we do have the replay once again where Vanguard and the Nebula Esports just duked it out completely. Nebula, of course, just unleashing all those guns and aggression. There was a moment I almost thought that Nebula is going to lose the fight without Vanguard losing bodies, but the comeback from Adi was brilliant, the recovery was fine. They did get a couple of those points, but then Vanguard also lost 3 players of their own. There's no chance that you are going to survive after that.
Yeah, I mean, Nebula doesn't even care. They know they've already qualified, they've done enough, 89 points in the overall standings. What else do you want? Godlike with 93. The maximum the cutoff is going to go might just be around 65 to 70 points. I don't think it's going to go more than that. Next circle will be Quintessential, popping up a little bit on the northern side, but also tilted on the right. Wallfangs in the smack center, you must be happy.
I mean, for sure, but usually Wildfangs haven't really played good games from the center of the circle, but at least they have compounds to work with. There's a big chance that 4 Wolves might pounce in for a fight. There is also another rotation coming in from Team Tamilas. Multiple teams trying to chase them down. Sinway also in their sidelines, not really out of threats, to be honest, but Wildfangs, with the way that they've played inside of the online stages, I know they've got the potential, they've got the firepower to dish out all that aggression and find those points. But have a look at this. Yet another fight brews up. This time, well, Esports took out against Nonix. Cheyenne joins the party as well. Proton comes to drop the backline's fame. Still find the finish. Nonix Esports, they are trying to fight for their life, but they are getting absolutely melted by Wild Esports.
They're getting pummeled down. Anonymous, the only person standing, and what a nade! That's going to find some value, but still Sham on the opposite side. He's going to put the nail in the coffin. Non-X eliminated from the game. Nades crawling through. Team Tamilas as well, now wanting the third party. Sham, he gets back inside of the hovercraft. That's the only thing that's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. But Team Tamilas' third party, they're just here to scoop away those elimination points.
This is not your fight, Team Tamilas. Don't really try to even engage in Wildfangs from the backlines, taking shots. Team Tamilas will understand how many teams are in the close proximities. There are 4 teams who are around Welt Esports right now. Team Tamilas getting a taste of their own medicine, finally gets back to safety.
Safe as of now. For Welt, I would say this game is almost spoiled, but the amount of points they've got, that should be enough to secure a spot.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, the cutoff might just get around 65 max to max. Let's just say 68.
Are you sure though, Necro? We still have 2 more games left. See, the usual prediction around the community is still around the 73 to 75 point mark.
Yeah, you know what? Lower? Now that you think about it, Miramar's, if any one of the teams on the latter half of the board pops off, since we've got Sinway, Mad Kings as well.
Exactly.
That can definitely just go up by a mile.
And I'm pretty sure even Vasista Esports is going to try out with their life.
I feel really bad for Troy Timberland Esports though. This team was in such a great form. And now Troy Timberland Esports is struggling to even survive, even breathe. Team Tamilas, they figured out the entire chord. And they know. They just need to play it passive. That's the only thing they need to do right now because teams are out for blood.
This was a real chaotic fight, to be honest. Players just hunting for bodies right in front of them. The shotguns missing, whiffing, but still finding the connection. Well, Esports, of course, couldn't really retain their bodies. The last shot was so crucial for Sham to actually keep himself alive. Well, Esports doing decent, to be honest. If they do get some placement points out of this game, I'm pretty sure, Necro, they are going to be solid. 75 points is, if it's going to be the mark, well, Esports, they're just 4 points shy.
Indeed. Next circle, centers on up once again. Wildfangs, pretty much just the centric part. All the 4 players grouped up. Godlike on the receiving side of the spectrum against Myth. And once again, as we mentioned a while ago, Godlike, they've got nothing to lose, but Myth losing out on the IGL himself, that's going to be a bit of a punch in the gut.
Yeah.
But Myth still has a lot of points. Even if they get away with 5 points from here on out, they're still going to be safe.
You know, that's the thing. Majority of the teams have already crossed on that mark, in my opinion, but it's still the shadow of doubt. Not really anymore. This time it is the shadow of aggression. Evox Esports, they are aggressing, but K9 Esports find the retaliation. Nightfall through on the other side. K9 Esports, they're getting wrapped up, and Evox find the execution and retain all their bodies. 4 players alive and 4 picks for K9 Esports, or for Evox, pardon me for that.
Solid stuff. K9 Esports eliminated with just 1 elimination points. If you really think the cutoff is going to go around 70 plus, then K9 Esports, they at least need to cross that 80 points marker.
Yeah, 100%.
They've still got 2 more games to do so, which means 5 points per game can actually do the job. It's not tough for a team like K9 Esports. They can do it easily. Sinway now shifting their focus on Evox. They're here to third party, claim those elimination points. Shadow, the man's on the run, wanting to create the off angle, but now he realizes that he might just get caught into a big sandwich.
I'm not really a big fan of this, to be honest. Sinway Esports deploying a massive 2-2 split in this one. It's just Moksha and Ninju who is up in the front lines trying to take this fight against Evox. For sure, Evox has been burned down. They have been brought down in terms of HP, but can they hold on to their additional numbers that they have? Shots being fired from Ninja. This man was in top form yesterday. Can he connect those bullets? Can't really trace it. Sinway, they escape. In Evox, they find themselves in the safer lines, at least for now.
This is really impressive from Evox.
Yeah.
They actually recover in such a chaotic situation. Make it out alive, unscathed, no scratches. They're also going to be patching themselves up the moment they find a bit of that breathing room. But Evox might just run in the open arms of Mad Kings, and that's when Mad Kings can actually spring back to life. Wild Fangs still in the smack center. Now they're trying to spread the wings a little bit more. Get the map control in their hands. See what they can do.
And finally, Myth Esports, I guess they are going to be closing in on Wild Fangs right now. I'm not really sure though, but Wild Fangs moving out of their territory. This time they are looking for scouting missions. Kana on the run. Shots being fired, connection was found, but Kana couldn't really convert those bullets to knocks and points. This time Wild Fangs are going to be forced to wait.
And it's fine though. Wild Fangs can really wait it out. They don't even need to force things. The compound, the positioning they've got, it's just so good. And even the circle is just constantly popping on top of them. This is the game that Wild Fangs really need to just pin that spot down. 100%. And they can easily do it as well. All they need to do is just play defense inside the fortress. Mad Kings. Oh no, a fight that should have been theirs in a clean manner. They actually start to mess things up. Another man gets knocked out. Evox. How are they even fighting back? The Blue's on the move, and the Blue's going to be doing a lot of damage this time. 7 finishes on the board, and within the blink of an eye, Mad Kings eliminated from the game. Oh my god! What just happened?
There's no way Evox won that fight. Mad Kings had all the advantages to talk about. They had the high ground, they had the better positioning, they were better inside of the circle as well. Somehow Evox fight it out alive and keep their 4 players. It's brilliant, it's magical. Evox is actually making a comeback, which we have never really seen before. 66 points on the overall standings, 7 points already inside of this game as well. And now look at this, 4 Wolves DOD, they are up against Troy the Mill in Esports. Now this is going to be a fight for life. Can 4 Wolves keep themselves alive inside of this little shack is going to be a big question as Troy the Mill, and they keep on lobbing these nades and they are hitting majority of the targets.
The blunder. And it seems like 4 Wolves as well, they might just follow the same footsteps of Mad Kings and get eliminated from the game. One shack as a cover, not a big fan of it. 4 Wolves. You gotta spread yourself out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Be proactive, maybe try and contest the backlines, make sure you're not gonna be backstabbed. Evox catching a bit of that hurt themselves. And now Evox, they're probably gonna try to switch their focus on Troy Timberland Esports, but even Team Tumblers from the back is taking those shots. Oh no, they found themselves in a big pinch.
Yeah.
Colin out in the open, taking those shots against 4 Wolves. He knows that shack is filled up with a lot of bugs.
He can't really do anything about it because in the backlines 2 of his teammates are already bleeding out. They've been knocked out as well. Evox, they're playing brilliantly outside the circle, but as soon as they enter, the chaos just erupts. Colin is still going in for those nades. Elsewhere is Godlike, who have a player knocked out, but Troy Timberland Esports aren't really safe either as well. As shots come out from S-Power, he's still looking for those frags, switches onto the S12K as well. Troy the Mill Esports, there's still about a little bit of distance between them and Godlike, but can S-Power land the nade right on the money? Spray comes out as well. Knock being found! Godlike, they're invincible at this point, but S-Power has been knocked out as well, and Admino in the backlines is the only saving grace for them.
Troy Timberland Esports, you need to wake up right now. This is your only opportunity to fight for your life and fight for the survival in the grand finals. Come on, Troy Timberland Esports, you can do it. Going for the reset on the fallen comrade, Godlike, just trying to make their life even more miserable. But now Troy Timberland Esports, they decide to strike back. They decide to hit back. They've still got 3 men standing. 1 man is knocked out. There is Oxen making that pounce. And Mino gets caught in the pinch and eliminated from the game. Troy Timberland Esports, they make a perfect move, but the third party from Phoenix, it's right there.
But is Phoenix gonna get away with the frags? It's gonna be a big question. A long nade being lobbed up. Phoenix Esports, of course, they're lining themselves up. Shots being fired, Viper being knocked out, but Troy the Mill Esports, they are unable to actually fight back. Phoenix Esports, this is lovely movement, lovely mobility, and Troy the Mill have no answers to the questions being asked by Phoenix. Lovely execution so far, 5 eliminations on board. Phoenix Esports looking good.
Slow and steady moves in the overall standings, but Phoenix, they also need a massive performance. A massive performance that can catapult themselves towards the overall standings. And now for Evox, they're taking a fight against 4 Wolves. 4 Wolves is not really going to be a tough opponent for them. Evox, if they focus up and if they gather their forces, this should be an easy fight. But 4 Wolves, they still strike back. They still fight back. Evox now not feeling too great as the man is knocked out and Evox is trying to go for a reset. While 4 Wolves, if they want, they can apply the pressure even more. They've got the utilities available too, but Noob is way too far back. Noob needs to toss those utilities in order to win that fight. Wildfangs is just on the horizon, waiting for a quick third party and scoop up all the elimination points.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. This is lovely coming in from Wildfangs. Circling just outside their circle. They've sent Spray God and Kana on those scouting missions, and I'm pretty sure these loose stranglers are gonna get spotted, but depends whether or not are they gonna be taking these shots. Wildfangs, the other 2 players, Sensi and Goten, they might be challenged by Team Tamilas, who have been eyeing that compound for a while, but elsewhere, Evox, they're still having their foot inside of the gas. 9 eliminations already, and they are making an impact in this lobby so far.
Insane stuff. Wildfangs, the domination is not done yet. They can continue it. Press the pedal to the metal and start wiping out and mopping up the entire floor. But first, make sure your backlines are clear. Right now, you've got Evox and 1 more man from 4 Wolves. That's going to be the only person you need to take care of. For Evox, they're just waiting for the right moment to strike. Blue's on the move, the wall of death. It's not going to have any mercy on anyone. Spy gets spotted. That's going to be the elimination from the game as well. Wildfangs, they scoop up another point under the rug. There's the man from the side of 4 Wolves. Once again, he's trying to bring in some master tactics, but even he can be stopped.
6 eliminations for Wildfangs so far. They are at the edge of the circle, but Sinue has been holding this position for a while now. They do have a little bit of that high ground advantage, but Wildfangs, they are constantly scouting the nearby terrain with this hovercraft that they have, and it's a brilliant strategy. You can tank those shots, you can protect your numbers, but when the opportunity comes next to you, you can try and cause a lot of damage. But what did Noob just do over here? He just lost a finish point, escaped right in front of his eyes.
He did. There we go, claiming it, Kana. I mean, Phoenix Esports, yes, I do understand they could have gotten it, but I guess they were also on the verge of being taken down by Wildfangs' Kana. He had the line of sight, and I don't think he also spotted that player.
Yeah.
He was covered by the death crate right in front of him, so yeah, it is unfortunate, but I would still say at least the finish point wasn't wasted.
So far, so good for Wildfangs at least. 7 eliminations on board, 65 points on the overall standing. Sinue Esports, they've also spread themselves up. They're spreading their wings. They are in a great position for sure, because if they do decide to strike against Wildfangs, Kana and his position is too exposed, to be honest.
Oh my god. All the teams that are currently surviving, there's a chance they can actually make a comeback. Wildfangs, Team Tamilas, Sinue, and Phoenix. Phoenix with just a 2-man squad, a chicken dinner, is it possible? Maybe it's still going to be a far shot. But the circle favoring Phoenix Esports, this is insane. Myth in the smack center. For Myth, they just need a few more points to pin that spot down inside of the top 8. For Phoenix Esports, this chicken dinner changes everything. This chicken dinner pretty much just brings them inside of the top 8. And this will be a monumental comeback that will change the entire course of action, that will change the entire life of Phoenix Esports in the survival stages and potentially just push them in the grand finals.
We'll find out, of course. They do have the circle for themselves. Daddy surviving in a great attempt to try and outsmart the lobby. But our closest contenders for the chicken dinner has to be Sinue and Wildfangs right now, who are currently spreading their wings, starting to flex their positioning, starting to flex their formations as well. Kana in the clotheslines. Can he lob that nade right on Moksh? Team Tamilas from the backlines as well. They've been holding on to the blue zone for a while now, but this is also going to be their final shot to try and push inside. And exactly when they start doing so, I'm pretty sure shots from either side is going to take them out, and finally it comes through as well. Moksh still trying to spray him down. Mr. IGL gets knocked out by Goten. From the other side, Sinue is also trying to pressure them out. Team Tamilas in a very, very bad spot right now, Necro.
They indeed are. And Sinue, the fact that they've got all the 4 men standing, that just gives them a massive edge. But Team Tamilas, they need to push through. Sinue is also getting third party by Wildfangs. They're just right on the horizon. Wildfangs want to claim all the elimination points that lie in the front. Wildfangs knows this is going to be their fight to be converted. Sinue is on the run. Sinue does not want to duke it out against Wildfangs. They're available with all the force, but Sinue's knockdown man can still be confirmed. Wildfangs still tracing the points of Sinue, still finding those elimination points, still duking it out, and Sinue is on the verge of being melted.
12 finishes on the board for Wild Fangs right now. They certainly are finding those fangs, sending the rest of the opponents to the wilderness. Daddy, meanwhile, inside of the shack, inside of the little bush, nobody's been able to spot him. Smoker right next to him, but he's still surviving. What on earth are we watching, Necro?
Trigger discipline to its finest, but I just hope he does not overextend it. We have seen a lot of these trigger discipline plays just completely flop. It is just going to boil down to that one perfect moment, one perfect timing, and Daddy needs to capitalize onto it. But Phoenix Esports, as of now, the position and everything is being played right. So it seems like Phoenix can definitely do a lot better.
They certainly can. Wild Fangs, I don't understand the tactics so far. They're playing in from outside the zone, but they understand it seems like the zone is kind of out of contention. They do have the numbers going though. There are 4 players left alive in their squad. The rest, of course, there are going to be 3 more. Daddy has been picked up by Spray Gob. That is the 14th elimination that Wild Fangs find for themselves. This is exactly the big game that they needed to send Sensei and his boys to the grand finals of BGIS 2026. But can Phoenix Esports shut them down is going to be a big question.
Still a chance Phoenix can steal it away. There's also that man from Sinaway still standing, by the way. He can definitely be the table turner. Smoker going for that burst tap. And still, he's not able to find a proper knock yet. Wild Fangs once again recovering back up. All the 4 players now, they seem pretty much healthy. Stranger, he still needs to be careful off the sidelines. That one man from the side of Sinway can spoil the dreams and your hopes. So Phoenix Esports, they cannot just overextend and try and take a fight against Wild Fangs. They cannot be tunnel visioned.
But what can Mox do? Just try and survive at the edge of the circle, trying to be away from all the commotion. Phoenix Esports, though, they are closing in towards the center of the circle. That way, Wild Fangs is going to find a line of sight against them. And I'm scared the shots are going to come through from 4 different players. It's going to be an outright abomination of Phoenix Esports if they don't really have a game plan to counter this. And I'm pretty sure the smokes aren't really going to be enough. This is Wild Fangs establishing smokes to try and push in.
This is such a risky move from Wild Fangs. This can actually cost them the game. Spray God. The only reason why the man extended was to get a little bit more of that ground. Since Wild Fangs' backs were against the wall. And they know Phoenix Esports, all they need to do is just hold down the line. But for Phoenix Esports, sidelines, they're still uncontested. And they can be shot at any time soon. Phoenix taking those shots in the front. Wild Fangs now cooking up that nade. They know exactly where Stranger is placed. This nade is tossed, but is it to the perfection? The answer is going to be no. Mox's position is also compromised. Now Wild Fangs, they just know they're extremely close towards securing this chicken dinner.
They certainly are. Starting to spread their wings. Smoker gets up, Stranger in the clotheslines as well. Wild Fangs are looking to execute everyone as Goten finds yet another knock. Gets run over as well. Smoker does not survive for long as Phoenix Esports, they are getting destroyed. But can't Sinway play spoils sport, not even close as Wild Fangs. They are destroying everybody in sight right now.
Phoenix is too hurt. They can't fight back. It's just one Matt Smoker. And soon even he's going to be smoked. He's out in the open. He just can't do anything. Phoenix Esports eliminated from the game. But a dream comeback initiated from Wild Fangs. With this performance, they're going to place themselves in the top 8 comfortably. And you can look at the sigh of relief on Sensei's face. This was the exact game they were looking for. And they found it at the perfect time. 27 points in the overall tally. That's insane.
This might be it. It is finally over. Sensei's curse of not making it towards the grand finals has been broken from this game. It's over. But we have to see the final 2 matches yet here because we did see a little bit of comeback here coming from Phoenix. But what a very, very interesting game here for the final Orango here in survival stage. And my, oh my, that was a very, very interesting game. But now, let's talk a little bit more towards the recap and the final moments as well. This was a very shaky performance coming from Wild Fangs. They could have closed it up a little bit cleaner, but Phoenix made Wild Fangs work for it.
Guys, I'm sorry to cut you off, man, but we're seeing it again. Phoenix Esports on the last day of the wild card, they barely snuck inside of the semifinals with that last game. And right now, they're slowly and steadily on the uphill climb. And yes, they're really close towards the top 8. They might just do it once again.
That is a high chance that actually might happen. But, you know, for a fact, I think Wild Fangs, they understand that they know their circles and they know how to actually convert them. This was a circle which Wild Fangs absolutely loved. They've been at the center since the start till the very end. And look at the way they actually converted this game.
What an amazing performance here coming from Wildfangs. They have been consistent. They just needed one massive game, and that was exactly what they got as well. But seems to me, even for Sinway as well, who was at the start of the table toppers, now has taken a little bit of a slow tumble here. Not a big performance coming from them, but I feel like they might just slip out of the top 8.
No, I would still say for Sinway that was a pretty well-stabilizing performance in the top 3 with an okayish amount of elimination points. Not a lot of eliminations, but I would still say the amount of points they got, it's more than enough to maintain the average.
You know, so far I'm just absolutely confused because, to be honest, in my eyes, all the teams are just playing brilliantly. Even Phoenix Esports have been landing in the top 3 in a couple of games today itself. So who is playing bad and who is lacking on the overall standings? I have no clue right now.
Well, that's the thing, right? When your backs are against the wall, you have to put everything on the line here. It is a do or die situation for all these players, right? So it is just phenomenal to see that finally, when that comes down to the wire, when it matters the most, everybody's stepping up the game. So it's so hard to predict who is going to be able to clutch the final 2 games, I would say, because we are going to be jumping into the final 2 maps of Miramar, and this is where things get a little bit interesting here. But it will be happening right after this break.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are about to head into the penultimate game of the survival stages. With all of the teams just like making a comeback in the last few matches, things on the overall leaderboard have gotten extremely intense, and it's difficult to figure out what the qualification top 8 is going to look like now.
You know, I've already established this on the desk that the calculations, it's beyond my capabilities, it's beyond my processing power, so I'm going to let it happen, I'm going to let it slide, but this overall standings is way too complicated, Johnny.
Yeah, it is, and to make things even more complex, we have Wildfangs also becoming a part of the top echelon of the top 8 bracket. Kanha, the MVP of the match, 7 eliminations secured by him, and as we look behind him, we also have the other 2 star players from the side of Wildfangs, Spraygod and Goten making the list, followed by the players from Ewoks. Ewoks, it turns out on the last day of the survival stages, they turned the dial to 11, and even in this game, 10 points, Ewoks is on a whole different level, I see.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, obviously the fight to defend the top 8 is going to be extremely tough as well. Wildfang started the day with in the top 8, but slowly kind of slipped out. But with this performance, they should be able to secure it as well. And based on their performance as well, you can see absolute confidence coming from the play. And I had a chat with Sensei before as well. He said that this time was a little bit different compared to last year. Last year is all about stress, it's all about overthinking. Now they're just playing to have fun, and he's very relaxed about it. It seems like with this mentality shift has kind of worked wonders here for Wild Fangs, because they finally maybe just one step closer to finally officially break the curse of actually not qualifying towards the grand finals, and now shooting up into the top 3 with 82 points. I would say that's a qualification right here and there.
It definitely is, but I think even the top 8 teams like K9, teams like Wealth, they need to start stepping things up, where the Ewoks catching up to them. 2 more matches left. How much further do you see this cutoff moving, Salty?
75.
75?
75 is going to be my opinion, because Sinway, Vasista, Nonex, and Phoenix, 3 or rather 4 big names who love the map of Miramar, and the cutoff is going to go high because of these teams itself.
And again, Sinway, Vasista, Nonex, Phoenix, some of the high fragging teams are still outside of the top 8 bracket. But it has been a phenomenal day so far, with how much I see the story has changed, how much entertainment has been provided us in the matches that we have witnessed today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course for those guys watching at home, guess what? You guys are very, very unfortunate and unlucky, because you will not be part of the giveaway at the LAN venue as well, because this were the numbers that was rolled today for the audience members to walk away with some amazing, amazing Krafton goodies as well.
Pretty
and
much.
rumor has it as well, I think there was a headset inside, there were a lot of goodies and hoodies, and it's a pretty, pretty good giveaway. So that's a little bit of a glimpse of potentially what you can get in the grand finals as well.
I feel missed out though.
Why?
I had
know,
a
right?
band when Ravan was announcing. I had a band which actually had the number on the screen, but Ravan just ignored me and did not give me the goodies.
I think he did the right thing ignoring you, but one thing you should not ignore, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that, as IC mentioned, the tickets for the finals are live, and you guys can grab yourself your tickets. We will be there to see you in Chennai, and of course, we are still finding out who else is going to be joining us. Salty is going to be there for sure, to be ignored again.
I'm going to be there. 100% I'm going to be
Okay.
there.
I think Godlight's for there. I think K9's there, Nebula's
Fangs?
there, Wild Fangs. Maybe 4 more, 5 more points, you know, just to be a little bit safe, because he talked about cutoff going higher, so I'm a little bit scared.
82 points. How much more do you want them to have?
Hey. Think about it this way. What happened to them last year in BMSD to qualify to grand finals? We were like, oh, we got 97 points. We're going to qualify. And guess what? 97 wasn't enough.
Well, back then the other teams did not just have 2 matches to topple Wild Fangs. So I think the one thing that works out for Wild Fangs is the fact that only 2 matches remain, and they have a nice little, I believe, 21-point difference between where they are and where this 8th position team is right now.
Yeah.
So that safety net itself is going to keep them safe. But you spoke about K9 Esports. I believe K9 Esports are the team that needs to step up, because they're sitting there with 74 points. And there's actually, I don't know, somewhere in my head, I am afraid that K9 can potentially slip out with 2 games.
Well, maybe, but let's see. Seems like we do have a little bit of a substitution here coming from Non-Next. They subbed up Fame from Ryder last year, and now they're bringing back Aim God once more. But seems like when we talk about teams that is on the backs against the wall here, the team currently is sitting at the very bottom is going to be Vanguard, and they are going to be having a substitution of their own. They're bringing in Insidious and swapping out Anuj to OP. What are the chances of Vanguard qualifying right now in 2 games? It seems like they are at bottom. Like 2 back-to-back chicken dinners with 10 finishes would give them 40 points realistically.
Yeah. Are they in their 40s?
No.
All right, so
unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough.
let me just put it into perspective. He said 2 back-to-back chickens with 20 finishes and said realistically at the end of it.
Well, I think, again, hope is still there. But again, you are going to have to pray for a miracle in order to perform and in order to push through if you are dead last in the overall leaderboard right now. But opportunity on the next Miramar still up for grabs. And with that, let's head to the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we fly for one penultimate time inside of the survival stage of BGIS 2026. This is the penultimate game on the map of Miramar, match number 11. And this time the flight path starts off from Campo Militar and takes us to Partona. Now this is going to be a flight path which relies heavily on the right side of the map itself. Teams like Phoenix, teams like Nebula, who love to go towards El Pozo, are going to be straight out of the bat in a big mix and a big confusion, I see.
Well, this is going to be where things matter the most as well. This match is all about attack and defense. And why I talk about attack and defense is nothing to do with the map. It's just the conditions they were put in as well. Teams who are looking for a bounce back to come back to try and dethrow anybody from a top 8. And of course, the teams at the top 8 looking to try and defend their ranks here. Because after this match, this is where the wild card begins. The final match of the day where things get super unpredictable because of the fact that, especially for teams who do not stand a chance of qualifying here, may look to try and spoil the games for teams that are trying to make a break for it.
You know, to be honest, in my opinion, I feel like something like what Phoenix Esports pulled off inside of the semi-finals, it's going to be absolutely impossible for them to repeat once again. If they want to make a comeback, they need a big game. That has to be done here itself, because you don't want to have a 30-point gap in between you and the 8th position at the last game itself. That's just too much pressure on your shoulders. But, ladies and gentlemen, the circle landing in front of us, and I see already a curveball for all our athletes itself. Circle on Minas del Sur, on Partona, on Prison, on Valadelma. I am absolutely loving it.
Oh, seems like this is going to be a tricky one here, especially for teams trying to being put to the test here. And it seems like Vanguard, unfortunately, their test is going to be the ultimate test here, because they are the furthest away from the zone, and the only way to come back, 10 finishes, chicken dinner, back-to-back games. Well, it's not going to be enough. I think 15 finishes, maybe. Just maybe they stand a chance here. And that's also provided the teams at the top defending drops the ball. But speaking of dropping the ball here, the overall standings is on your right now. The current gatekeepers are going to be Team Tamilas with 61 points. So for Vanguard, they are 41. So technically, they're still in the race. And that's also if Team Tamilas do not get a single point. Same can be said for Evox. So the spots are still very shaky here, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, a lot of those permutations and combinations is going to be available, especially for Phoenix Esports right now. They're just 11 points shy of Team Tamilas. There's a high chance that Team Tamilas, if they actually drop a ball inside of this game, they are kicked out of the top 8. But anyway, Esports, Vasista, and Nonix, these are going to be my 3 teams for Miramar. They're extremely strong. They start off from Picado and Central regions, and they know how to maneuver around this map. It's not going to be easy. If someone like a Godlike and Nebula Esports potentially take out the game with a massive vacuum, I feel like that is when Team Tamilas and their chances sort of get higher up.
Well, it is going to be extra spicy, I would say, when it comes to pushing towards the board here. K9 just needs about 5 points, then they should be safe, I would say, making towards the 80-point marker. But of course, we are looking for a little bit of shenanigans as well. Nebula is pretty much here to ruin a little bit of game. But interesting enough, we did not see a little bit of El Pozo push down towards the north side. So Phoenix also going to be letting go potentially. We are expecting those drop clashes, but Nebula is nowhere to be found. So Phoenix should have a little bit of free reign to actually make their way towards El Pozo. But it is a little bit of a far-fetch, considering how awkward the flight path was as well.
I mean, they do have the vehicles, so I'm pretty sure the Phoenix Esports might actually try and extend towards El Pozo. Moving in towards the circle from El Pozo itself shouldn't really be that tough. So maybe, just maybe, Phoenix Esports, El Pozo might just be their pit stop for sure, but Nebula Esports, now this is something which is very surprising. We've seen Nebula always try to actually take their starts from El Pozo, but since the flight path was away, I think they've kind of fixed on Partona itself, and it might actually help them, I see, because right now they are inside the circle. They will have the entirety of the control of the present island. We'll find out if, of course, Myth or Welt Esports or potentially even Nonix try and be a little threat for them, but to get to it seems like shots are getting fired. 4-volt DOD and Vanguard, two of the teams who haven't really impacted on the overall standing, still duking it out. And Vanguard, they've got early casualty.
Well, it seems like Vanguard is able to get the first knock here. Small little victories is what they need to actually snowball into this game. 4 Wolves has to be taken out first. Bully the teams at the bottom. Make space for the teams at the top. First pick goes towards the Onyxes, which is good. But for Vanguard, they are going to try and make their way through. There is a lot of obstacles that they do to push through, considering how far the circle is. We have seen this circle before yesterday as well, so it might actually land towards the outskirts of Chumacera. So that's going to be a hot spot for contention here for some of these teams. But Vanguard, after getting the first knock, they are going to be on their merry way.
First one sneaks through, second one forced to disembark, and Balu's looking for the spray. Insidious dropping down pretty low. Force Krafton to try and join him in this fight as well, but Insidious is buying a little bit more time. He's not been taken out yet, and 4 Wolves now drops the ball, slips up, and now they're surrounded by Vanguard.
Yeah, easy execution for 4 Wolves so far for Vanguard. In fact, 2 finishes secured. Crypto gets away to safety. 4 Wolves, they come in from all angles and they get absolutely destroyed. Now even Dionysus comes up, but he finds 2 knocks. That is a step back for Vanguard itself. That is brilliant.
What a blunder here coming in from Vanguard. Noob was able to get the free line on side with the DBS, takes out 3 by himself now, looking for the 4 of Dreams, trying to salvage the day, but he has been chipped down low, out in the open, dropping the very, very low, and the zone coming in isn't enough to chip him away. I do not know. Noob lobs the nade here to try and add more pressure. Dreams forced to disengage from this fight to reset his health. Coming down towards a 1 versus 1. Noob lobs another nade. It seems like this is going to be a lost cause potentially for Dreams. Repositions, but he does not have a first aid kit. This is going to be a very long reset for him.
This certainly is going to be a long reset, and for sure, for now, Vanguard and 4 Wolves both are just so far away from the overall standings. This fight is just causing them problems. K9, they don't really mind. Slug falls amidst all of this chaos, and the finish gets picked up by 4 Wolves. This is just a boon. Noob finds 3 for himself, but that's all she wrote for him. Is deep inside the blue zone right now. There's no chance, I feel, they're getting back inside the zone.
Well, all these gunshots has attracted the attention here for K9. Seems like K9 may have messed up a little bit there, sacrificing Slug for this push.
Yeah.
And just like that, K9 Esports, they have to continue to merry way here. 3 players, they're still outside the zone. They're on 74 points, do have that very good safety cushion. But 2 more matches means, realistically, 2 more teams for the bottom can jump up. So all K9 needs to do is just pull a little bit in terms of the lead here, maybe like 2, 3, 4 points to make things a little bit difficult for teams at the bottom. But anything is possible at this stake here, and K9 cannot afford to drop the ball right here, right now, with so few matches remaining, and the tickets in towards the grand finals very limited as well.
100%, but again, I want to know from you, in your opinion itself, do you think the top 3 teams are quite safe? Because they've crossed on that 80-point mark, and I'm pretty sure there's no chance 80 is going to be the cutoff. K9 Esports, yes, for sure, there is going to be some threat. 74 points on the overall standings, but I still feel like they are going to be quite safe either.
Yeah, they're pretty much guaranteed here. The only way the top 3 teams fall is that the remaining 2 matches, they get 0 points. And seems like 4 Wolves is going to be able to clean out the last player of Vanguard. Nice little salvation, was able to pick up Immortal as well, gets 5 finishes in the bag, courtesy of the knock coming in from Vanguard. But let's take a look at this as well. Wildfangs now on the aggression, goes in for the push, tries to hunt down Team Tumulus. They trade 1 for 1, but Spray God is down, so that means Team Tumulus will be able to get the reset now.
Oh, Team Tamilas, they're trying everything in their power to try and retain that top spot inside the top 8 for sure. Wildfang this time, Spraygon and Goten will learn their lessons. The push was unprecedented. It was not systematical for sure. They just pounced on top of Team Tamilas as soon as they spotted them. But now Team Tamilas with that pushback is gonna make Wildfangs hesitate for the rest of their moves as well. Potentially Kana and Sensei can try and play a safe game so that they can try and get a few more additional points on their overall tally, and that is exactly what they're gonna do.
Beautiful.
Team Tamilas, beautiful defense.
Exactly, beautiful defense coming from Team Tamilas, just because of the fact that they are the current gatekeepers. With these 2 points, it pulls the lead, or in this case, the cutoff a little bit higher now, a little bit tougher for Sidway. But seems like closing the distance here. We do see on the finish speed as well, Sidway is able to get a couple knocks here onto Troy Demilan. But Team Tamilas, look at this, they still want to hunt those points. They're making Wildfangs pay the price for challenging them. But the question here remains is that, are they in zone? Wildfangs was trying to get into position while Team Tumulus is still stuck outside.
Yeah.
But now in the center of it all, Sinway now in a little bit of trouble. Mox has been knocked. They try to push in for center, and now Hero Stream Godlike is gonna come and say hello.
This is such an important game for Sinway Esports right now. Right at the cusp of qualification, 9th position on the overall tally. 59 points, ladies and gentlemen. Sinway Esports, they were challenged, but here comes yet another challenger in the form of Mad Kings right now, who are hungry for finishes. Gods, of course, is going to be challenged. Find the first knock for himself. Shadow OG has been knocked out. Where are the rest of the lads? He finds connection. He can get yet another one. Godlike, they're doing brilliant.
Oh my goodness, Godzy, he's buying so much time. The rest of the pack is coming in. Mad Kings, they don't know where he is. They're trying to flush him out, but the team is already here and they are providing the backup. The sprays are coming in, and now Admino, he's gonna get knocked. This is going to be an all-out brawl, and S-Power is able to clean up the rest. Now Clutch God versus S-Power, 1 versus 2 situation here for Mad Kings. As Clutch God has to try and salvage the fight here. The teams are knocked. He's going to try and go for the push. The sprays are there. S-Power chipped down low. Manya is here to provide the assistance. Now Clutch God is surrounded. The UMP sprays and prays. Looks for the knock. Gets the knock, but S-Power will be the ones to shut down Mad Kings.
That is brilliant. Two teams who are slow, closely associated to each other, just duking it out for survival inside of the survival stage, ladies and gentlemen. And Godlike, they reign supreme. Retain 3 of their players in the process as well, and 4 finishes along with it. His power was in the right place, in the right time, and Mad Kings just suffered. But can we forget the attempt from Gods as well in those initial few encounters? Finding Shadow OG, also bringing down Cyrax to a very low HP. There's no way Mad Kings was able to recover from that point on.
Yeah, it was a tough break as well. Was very surprised they did not spot him out, so this might be the end here for Mad Kings' potential comeback. But on screen now, Wildfangs, the last 2 players, gets hunted down, tries to rotate in, gets spotted out by Nebula, so that's going to be 2 points here for Nebula Esports. And that pretty much guarantees your spot in the Grand Finals. We've known that for quite some time, but Wildfangs, they will have a little bit of slip up for here. But it seems like this is a very early game here for 3 teams to be eliminated just barely into what, Circle 3?
Yeah, you know what, I feel like Nebula and Godlike are having a competition of their own. Who wants to come out on top inside of the survival stage at this point? Godlike 1 point shy from hitting the triple digit. Nebula Esports 9 point shy from hitting the triple digit mark. But look at this, Evox under fire right now from Troy Thamilian Esports. The shot gets connected. Aiden does find the connection. He finds... Does he find a knock over there? It almost seemed like there was a knock, but it seems like nope. Troy Thamilian Esports, a lot of damage was dished out, but knock wasn't really successful.
Ooh, tough play there. But let's take a look at the replay as well. Gods, it seems like Shadow OG, he was actually focused onto the players from Hiroshima Godlike. I think it was Manya towards the top.
Yeah.
Completely missed Godsy inside. He thought his teammates got his back, but Clutch God tried to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, just does not have enough ammunition, but you can see the faces of the Mad Kings. They know it's over. It's done.
And look at his power waving goodbye to his friends. This is lovely friendship and banter. Of course, we do have those young fans inside of the crowd as well. They're savoring every moment because so many questions, so much talk around the community as well, around the playing for, around whether or not Godlike is going to make it to the Grand Finals. Start inside of BGIS 2026, not really the best. Godlike was questioned, they were asked, they were criticized. And here they come, once again, marching on towards the Grand Finals. We'll find out, of course, how they end up inside of the survival stage. For now, though, they are unbeaten, unshaken. 3 men still growing strong right now. Talking about the replay as well, look at this. Dionysus was the one who actually did try to bring back the situation, I see, but I think he failed massively as well in front of Noob.
Yeah, this comeback is pretty much over as well, coming from Vanguard to try and make the play here. This rush coming from Vanguard, just, you know, Noob with 1 low HP, just picking his way through. It comes down towards the wire. Every single bullet that was in this DBS, he made it count and completely shut down Vanguard. Nicely done coming from Noob, but again, seems like this scuffle coming from 4 Wolves and Vanguard is not going to give them that opportunity to try and make a comeback as well.
Yeah.
Very, very tough break here coming from them. But at the same time, 4 Wolves, they're still alive here. 46 points. They're not exactly out of the danger spot yet. Yeah. But if they are able to get like, what, 5 more points and potentially a good, decent amount of placement points, I think the final game might be the last comeback for a chance for 4 Wolves.
To be honest, I'm going to be very honest and very brutal. I think for 4 Wolves, it's just too late for them to actually become alive inside of the lobby. Yesterday wasn't really the best of starts for them inside of the survival stage. They had their opportunities in the first couple of games, but they could not really convert those finishes. You remember the first map of Rondo, 4 players alive inside of the final circle. They could have gone for more finishes, but they absolutely failed to do so as well.
Yeah, currently sitting on the top 8 here is going to be Team Tamilas. Now their biggest obstacle is going to be getting into the zone, and guess who is going to be stopping them? It is going to be Hiroshi Godlike here.
Yeah.
And as of yet, they've set their sights to try and stop Team Tamilas. How will they overcome the odds here? Is going to be a tough break. It seems like they are going to try and swing their way down south, potentially trying to dodge this fight. But if they do that, they are going to be running into a Smith. 2 teams in the table toppers as of yet. This is not a good spot that Team Tamilas wants to be in here.
But Team Tamilas, they actually find a way out. They evade Godlike and move away from them. In fact, they not just evade Godlike, but also Troy Tamil and Esports. They are going to be in their lines of sight, so shots are going to come in for sure. But if they do tank that damage and keep themselves safe, I think that entry to the circle can be made possible. Team Tamilas, important juncture inside of this game itself. 8th position, 63 points, just 4 points shy of Sinway Esports. This can be big. Myth official, they've been spotted. Shots coming out from Fox. Aim God as well in the process. Just try and dish out a little bit of damage, but Myth escape.
It's tough play here, but seems like, well, fortunately for Team Tamilas, they were able to find a little bit of breathing room, which is good. Myth not going for the crash is huge, but it seems like Myth has forced Team Tamilas to stop their aggression, and somehow they are able to push through inside the zone uncontested. So nicely done coming from Myth official to find a little bit space. But even then, they do have a lot of space to work with. They're not exactly in a good spot to kind of hunker down. They're pretty much out in the open. And Welt was able to scout this out here. So Welt, a surprise entry into the top 8, currently on jeopardy as well with 72 points. So they did get 1 point, but you don't really want to be in Team Tamilas' shoe right now. They do have a 9-point lead over Team Tamilas as of yet.
The only difference between Team Tamilas and Welt Esports right now is that Welt Esports don't have any threat around them right now. From the map feed itself, they've got complete control of the southern side of the circle itself. Team Tamilas on the other side, they are going to have teams right next to them, Troy Tamil and Godlike, and as soon as the circle does shift to the next stage, I'm pretty sure Team Tamilas are going to come under fire. Welt didn't just need those placement points. They just need 4 more position points to try and solidify that spot inside of the grand finals. But for now, Team Tamilas taking shot against Myth Esports. And shots connected, the hit marker was there. Myth official, they're not being able to survive. Smokes have been dished out, but Reaper is still persistent on taking those tap shots away. Team Tamilas are in the hunt for these finish points, I see.
Oh boy. But now the circle does favor onto his Myth as well out in the open. So Myth is all about a waiting game for them. Welt on the south side, they are the biggest threat for any team swinging down south, and they do still have a decent amount of space to work with. It seems like Vasista Esports is slowly making their way down south here, so this is going to be a big collide between them and Vasista Esports, now in jeopardy, looking to try and push through.
Oh no, I'm not a big fan of this, I see. I'm not a big fan of this play. Vasista Esports are going to be under fire as Hector all by himself. He gets knocked out. Brilliant stuff coming in from Nebula as well. As another man up there goes down as well. Nomi has been knocked out. Vasista trying to qualify Beast on the other side. Does have the shotguns available. Strikes Nebula! And he finds the end of it all. 3 finishes and they are alive.
And it's not over yet because Welt Esports, they heard the commotions and Goku is going to try and chime in. Vasista Esports, they're not out in the woods, but the counter nades from Beast might be able to buy time, and now the reset comes through. Welt in a lot of trouble. Goku out in the open. That's going to be confirmation here from Beast as Vasista Esports, they defend, they hold on, and they are making one of the biggest comebacks here for the survival stage.
Hopes are still alive, I see. We're still not going to jinx it. 4 finishes on the back. 59 points on the overall standings. 4 points away from Team Tamilas, and they can cash up for sure. But they can't give away the momentum. They've lost their IGL in the process already. 3-man outfit at the south side of the circle. 2-minute threats right around them. K9 as well lingering, but have a look at this. Yet another team who's trying to fight it out. Godlike Esports to the foothills of greatness, and in the way stands Sinway.
Well, seems like it is going to be a little bit of a fight for space and control. Sinway has a good spot, but Hiroshi Godlike, they spot a 3rd team and doesn't want to risk taking this fight first. Phoenix was able to spot him as well. Seems like Phoenix Esports, they are going to dodge an entire fiasco. But for Team Dominos, they are pushing into the center, and Myth has been spotted out. The rush comes in, but Myth, they hold on, they find two. Now coming down to the wire, D-Trox still alive in the smoke. He finds one more. It's gonna be a 1v2. D-Trox down to his last wire. He's juking his way through, trying to find an opener, and he clutches for the team. What a shutdown! Team Dominos completely taken out of the picture.
Bow down to this 16-year-old lad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a performance of a youngster who is looking to become the star of the future. D-Trox from Myth Official, remember that name.
Oh my goodness, what an outplay, what a mishap, what a flex ninja move like. And now it's not even over, even Hero Street Godlike comes out and gets taken out by D-Trox. How are you doing this? This guy is truly a myth.
This is madness, this is brutal, this is absolute daylight robbery from every single team out there. D-Trox the monster is doing. He's outshining his own self right now. And he's also bringing back his comrades as well. He's not just the IGL, he's also the assaulter. He does everything brilliantly. But elsewhere, fights are still taking place as K9 Esports is going to challenge forwards DOD. Immortal is going to be the only one left alive. It shouldn't really be a problem for K9 unless we see yet another miracle happening, I see.
Oh my goodness, D-Trox, whew, what a clutch. Who would have thought when the back's against the wall?
I need to catch a breath as well.
He shut down 4 players from Team Dominos. Godlike came swinging in, got shut down as well. And he did it with like what, 10% health?
10% HP using the vehicle to just bob and weave around the smoke. He still finds the opponent. I don't know how he does that, but he just does it. It just comes naturally to him.
Hey man, with that being said as well, that play from D-Trox, I don't know if he's deserves it towards the grand finals, but in the grand finals, I think he deserves potentially as a contender, a strong contender for a rising star for BGIS 2026.
100%. In my opinion, Proton and D-Trox are the finds of BGIS 2026. Proton, not so much. He's yet to actually prove himself as the big stages come across. But D-Trox, every time his team was in danger, this man has performed. And I don't know, he just locks in, he just zones in. But nonetheless, we're going to find how many points Myth is going to get. For now, the Non-X is also battling qualification, and right in front of them is going to be Evox outside the circle.
It's going to be a tricky spot here as well. Evox, they had a great start, but now they're going to be out in the open. Arthur spots out Spy. That's going to be the first knock, and that's going to be the guaranteed confirmation here for Non-X Esports to get a little bit more points. But this is going to be a tricky spot here. Phoenix Esports also looking to try and chime in. Evox now, they are in shambles. Their initial win in the Erango here gave them the start, but now they are slowly slipping away as Phoenix Esports continues to try and shut down the lead. The floodgates has been opened. Team Tumulus is out 63 points. That means we might be seeing a new number on the cutoff.
Absolutely. I'm not really sure even Team Evox, what are they doing right now? They're so good on the map of Miramar. Previously known as LHS, we saw them dominate on this battleground, but for sure right now they are, like you said, in shambles. Keeping that aside, Myth Official is still trying to challenge Troy the Million Esports. Those nades is going to scare everyone away. For now, everyone should be afraid of D-Trox because this man is almost in a Super Saiyan mode. 5 finishes, 5 up for this young lad. Those lanky shoulders do have a lot of responsibility, but Phoenix Esports, I see. This is going to be a big game for them. They still retain 4 of their players. 1 man has been knocked out, but I think they can actually pull it off.
Oh boy. Seems like when we talk about potential contenders as well, Knight was able to save the fight for K9 Esports, wipes off 4 Wolves, and we're now down to the top 8. Well, Esports now under fire themselves as Vasista Esports gatekeeps them. Proton has been confirmed. Vasista Esports still holds on for their dear lives. It's going to be up to Salme and Beast to try and clutch things up. But Welt Esports also another team in the top 6. As of yet, 75 points. They do have the safety cushion, but Vasista Esports may look to try and take things out. But let's take a look at the replay here on how D-Trox did this as well. 180 swaps, gets a couple knocked, sees one. Seems like Lucifer kind of missed him, but goes for the confirmation. Tried to readjust, went to the card, swapped his way through, went for the pick, and then took him out. What an outplay. Wow.
Understandably, the frustration from the lads of Team Tamilas. How do you counter that? T-Trox is just dancing around the pitch like it's his stage. It's a stage for himself to prove his worth.
Yeah, that's some like ninja-like move here coming from D-Trox. And again, he saved the team here. Well, this is making things difficult here for Grand Finals, I would say.
100%.
But since the Esports, what are they doing? They went for the push. Same got one trade, but a 1-for-1. Now comes someone to 1 versus 1. Justin gets taken down, and Same is able to hang on. But does any other team hurt this? Is going to be the question as well. But they will be able to push into the top 8 here with 63 points as of yet.
At a big cost though, I see. They have just one player left alive. Assista Esports are going to be in a fix. But on the other side, Nonex, 4 players retained alive. They're yet to get those very crucial points, and now they are chasing K9 down. Just 1 player left alive, nothing much that he can do. Nonex needs to preserve their numbers because nothing but a chicken is going to save the day for them right now.
Oh boy, tough spot here. Final 6 teams, everything on the line. Myth pretty much secured here with that play coming from D-Trox, guaranteed into the Grand Finals, I would say. But a tough break here for teams in the bottom versus the Esports. Managing to crawl their way up here. Sinway also trying to find a way to make a break into his top 8. It's going to be up for anyone's game here. It seems like Ninja is able to find the knock on Oxen. Troy Temin and Esports now losing a player. Down towards the wire. Phoenix also looking for a massive game. They need this chicken dinner to try and pounce through. Sinway getting peppered with nades. They have a wide spread. They have the high ground. They have the space. And they have everything to actually take this game away from everybody else. Phoenix, can they rise through the ashes?
And look at Sinway. They've been snatched away. Positions has been snatched away. Their lives have been snatched away as well. Sinway have been dug 6 feet under, ladies and gentlemen. And Phoenix Esports, they certainly are on the rise. Finally, somebody who can actually put an end to that rise coming in from Myth Official. The ditch becomes the valley of death as Phoenix just lay it down with the nades itself. Can we see a T-Trox heroic once again, I see?
Well, that would be insane as well to watch it, but for now, Nonex also trying to push through. He is going to be across on towards Phoenix here, the 2 biggest boys in this lobby as of yet. 4-man rosters alive into his endgame in this top 5. Nonex and Phoenix is all about fighting for points and fighting for survival. Do or die situation. Myth, the next focus for all the teams in the center. There's a lot of craze here for Myth to try and buy time. It seems like they do have a lot of utilities left. Well, I spoke too soon. Smokes are pretty much done for, but first aid kits, well, they do have a lot, but Phoenix, they are going to go in for the drive-by to try and clean this up. The push comes in. They did see a little bit more, but Phoenix, they reposition to stabilize for this push as of yet. D-Trox going to try and scare him off with the nades, but no connection so far from Myth.
This kind of actually works in favor for Myth Esports right now. They smoked off that line of sight. Phoenix Esports right now want to focus on the lads from Nonex. But Phoenix, all of a sudden, they're going to switch focus. Smoker is going to be the first one. Shots being taken. Harshil trying to put up an offense. Retaliation comes through. The knock was there, but Phoenix Esports, they eliminate Myth Official. 85 points on the overall standings. 3rd position. Brilliant performance coming in from Myth so far, but have a look at this. Nonex Esports, they are having a go at it. AimGod finds a knock for himself. Yet another prodigy moved up with a shotgun. Finds yet another one. Viper has been knocked out as well. Nonex, they're not giving up just yet. I see Phoenix Esports, just 2 players left alive.
Oh, what a blunder there coming from Phoenix. They took that fight from Myth, got a little bit greedy, and Nonex is able to break the defense, and now even Smoker was spotted out. AimGod was the one that takes him out from Nonex. What a clutch substitution here from Nonex, now into the top 3, looking for that chicken dinner. But guess who's alive? Persista Esports as well, trying to defend the top 8. Same, the super sub now, main playing 4, looking for an opportunity to push into the Grand Finals. Can he do it?
He's leading the team right now. He is leading the calls. He is in the zone, but AimGod gets knocked out. But of course, the revival is going to be there. Nonex, the best bet for them is their numbers advantage. Persista and Troy have been brought down. Beast takes an additional amount of damage. Some as well wants to get away from it. Brilliant execution from Arthur as Nonex, they get the 8th position on board as well.
Oh boy, now Troy Diamond and Esports, they are trying to capitalize on this wall. Will they didn't hurt? Sprays are coming in. Aiden missing the shot. Oxen as well. Now, the entire focus of Nonix is going to be on them. The blind push from Anonymous guns him completely taken out. And now Troy Diamond and Esports, they're down towards Oxen. Aim God here to save the day, but even he goes down. Oxen trying to pull a big number, but it's not good enough. Nonix now down towards 2 players. And Beast in a 1v2 situation. Can they stop Nonix? As Beast creeps up, tries to capitalize on this, looks for the knock, jukes his way through. They're also low, looking for the knock. Down low, Arthur with the reset, now with the Molotov to try and flush him through. 6 bullets and the Dream. Beast down towards the last 3. The shotguns are there, looking for connections. The reload is there, first knock is there. And yes, he actually steals the chicken dinner away from Nonix.
Wait, what? Did he actually do that?
Vasista Esports stole that. What a clutch from Beast.
What on earth did we just witness, Icy? This game is the game that showcases the class.
Well, Nonix, I mean, this should have been their win, and it has been stolen. Vasista Esports, 2 chicken dinners on the last day. I think this pretty much helps them through. I was waiting for you to finish your sentence, by the way. Class what?
Class of how you can actually make it to the grand finals. Vasista Esports did not expect quick thinking coming in from Beast as well in those ending stages. Arthur was quick to actually take down Some. I did not imagine, Icy, that Beast was able to clutch it out.
What a clutch though, like understanding the timing was phenomenal, but you have to give thanks towards Oxen. Oxen made Nonix work every single play for their play. Yes, they may have lost that fight, but it created an opener for Beast to make this insane play. The probe, the and like all these small little plays force Nonix to get so aggressive. And because of this chicken dinner, Vasista Esports now, they have a good shot of retaining the top 8. They break in towards the top 8. What a recovery. You can see the happiness, the joy out of the faces of Vasista Esports with that clutch.
Pretty much, and the frustration there on the faces of Nonix, on the faces of Troy Diamond and Esports, teams that were sitting in the final few moments with the numbers advantage and still not being able to come out on top. And it's quite an amazing turn of form from the players of Vasista Esports today. Yesterday they were struggling very badly. Today they have been consistent, although the start of the day was a slow one. But in the previous 2 matches they have done quite well for themselves. In fact, in the previous 3.
Yeah, in fact, right now Vasista Esports, I guess they are going to be contending for that slot. I'm pretty sure Nonix is going to be close as well. I don't really know who gets pushed out, to be honest.
It's going to be tough as well, considering the fact that both Vasista Esports and Nonix needed that win.
Yeah.
And Vasista Esports already broke into the top 8, but Nonix with the chicken dinner makes it a little bit easier to fight as well, because this next final game is going to decide whether or not can they make or break now between Nonix and also Vasista and also Team Tamilas, who, again, the gatekeepers of the top 8 has been kicked down. So this one final game, what, 6 teams in contention for one or two slots?
And
pretty much.
I just want to say one thing. The Team Tamilas, they are going to be so sad after that performance. The grand finals is in Chennai.
Yeah.
It's their home turf. And now they're slowly slipping out, Johnny.
It's not just them. I think the fans from Team Tamilas are playing for their team to be able to push through.
It's going to be tough. I think, I don't know what to say, man. This is going to be a very, very difficult game to watch. There will be happy faces, and then at the end of the day, 8 teams being very happy. But there will be 8 teams that is going to be going home knowing that they're done for.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult game, but it's going to be entertaining nonetheless. But that is going to happen after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
One skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
One final game stands in between us and the grand finals in Chennai, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the English broadcast of BGIS 2026. And what a game did we have in that one. Of course, joining me are going to be gentlemen I, Super Johnny and Necro. Miramar gave us 2 more contenders for the top 8, and Team Tamilas are all of a sudden going to be in a very tough spot. What about the performance, Necro? What are your thoughts?
Look, for some reason I expected this coming through from Team Tamilas. They've always been the chokers and once again choking when it matters the most. And I feel like, yes, it's still doable for Team Tamilas, but they're just not going to be in the right headspace. As you move on towards the overall standings for Vasista Esports, that game was literally a lifesaver. 74 points in the overall tally, but still the job is not done yet.
And now, Johnny, have a look at this. Evox and Nonex being tied at the 8th and the 9th position. Team Tamilas, Cinema closely following up. It's anybody's game at this point.
It is anybody's game, and even inside of the top 8, no one is safe. If you are under the bottom 5, I mean 5th, 6th, K9 and Weld 76, 75, because you look at the teams Nonex, Team Tamilas, Sinue, Phoenix for that matter, very close in terms of toppling over these teams. All they need is just finish in the top 3 with a decent number of eliminations in the last Miramar and take out K9 and Weld early. So this last game just becomes very crucial for the teams from the 5th all the way to the 12th position. Everyone's going to be in the mix for the fight for qualification.
100%. And now imagine this Nonex Esports. They just lost that last fight due to an intense clutch coming in from Beast as well.
Yeah.
Nobody imagined it. Had Nonex won that game, they would have actually started this game inside of the top 8 itself.
Listen, if you think about it, it wasn't even a clutch. It was a game gifted by Nonex. What were those 2 guys doing? It felt like they were just staring at Beast, and he was just freely allowed to clutch it out.
I guess that is exactly what happened, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, I think it is a chance for all of you guys out there who are sitting at home and aspiring to be a professional play. Now is going to be a chance, because you might have missed out on BGIS, but Krafton has brought you yet another opportunity, which is known as Upthrust Esports Rising 2026. The registrations are going to be live at kraftonindiaesports.com, and make sure you register yourself, because there's an intense, big prize pool of 10 lakh rupees to win. And not just that, you also can actually potentially come into the big leagues as well. Maybe the Pro Series, maybe anything else, who knows. But of course, that is all for you guys. For anybody who's actually willing to come down to Chennai for the BGIS Grand Finals, Johnny, do you want to tell them what they have to do?
Well, they have to go to Sway Scenes and get their tickets now, because tickets are available. And again, we have spoken about this already multiple times. We keep getting DMs of people that have missed out on getting their tickets. Why? Because they realized too late that the tickets were available. If you tuned in right now, go get your tickets and then tune back for the game.
I mean, just like our grand finalists, they have to be proactive. Head on towards
Exactly.
Swiggy Scenes right now, instead of just crying later on our social media saying that, hey, can you please give us a free entry? No, man. Just get your hands on the tickets right now.
You gotta get hands on the points, you gotta get hands on the tickets as soon as there is time. And right now the teams are in the search for points itself. Johnny has mentioned it already, but Necro, I'm gonna come to you with this one final game off the map of Miramar. Do you think there is a chance for Phoenix Esports, because they are your obvious favorites?
Of course, I think there's a big chance for Phoenix Esports to pretty much do it. They just need to pull off with Sister Esports. Now, it sounds pretty easy, but I'm pretty sure when it comes to execution, it's going to be tough. But knowing the fact that it's also going to be the last game of the day, you have to understand one fact, and that is that all the teams are just going to be out for blood. Phoenix Esports, they just need to survive. They just need to play defense.
This man has been hating on Team Tamilas all this time. I would really want Team Tamilas to push through and Phoenix to just stay out.
I'm not hating on Team Tamilas, I'm just stating facts. I'm pretty sure even Team Tamilas' supporter, they will agree with me. They have been doing this time and time. When it matters the most, they always mess up. Right now as well, it's mattering the most, and they're somehow just screwing up some of the easiest fights.
Absolutely, but of course, we know that this is going to be their home ground and grand finals. They might actually be coming up with a big performance. See, they're not completely out of competition. I still feel like a big performance can actually push Team Tamilas through. It can actually push anybody through, to be honest, as well. The points difference is just so minuscule, Johnny.
They just need like 15, 16 points to just be in a comfortable spot, and it gets better if Nonex is not able to perform, if they end up taking out Vasista Esports as well along the way.
You know, it kind of gets always easier if we do have a target in mind. Necro, what do you think is going to be the cutoff after the final game gets played? Because I think it's been brought down quite low, to be honest.
If you think about it, the cutoff can actually be around 76 or 73. I don't think it's going to go more than that, because if you look at the overall standings right now, the team on the 7th spot, I think so they have 73 or 76 points, somewhere around that. Which means even a team like Mad Kings can actually make it if they get a 25-pointer in their hands in the last game.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, there has been a massive fall for Team Tamilas. They were #2 after the first 3 games, but now they are struggling for qualification. Of course, we did have a couple of words with Reaper in the backlines as well about what he thinks about survival stage day number 2. And I think those words are going to be very important before this final game. Let's check that out. Gentlemen, I've got a Reaper from Team Tamilas here, and it is day 2 of survival stage inside of BGIS 2026. First of all, congratulations, Reaper, for making it so far in the tournament. But this is a very crucial stage of the tournament right now. After 2024 BGIS, for the first time, you're about to qualify for the grand finals. What are the thoughts going on in your head? Because it's been a long time you haven't been in the LAN finals.
Well, I've played in last year's LANs, but my team is missed out. So I'm just hoping to take them with me as well to this year's LAN.
What is the mentality going on in the team right now? What are they thinking? What is the IGL thinking? Can you give us a brief insight?
Actually, IGL should have given this interview, but he's like, I don't want the unwanted pressure. Let me just focus on the matches. You just go and give it whatever you want. You just go and say it. I'll take care of the matches. That's it.
I love the clarity on this guy. All right. You are on that 8th spot on the overall standings right now, 38 points. But after the first 2 games, you were top 2. What happened in the next 4 matches?
Actually, we had early man losses as well, and our rotations got messed up a little bit. So we were quite late, other than more than the other teams. So we just choked up in the last few matches, and we worked on it today, yesterday. So today we'll hopefully catch up to that.
One final question. Of course, there are going to be many teams who will look to target you, who will look to take your spot in the inside of the top 8. How do you plan on tackling that thing today itself?
Just staying consistent, getting points as usual, and yeah, we'll make it, I'm sure.
Anything you want to say to our fans? Look over there and say it.
It's our home ground. Namma oore namma illamma irundha thappayirum. So naanga varom.
I love that. I love this man, Reaper, already. Hopefully you do well today and qualify for the grand finals. All the best and good luck.
Thank you.
You know, Team Tamilas did everything right throughout the tournament, but they just did one thing wrong this morning, and that is give me an interview, because I think that has just cursed their journey, Johnny.
Yeah, I think now I am with Necro that they're not going to be able to qualify. It was like Reaper just shook hands with you. Isn't that a big no-no on LAN?
Yeah. I think now I do realize that I shouldn't actually have shaken hands.
Just to get it clear, I never said they're not going to qualify. I just said they always mess it up when the sword is on top of their necks. So there is still a chance Team Tamilas can do it, but that's the point, right? They need at least 15 points to pretty much be there, make sure that even if the teams on the latter half of the board are looking to make that climb, they will not be kicked out. But are they really going to get that decent of a game? That's the question.
In my opinion, Necro, I also feel, this is also for Johnny, I kind of feel like all the big names or all the teams who've been at the top, they are going to finish up their fights pretty early on. I'm pretty sure God like Nebula, Kane, and they're going to duke it out against each other, and they're going to finish off. For Team Tamilas, there's going to be a vacuum of points for sure, but also that kind of cleans up the lobby for them. No messy situation. If they do manage to take the fights, this should be through.
I mean, see, there are 2 ways to look at everything, and what you're saying is correct. That, all right, maybe the other teams are also going to get a cleaner lobby. Not a lot of flutter, not a lot of teams to deal with, just open space available. But it also means that a lot of available points were taken away very early on and were shared by the teams at the top. They give no value to everyone that's fighting for qualification.
But if you look at the overall structure, Team Tamilas does not need as many points as the other teams on the latter half of the board. They just need a few points to pin it down.
But ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is going to be one final time who's going to make it to the grand finals of BGIS 2026. We'll find out right now.
This is what it has came down to, Johnny. One last ride inside of the survival stages, and after this will be the grand finals of the BGIS 2026. A long-awaited game now approaches as the plane is going to be in the skies once again on the map of Myanmar, starting all the way from Valle Del Mar towards Truck Stop. The plane flight path, it seems balanced.
Yeah, it seems kind of balanced, but I think all of the imbalance might just come from what we were talking about towards the end of our discussions on the pregame. That is the teams at the top looking for blood, out for those points. Doesn't matter if they get them or not, they are going to try and still be aggressive. On the other side of things, Phoenix Esports, a team that's fighting for qualification. It seems like there's a change in their drop. They are going to be out for those vehicles early towards Valle Del Mar. I wonder if they're still going to stick towards El Pozo and move up north.
Look, in my opinion, for Phoenix Esports, at this point, just play survival. That's all they need to do, is just stay inside of the circle for as long as possible, find yourself a good spot in the smack center, and just keep yourself pinned. This spot towards Valle Del Mar, it's not too bad. They've got their hands on the vehicles. If they want, they can also loot up and then instantly try and look forward to a better spot inside of the circle.
Also, by the way, Picardo, there's no drop clash in Picardo versus the Esports Hector. They just keep gliding up north. They reach the power grid. And even Sinway has kind of given away on Picardo. They've gone for the city. And now I think with those vehicles will regroup in the big reds. But also fighting for survival in this game. And just to stay alive, Team Tamilas complete control of Los Leones, along with the side of Wild Fangs. If they get these 4 points early, I think that could be the build of momentum that they're looking for.
Team Tamilas, a team barely on the edge. On the 10th spot in the overall standings. Above them is also going to be Evox and Nonix. And yeah, they've got a better shot at qualification compared to Team Tamilas. They just have to out-survive Nonix and Evox, Shawnee. Which definitely does not sound that tough if you think about it, but once again, there's going to be a few more teams underneath Team Tamilas, maybe potentially trying to crack inside of the top 8. You've got Phoenix, Sinway, Tri-Tamilian Esports if they get a banger. But I still believe Tri-Tamilian Esports is way far back. But for Phoenix and Sinway, they've got a better shot as well.
Pretty much. I mean, Tri-Tamilian Esports, as you mentioned, I think about 20 points, 20 plus points needed to try and breach the top 8. And again, the momentum from their side today has not been that great. On the other side of things, teams under threat, Visista Esports, Evox, they also need to be cautious. It's their spots inside of the top 8 that Nonix, Team Tamilas, and Sinway and Phoenix are looking forward to grabbing. And as we talk about Nonix, we see them on our screens heading up north after that early drop towards the south. There could be a potential run against the players of Nebula Esports, depending on whether Nonix tries to breach to El Pozo, or are we going to see them rotate around El Pozo, go to Trailer Park, and then Crater Fields. We have a circle around Cruz del Valle truck stop, so not a lot of options remaining for Nonix based on where they are.
Evox. Oh my god, none of us thought that for Evox they even would have to worry about qualification.
Yeah.
Currently on the 8th spot. What happened? How the tables turned. So many teams just messing it up when it matters the most. The names just keep on going on. Mad Kings, Vanguard as well, a part of the conversation. As I mentioned, if Vanguard, or specifically Mad Kings, if they want to qualify, they need a 25-pointer, bare minimum. And then they can just creep and crawl through.
Pretty much, but it's not going to be that easy. Sinway on our screens, quite close to the edge of the circle. The city of Picardo given to them for free. And of course, once they breach inside of the play zone as well, they will have a lot of movement space available to them, a lot of breathing room to work with. And Sinway, Rexbo in particular, this is the man the team relies on to get those finishes. He needs to be the one in his prime in this game to help his team get towards to the grand finals. But Phoenix Esports, a little slower on the exit from Valle del Mar, I have to say, but that means they are going to be all set for the action.
Yeah, stacked up on loot.
But where they're looking to head towards, are they actually going to push forward for the players of Nebula Esports? That's a long rotation and time wasted just getting to El Pozo.
Yeah, that's the point of concern as well. I don't think they should just look forward to go for El Pozo. But Evox, no! They're barely on the edge of the overall standings, and now they lose out on the main man. Oh no, that's got to be a stinger. How do you recover from that? Mr. IGL just fragging out that 1 point for Team Tamilas. That's just one step closer. But for the boys of Evox, that's one step backwards.
Yeah, pretty much. And it just makes their lives inside of this last game a whole lot tougher. For Team Tamilas, this is actually great news considering it's Evox that they're going after. You are taking out the team on the 8th position, and that is just going to mean that the door for that 8th spot, it's going to be wide open for Nonix, Team Tamilas, Sinway, and Phoenix to grab. And of course, 4 more points means Team Tamilas are, well, they're going to be closing their gap against the players of Nonix as well, but are they actually going to force a fight Both the teams just looking to cluster up towards the center. We have Vasista Esports as well, moving quite close to the players of Troy Tamilian Esports, but I don't think Troy Tamilian will try to fight it out. They are going for a 2-2 split, so
Yeah.
that fight is not going to work out in their favor.
Nothing can be said just off of the overall standings yet.
Except that Nebula, Godlike, and Myth, along with Wild Fangs, are through. We have 4 names, pretty much.
4 slots contested, 4 still wide open, and that too, if the cutoff is going to be exceeding that 80 points, then maybe things can definitely take a turn. But I still believe that maybe you can't say the top 6 are confirmed.
I am scared for K9. I'm being honest about it. 76 points in my head. I don't know how, but there is a scenario where K9 can slip out as well. So I think K9 need 4 points. As you said, I agree with you. 80 points, I think, is the safety net that you need to push towards. But with K9, how they've played in the last 2 games, it seems like getting those 4 points can be a challenge. They need 1 fight, or they need to pick off 4 stragglers. Just 4 points needed for K9. Wealth needs 5. But if these teams get taken out early, then that 75, 76 points becomes the new safety net for teams like Vasista Esports, for teams like Evox. Then they start aiming for that target.
If we think of the cutoff as 74 points, then Mad Kings, it's better to just get a 30-pointer.
Yeah,
because
pretty
even
much.
a 25-pointer is just going to give you 71 points in the overall standings. And there's a high chance that 71 points are probably going to be surpassed. So you probably need a 30-pointer. I understand it's too much to ask for, but I'm just saying it's doable.
If it's 71 points, that even Vanguard with a 30 bomber can push through, because they will have 73.
Yeah, they can actually. But hold on to that thought. K9 Esports, oh no, charged on by Nebula. K9 needs a few points to actually pin that spot down, but Nebula, they've already done the Herculean task. And you can see the boys of K9 Esports striking back. Adi's taken down already from Nebula. The fight's taken down to a 4-on-3. The man advantage in the hands of K9 Esports. This fight can be converted. But K9 just needs to play their cards right. If they end up wiping out the entirety of Nebula, the qualification's done.
But Necro, this could also mean K9 could be the ones getting taken out, but here comes the save. Ninja Boy gets knocked out, but there was a preemptive trade, and the point is going to be secured by the players of K9. We spoke about this, they need 4. Now the count is down to 3 points, and they're keeping up the pressure on the players of Nebula Esports. But Necro, let's not forget, the opening knock in this fight was secured by K9, but the third party was there from the side of Sinua, and Kratos finds Knight, but it's not going to change anything. The save from the flank, it's the IGL Omega. 3 points secured by K9 Esports, and now they are up to 79.
Just 1 more point needed. And K9 Esports' slot is confirmed towards the grand finals. No one can even touch them. They will be untouchable. The circle shifting right on top of LSR. Oh my god. The teammates out of LSR, for them it's going to be Day with Destiny. Vanguard, they found themselves in the prime spot. Godlike, Evox, and even Sidaway.
And Team Tamilas is well close to the center, but Necro, it's still a worrisome position. Look at how open this space is from the POV of Mad Kings themselves. And they have Sinaway pinned inside of the lower buildings as well. Spotting out the players of Godlike. A little bit of distraction for the side of Mad Kings. It's not enough though. They do not find any damage against them.
This is a really good position contested by Mad Kings. They can actually frag out from this spot. It's all to the high ground, and they've also got so much intel they can capitalize on. They need a 30-pointer, and they can actually start racking up those elimination points right here, right now. Phoenix Esports now need to worry about Vasista Esports, and even for Vasista Esports, this game holds a lot of value. 75 points in the overall tally. Vasista Esports getting picked off, another man's out in the open. Even Sinaway's falling apart. Phoenix Esports, oh, they just need to hold on to their triggers a little bit longer. Viper is picked off. Samrat Stranger up close and personal against Cheyenne.
But again, there's a third party from the players of K9 as well. We saw them taking shots on the players of Phoenix. And because of that panic, Phoenix, they were forced to push into the players of Vasista. 2 players down and out for the count. Somraj still fighting for survival, but in the backlines, Vasista, they're going after K9. Slug gets shut down. K9 trade out with Phoenix as they secure another point. Stranger goes off the board.
Oh no, Phoenix, Johnny, they're getting picked off. And with this, their hopes and dreams as well. They're almost shattered. One last man standing for Phoenix Esports, and I think the comeback now, it's impossible. It's done. Samraj and the boys, the kingdom falling over. They can't do anything to save it. The nade's gonna be the nail in the coffin. The kingdom and the king himself comes crashing down.
There's the checkmate that A lot of the people that have been following the scene since last year's BGIS wanted to see, and one of the biggest names, the man who led his team to the title of BGIS 2025, eliminated from the tournament itself, but K9, all right, by the way, incredible reset coming through from K9 Esports. I thought they were done. They just had one man left standing, but now show up knocking on the door to try and pick up Vasista Esports. And if Vasista goes down, then the safety net for a lot of these teams becomes 77 points.
I think Vasista Esports as well might have just made it. 77 points is a lot. I don't think anyone's going to be able to contest that, but you still never know. And now looking at Vasista Esports. Oh no, also getting peppered by the sidelines. K9 Esports pushing in tandem. They're going to shut down another man. And Johnny, if you know, this is an old rivalry that's coming inside of fruition. Hector and Omega, it's been going on for a long time. And I'm pretty sure Omega is looking for blood.
Yeah, pretty much, man, because this is the third time this fight has taken place today. First on the two Irangles and now in the last game. And it's not just Hector and Omega. You forgot about Beast. He used to be brother in arms with Slug, Ninja Boy, and Omega up until last year. This was the first season, I believe, that he has played without Slug and Ninja Boy next to him.
The rivalry just keeps on aging well. And right now for Vasista Esports, it seems like K9 Esports, they've got their knives on their throat. Vasista eliminated from the game with 77 points. That's going to be the ideal cutoff. Welt is still alive with all the 4 men. That means they can push through. They can get 80+ points. Johnny, the sword on top of the neck. Evox is barely on the edge.
And Necro, it's not just about Welt, it's about Nonex. Nonex need 8 points to get to 77. They need 9 to topple over Vasista Esports. And for Nonex, qualification now happens at 78 points. That's guaranteed.
And Evox needs to play survival.
Yeah, pretty
They've
much.
only got 3 men standing. Evox cannot even go for those risky moves. K9 spotted. Shots taken. Mad Kings really do want to eliminate them from the game. Mad Kings knows it's a Herculean task they want to try and achieve. But if a team that can make it happen, it is Mad Kings.
And for K9 Esports, I think we have been talking about their fights all this time. 81 points on the board. I think that is safe as far as I can tell. What about you?
Yeah, I think no one's going to be able to touch that.
Yeah.
I think the moment you cross that 80 points marker, you're pretty much just going to be safe. So for K9 Esports, they've done the job, and now if they want, they can just try and do fun and banter, as we like to call it.
Hey, fun and banter is over. Vasista is out.
Not yet, Johnny. There's always a few of those internal rivalries that we never know about happening inside of the community. And Omega would definitely want to get the revenge on top of them. Mad Kings, they're getting picked off! And somehow another man from the side of Mad Kings gets eliminated from the game. No, Mad Kings, you cannot afford to lose the man number. K9 Esports now proven out to be a kryptonite. A man down from Mad King. Still, the comeback is doable. It's possible. Slug gets back inside of the vehicle. Vehicle's on the verge of being blown up. Shots taken. Slug knocked out. Mad King still in the race. They're on the verge of wiping out K9 Esports, but return damage inflicted. K9 Esports, they slap back.
And Mad Kings could be in trouble because of this. K9, they do not need points anymore. They are safe. Looking very healthy as they move towards the top 8 and of course towards Chennai, but Mad Kings down to the last player and this is not looking good. I think this is the end of the journey for the Kings inside of BGIS 2026 as they get eliminated and finish 14th in the leaderboard as of now.
Kings falling out. Kingdoms getting destroyed. Phoenix Mad Kings eliminated from the BGS 2026. Devastating. But it is what it is. Now they need to deal and live with it. But still, the job is not done yet, Johnny. The future holds a lot of opportunities, and we might see them come back in the future in the upcoming official tournaments.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait about, I don't know, 4 months? A couple of months at least.
Yeah, I mean, they can also register the Open for All tournament that's currently going on, maybe.
I don't think they can.
They can't?
It's an Open for All tournament for the Undergods.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they were playing, they seemed like the Undergods.
Yeah, someone needs to clip that and send it to the team.
I mean, come on, they understand. I'm just messing around, all right? I'm just having fun.
Anyways, focusing back on K9 Esports because it seems like they are dictating where the cutoff or the safety net is going to be. I want to look at Welt. Welt has been missing from the action for a long time now in this game, haven't they?
Yeah, they
haven't
have
taken
been.
a single fight.
But I do understand why they're playing that survival game, right? Because they know there's going to be vacuum of elimination points in the outskirts, and the only safe spot is going to be in the center. But K9 Esports, the fight commences against Godlike, and they slap back. K9 Esports losing out of the man number, but as I mentioned, K9 doesn't even care. But Johnny Nonix in the outskirts, they're not inside of the circle yet. Things are now looking quite concerning.
The boys from K9 Esports are smiling on the stage as they get taken out by the players of Godlike. Yeah, they don't care at all. They know they made it through. And at this point, I think it's just one man with all of the pressure for K9 Esports. As Slug gets finished off, he's there with a smile, and Omega has just gone into hiding right outside the edge. There he is, and even he is picking off people. Nonix, they lose a man, and this is just a bad day to be a player for the side of Nonix. Oh no! Necro! Nonix got annihilated. They're down to their last player, and they're sitting 8 on the overall leaderboard right now. Evox can actually topple them over.
Oh my god, Johnny, what is happening? My hands are shaking, my brain, it's storming. Nonix can be eliminated from the tournament as well. Only if Evox pushes up a little bit more, which means Nonix now they need to pray and hope that the competition underneath gets eliminated. K9 Esports, 9 finishes acquired. Omega is the only person he can definitely play the spoiler, but do not spoil Nonix's game, Omega. We want to see it till the end. We want to see a cutthroat competition.
I think if not him, someone else will take them out, because Nonix is last man. Aim God is right next to Omega himself, and there's a massive cluster towards the northern edge. That has me worried. That's Godlike, that's Troy Familian, there's Swinway as well. So yeah, it's a very dire situation to just be a part of Nonix right now. But recap from the earlier conflicts of the game. I just feel bad for Visista Esports as well.
That replay definitely showcasing some hearts broken, and Somraj, of course, not happy. Makes sense. Somraj knows he's got a massive legacy, and to live up to that, he at least needed to qualify towards the LAN finals, but he messed up. He missed that opportunity. Aim God actually executing that man from the side of K9 Esports. Omega eliminated from the game. Another point secured, Johnny. That's going to be 73 in the overall tally.
Also, Necro, since you were talking about Phoenix Esports and Somraj, I think out of the 3 BGIS that have happened so far, only one defending IGL is still in this tournament. That's Shadow 7 from Meta Ninja.
Oh.
Destro is eliminated. He was the one who won it in 23.
Yeah.
Shadow 7 won it in 24. 25 was Somraj. He's out now.
Yeah, you're right. Shadow 7. We would have called him the defending champions, but he's not defending it anymore.
Former champion.
Yeah,
At
former
least won
champion.
it once.
And trying to replicate it once again in 2026. It's a new era, and he wants to slay. Inside of the city, so many teams still lie. Sinway being a part of it. And Johnny, even Sinway stands a chance. But Sinway's one player's taken down to barely any HP. A pixel available, and how is he even surviving? It's mind-boggling, but from the top, it's raining bullets, and that's gonna be the death for the 2 men of Sinway. The entirety of Sinway eliminated from the game. For Nonix, this is gonna be a sigh of relief.
The gap between Team Tamilas and Nonix right now is just... Well, it is 6 points, but that means Team Tamilas needs 7 to get themselves on that 8th position. And Nonix, they're down to 1 player. Evox is the biggest threat. Aim God, he's getting pushed by the players of Godlike. And this is going to be tough. I think Nonix, they are about to be eliminated in this game. And then it's just down to prayers.
So much pressure. 1 man trying to fend off the players of Godlike. For Godlike, nothing to lose. If they won, they can surround the player and eliminate him right now, but they still decide to pull back. And Johnny, if you look at Team Tamilas' position, I really do think they're going to make it. They've got such a great spot. It seems like a supreme positioning inside of the circle with the high ground. I think they might just make it.
Yeah, but as you said earlier, and one thing I agree with you on this, Team Tamilas, they always drop the ball when there's extreme pressure on them. And they tend to do it in matches where they have the prime position to win. This game, high ground advantage, just don't mess up a team fight. Oh, don't even go for fights anymore, just play for survival. Make it to the top 2, that's all you need. Because Evox is going to get taken out by the cluster when they exit the city.
True.
If the circle is not on top of them. And then other than them, Wealth and Evox are going to fight it out eventually, I guess.
Team Tamilas just needs to play survival, literally.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the game is just going to fall in their court. All they need to do is just make sure not to get knocked out. That's it. Not to get eliminated. Wildfangs is also surviving. For some reason, Wildfangs is trying to play a survival game. I don't understand. Hey, God, still inside of the game, cooking. And this time on the receiving side is going to be the players of Godlike. Vanguard is not done with the fight yet, trying to go for the jump shots as well, tossing out a flashbang so that Admino could be blinded, but Admino just moves out in the open. The man's position is compromised from the top. Team Tamala strikes, and that third party collecting the scrappy elimination point. Team Tamala, Shawnee, 5 elimination points secured. They might just stop on the graves of Evox soon.
Necro, the bridge is open, the bridge from getting eliminated to dragging yourself through to the grand finale. And Ewoks and Team Tamilas, they are locking horns right now in this race. Both the teams are present. And now the new cutoff, or I guess that one spot on that 8th spot, is up for grabs with 75 points required. Team Tamilas 68, Ewoks 69. This is going to be a close battle.
Team Tamilas have a massive fortress, and they're playing a good defense, keeping eyes on all the other side of the spectrum. And that's going to make sure that the defense is going to be flawless too.
Yeah.
Myth now trying to move in a little bit in tandem. That's going to be 4 Wolves on the receiving side. Now we can just say that 4 Wolves, a chance for them to come back is pretty much just in the drain. I don't think they can do it. Vanguard from the sidelines, third-partying this entire spectrum. That's going to be a man down on the side of 4 Wolves. Of Nation the front, you've also got Noob right there returning back the favor. And they actually do find a knock at the confirmation. Myth now down to a 2-man squad. 4 Wolf can actually convert this fight, but the utilities, they're a bit too close. Another man gets knocked out from the back. Utilities actually way too precise, but Myth, they're losing the grip on the fight.
Yeah, and with Myth getting out of the way, I don't think it changes much for the teams at the top. And even nothing for 4 Wolf DOD, but Ewoks and Team Tamilas, their eyes are pinned on that players alive counter at the top left of the screen. And as soon as these points fade away, that means their potential points are getting taken away by someone else. 4 DOD still trading it out with Lucifer, one after the other. He's just trying to take these players out. Dishes out a lot of damage, but eventually Myth end up getting eliminated from this game. And 4 Wolves, they are down to their last man. I don't think they can take that big 30-point leap with just one player, so I think even 4 Wolf are done for. But Team Tamilas, they aren't slowing down, and Troy the Million have just got their attention.
Team Tamilas, as I mentioned, all they need to do is just make sure they're surviving. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just make sure you've got the man number intact and you're alive till the final few moments. You've got the circle with you. Everything seems like it's given to you on a silver platter, and you just need to capitalize. You just need to compromise a little bit. Vanguard as well, still fighting. I mean, this one man, he's really fighting till the last breath, but somewhere down line, even he knows it deep down underneath that he's not going to make it.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I guess.
It's sad, I know. It's sad.
Why are you playing for survival at that point?
I mean,
does Vanguard have any sort of beef with anyone inside of this lobby?
I don't think. All the guys are pretty wholesome, nice, quiet. They just never really talk to anyone.
Well, not a surprise that even in the last game down, it's just keeping his head down, letting everyone play it out. Like, you guys have fun. I'm just going to try and do my level best in this particular match. And we'll see what the rest of the year looks like. Fair enough from the side of Vanguard. But Nonix and Visista Esports, both the teams eliminated from this game, are feeling the pressure as Ewoks and Team Tamilas stay alive. And we are down into those placement point situations now, Necro. Ewoks, they need 3 points. That means they need to finish 5th in this game or better in order to topple over Nonix. Let's just say they need to finish in the top 4.
This is literally Team Tamilas' game. There's no way you can look into my eyes and tell me this is not Team Tamilas' game. This is the only peak available inside of the game. This is the highest ground, and Team Tamila has control over it. Yes, all they need to do is just make sure they're not going to be backstabbed either by Troy Tamilin Esports, and they're doing it perfectly right now.
Necro, their ammunition is running out. Just 13 rounds on that M4 for Reaper. This is the problem with high ground that a lot of players tend to forget in the heat of the battle, that yes, you can get to the top of the hill, but there is no loot, no replenishments at the top of the hill. You need utility, you need ammunition, and right now Team Tamilas, the best case scenario is Wildfangs end up pushing them, they finish off Wildfangs, they get some ammunition.
I personally think don't even take shots on what's happening unless that's a confirmed elimination point.
That's why they lost all that ammo.
Yeah, because at this point, you're just guaranteed a chicken dinner anyways. Godlike now getting pounced on by Troy Tamilin Esports. They haven't given up on the hopes yet, but still they're way too far back when it comes to the qualification marker. A well-placed nade from Godsey. It's going to find the knock. Oxen taken down and barely any sort of HP. Another nade tossed out. Oh my god, Oxen. The man gets shipped. Molotov tossed against Gods, and now he's going to try to reposition himself, but he's just going to toss it in the open. The door was closed. Oxen now once again trying to play the mind games. Gods, he wanted to extend a little bit more, but he actually gets shut down. Oxen is doing a phenomenal job keeping the players of Godlike in check, and no, he went for the fresh magazine at the wrong time. There's that man from Godlike on the opposite side still. Oxen's got utilities, and if he wants, he can toss them. But Team Tamalas, they put the nail in the coffin. Troy Timely and Esports eliminated from the game by Team Tamalas.
Man, oh man, Team Tamalas, they're just using their limited ammo to perfection. Just a single shot committed to these isolated players, and they're getting these frags. Look at that, 8 points on the board for the side of Team Tamalas, and they are officially on that 8th position. Necro, Nonix have been dragged out, but Ewoks, from here on out, they need to get past Visista Esports, and Team Tamalas need 3 points.
Evox can make it. They just need to survive to the top 2.
Yeah.
Esports is not even in contention. They just need more than 77 points so that Team Tamalas and Evox can actually squeeze in.
It's top 5, they're getting placement. 3 points are there for Evox as well, by the way.
Oh my god, really close. Johnny, 77 points. That's going to be it. Team Tamalas is anyways going to qualify. No one's going to be able to stop them from winning this game. But Evox just needs to get more than 77 points.
Yes.
So Visista Esports can be kicked outside of the top 8, and they can make it in. But imagine Hector's heart. It's probably pumping out of his chest. He's hoping that Evox gets eliminated.
I'm actually looking at the stage right now instead of the game, just trying to see what the faces of these players are going to look like. And well, as Necro, you mentioned, Hector right now is holding his breath, waiting to see what the result is going to be for the side of Ewoks and for Team Tamalas. While Fangs pointed out, Goten trying to take shots against Reaper. Reaper runs out of ammo, needs to go for a reload. And well, I think, yeah, the last nade, use it for Wild Fangs. It's the last man from the side of Wild Fangs. You can't really run down the hill to get that loot while the nade is wasted.
It's fine though. I mean, Godin has to move out eventually, so Team Tamalas, they've got situation under control. And the circle once again just shifts on the high ground. Oh my god, Johnny. I mean, Team Tamalas, this is their game.
I have a very brutal hypothetical scenario, Necro.
What?
It's like the worst possible thing that can happen in this game right now.
Team Tamalas gets eliminated and Evox pushes through?
Yeah, by Wealth, because Wealth has a line of fire for the hill.
If at that point Team Tamalas gets eliminated, they deserve to be eliminated from the tournament because this is literally their game. And Evox deserves to push through.
Well, I think if Wealth ends up taking Team Tamalas out, then that is just going to be a gift to the players of Ewoks. Colin is going to be a happy man making it to the finals, but right now, well, they are making the pounds for the players of Ewoks, and this could be the end of the journey for them.
Yeah, Evox's shadow is down, but still they've got 2 men standing, Johnny. They just need to make it till the top 2. A few more points need to be scattered up and gathered up. Evox just needs to play that survival game. Make sure that Team Tamalas is not going to have the line of sight. And yes, he's only got 16 bullets in the magazine. Oh my god, this is literally the god of hand on top of them right now. Evox, they just need to dodge a few shots and they are going to survive. Oh, 3 shots remaining. Now he pulls out the shotgun. Welt is the only team that can be a real potential problem maker. And Team Tamalas, now they start a descent as they know they need to go for a close and personal battle against the side of Welt. Even Evox from the sidelines is taking those shots from Welt. They're really hoping that Welt gets eliminated. Team Tamalas, they just need to push through.
I think no one, Ewoks or Welt, realized, neither of them realized that Team Tamalas is out of ammunition and they're going to have to switch to those shotguns and the UMP for Mr. IGL. But Ewoks, nades finally go flying. Evil has been pushed to the back, Spy leading the charge, but well, they're going to start to fall as they make the bounce on the players of Team Tamalas, and with those close-range weapons, Team Tamalas are looking to convert this fight. 2 players knocked out. Fox OP, last man.
Oh my god!
He gets finished off. Team Tamalas are out, and
oh my god!
They make it to the top 2.
Oh my god!
A man knocked out. Spy finds the knock, but now it's down to Evil, and he can't really secure the chicken dinner anymore, but those top 2 finish. Is it? Has it given enough points to Ewoks to help them qualify? What about Team Tamalas, and what about Visista Esports? What's the result?
Oh my god, did Evox qualify? Did Team Tamalas qualify? I don't think Visista is kicked out. There's no way they exceeded 77 points. Visista Esports is still in, but who qualified? Is it Evox or Team Tamalas?
Alright, now if both Team Tamalas and Evox have to qualify, then Visista Esports for sure are getting kicked out. There's no way 77 is going to keep them alive, Johnny. That is what my math says, at least.
I think there's going to be a tie.
I don't think Vasista is going to be kicked out. I don't think anyone exceeded 77. There's no way.
I mean, Team Tamilas is through, that's for sure.
All right, now, as far as
Okay,
I
the Evox is
remember,
out.
as far as I remember,
I have no
Necro,
idea.
they had 74, 75 without the position points included as well. If you add on the position points, I guess the cutoff is going somewhere around 78 or 79 if just...
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Vasista.
Vasista Esports had 77.
77. Evox
Yes.
was still surviving.
Yes.
They have the top 2 as well.
Yes.
You add on the position points.
No, the position points are already added in
Is
the
it?
DOA status. Yes. The position points are already added.
I
So-
don't know, man. I'm gonna still getting confused about it. But Proton, what a performance! 8 finishes included. Gokul this time with 2. 10 eliminations for Welt Esports. And like we said, we are all in disarray of what exactly is happening right now because a lot of calculations going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, look, the calculations, number crunching, it's going to go on, but Welt Esports in the final few moments really spoiling it.
1 point.
For who?
Evox, they're 1 point short. They have 7 points in this game. They had 1 finish in the match, and they finished in the top 2. That's 6 for placements. That's 69 points before this game began. They're gonna be at 76.
Are all 3 of us speechless, right?
I told you, Vasista is going to make it.
Yeah, but again, 1 point.
Hey, man, sometimes it's just about those 1 points, and I mean, who knows it better than Salty, right? He's been a part of an organization that pretty much missed out on the championship just by 1 point. So it is understandable. Every single point matters.
Look at Well, though.
Look at the celebrations. And
of course.
This is Welt and, of course, Team Tamila celebrating together and the joy of happiness. Gokul, in fact, used to be along with these players as well. They come from the same place, the same region, and they're so happy that all of them go back to their hometown and be the face of the grand finals.
You should be happy as well. Someone gave you an interview on LAN and they actually completed their objective.
See, I'm telling you right now, Johnny, my curse has been broken multiple times. It does not even stand. Come on.
Who started? Was it Destro?
I don't know, man. They were somewhere around that. Destro and GDR. Well, we're not going to be talking about them because they are not here at least. But I can see the audience getting riled up. The players, they are happy. And you know what a journey it's been, man. All of a sudden, it just kicked into me that 2 months worth of online action, 6 days of LAN. It's all done and dusted now. Just 3 days remain before we find BGIS 2026 champion.
Pretty much.
I mean, imagine, I've been here since the grind, by the way. Since the day 3, I've been here. And up till now, I've just been in Hyderabad, enjoying the food, of course, enjoying the competition as well. Never in my life would I have ever thought that in BGIS 2026, Samraj will struggle to qualify towards LAN. Never have I ever even thought that Mad Kings will not be able to qualify. But hey, we've got those surprises in front of us.
Surprises in terms of big names not making it. Many of them actually bid us goodbye in the round stages and the elimination stages as well. We are talking about Destro. He got kicked out pretty early on.
Samraj!
Samraj right now as well. But you're talking about surprises. Well, surprise in terms of Welt Esports and Myth Official making it to the grand finals of BGIS. Imagine coming in from the in-game qualifiers, dreaming big and keeping the dream alive every single time. There was a moment where almost I thought that Myth Official is going to get kicked out.
Yeah, pretty much. And to be fair, I think Welt has also earned their right inside of the finals because even in this game for a long time, we felt like, all right, Team Tamilas are going to be the ones winning this game. And Welt was sitting at a lower ground. But they were very proactive. They've done well in terms of getting aggressive into those fights. But hey, it's time for the result.
Absolutely.
Vasista Esports are just barely on the edge. That is insane, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Evox just missing out by 1 point. Vasista Esports, they're going to be actually thanking their stars for actually making it 77 points on the overall standings. And Team Tamilas, K9, Wildfangs, Myth, Nebula and Welt and Godlike Esports, all of us join the 8 finalists already who are going to be headed to Chennai.
Also 2 teams pushing through without any chicken dinners inside of the top 8. One of them sitting at the top of the leaderboard, Godlike with 108 points. And then there's K9 on the 6th who also do survive.
Now,
Kind of insane.
Let's have a look at the grand finalists, of course. For sure, Troy the Million, Phoenix Esports, Anyway, Nonex, Evox, the effort, the grind, the amount of hours they've actually put into it, all those dreams, they might get washed away this time, but I'm pretty sure the fire within them is going to keep on living on. Let's welcome the grand finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Learn from past. Orangutan, Team Soul, and Genesis are going to be the first batch.
I mean, just imagine, right? The semifinals were hype. The overall survival stages were insane. And just imagine what's going to happen inside of the grand finals when you've also got teams like Revenant X Park, Meta Ninja, Reckoning, and Victorious Sumus.
And of course, that's not it. We have Myth, Nebula, Godlike, and Wildfangs qualifying as the top 4 from the survival stages. And what a journey it has been for all of these lads.
100%. And then, of course, the final 4 teams, Hector and Omega, face to face. Team Tamilas and OLD Esports face to face. There was a rivalry between Gokul and Mr. IGL when Gokul was along with Team Limera and Dragon and the rest of the boys. This is such storylines for the Grand Finals. BGIS 2026 Grand Finals.
Yeah.
Like we said, starting from 27th to the 29th of March, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster. And once again, let me just remind you, the tickets are available on Swiggy Seats. Please do not miss out if you are from Chennai itself. And if you are from anywhere else part of the country, make sure to try and find a way to travel to Chennai and watch this extravaganza, boys.
Yeah, because it is definitely going to be an extravaganza. You talk about how this competition has been this time, right? This has been the toughest BGIS we have ever witnessed in terms of competition, in terms of the level of skill. And of course, it's going to be the most hyped one as well. Soul, Godlike, Revenant X Park, OG, K9, all of the biggest names that he could want for the grand finale, except for Somraj and Destro are going to be there.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to be honest, but Necro, I want to ask you this one thing. We have the 16 finalists in front of us. Are you happy? Is this the best 16 in the country right now?
I'm just hyped, man. I just want to dance right now. You know, I just want to get off my chair, dance. Like, can you feel the hype, Johnny? Like, I'm so hyped for the grand finals. I just can't wait. It's going to be absolute cinema. It's going to be absolute cinema. I want you guys there. Head towards Swiggy Scenes. Get your tickets right now. There's no excuse.
There's certainly going to be no excuse. But of course, there's a lot of discussion around who is going to be able to win it all. There are strong names in the competition by the likes of K9, by the likes of Nebula, by the likes of Godlike. Solo have actually made it as well. And then, of course, you've got the new stars in the form of Welt, in the form of Myth Official as well. It's going to be a David versus Goliath for sure in Chennai.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget, Soul right now is in the best form we've ever seen them. Sincere. They're seeming polished. You cannot even forget the fact that we've also got OG inside of the mix, and OG is probably one of the most consistent teams we've seen so far next to Soul. So the competition is just going to be deadly. Godlike as well, it feels like they finally found that lost pace, so you can't say even Godlike is going to be up there just dismantling the competition.
For sure, once again, have a look at those final moments. Team Tamilas, they were praying, they were really yearning for this shot. K9 Esports, they had their fair share of struggles as well, Johnny, but they did recover, isn't it?
Yeah, they did recover, and like the fact that in this very last match, as soon as they realized, like, oh, we got 8 eliminations, so we are pretty much through. You could just see everyone from the side of K9 Esports except Omega, because he's the IGL. Everyone just kind of ran into fights, got whatever they could, and then got out quickly. I looked back on the stage, Slug was there, smiling, messing around with Knight, who was just eliminated, and then Omega is just there, still try-harding to survive.
You know what? I feel like, I kind of feel for the lads who actually did not make it. Mad Kings, the lads from Nonix as well, they came so close but could not actually cross that finish line.
Listen, more than that, you should feel for Evox. Just 1 point.
I didn't mention Evox in the same statement.
Listen, Evox is a team that we all should feel for the most, Johnny. They got so close. Imagine you as Colin, who's been given it all you've got since the tournament. You have been informed with your teammates. You were just so close. 1 point separated, and you get eliminated, and all your dreams and hopes are shattered to pretty much play in front of your own home crowd.
But that's the thing, no. I think all of the teams that are there in the top 16 right now, we can't say anything but praises about their performance. But if I was to ask you, all right, you get an opportunity to put Evox in the top 16, who do you take out?
That's a really tough question, man, because nothing can be said, but whatever is happening right now, it is supposed to happen, and
Exactly.
everything happens for the good.
I think everyone in the top 16 has earned their position there in the grand finals, and whoever could not make it, well, we hope to see you there next time.
Hey man, come on, it is a game at the end of the day, a sport at the end of the day, and there's always going to be two sides. Either you're going to come out victors, or you are going to be sad, you're going to be sorrow about the fact that you did not really make it. But the journey at the end of the day keeps on going. And I'm pretty sure the victors, the main victors out of it all is going to be our gaming community, our BGMI community who have watched all of this action and followed us along throughout the way as well.
Pretty much.
All we can say is just thank you so much for your support, man. Not just for us, even for the players that are currently playing on the stage. And just to let you guys know, the eliminated teams, their journey is not done yet. There's going to be ample opportunities given to them where they can make the bounce back in the upcoming tournaments like BMPS, which are also going to happen. So once again, they will have a shot at their glory once again. So it's not like they're done for. Don't give them hate, love them.
You know, there's one more thing coming after BGIS. It's a transfer window, and I wonder what the results of this BGIS is going to look like on the transfer window.
You know, one thing is for sure, in my opinion,
forgot about that,
I
huh?
feel like Detrox is going to be scouted by so many big names out there. This man has proved his worth, to be honest.
For sure.
Yeah, he has, but I don't think he should leave the team because his team is doing really good.
Yeah.
It's better to just stick with your teammates. I understand he's going to be offered a lot of money by some big orgs, but I don't really think he should not leave the team. And yes, S-Power, if you're listening, do not leave your team. Your team is doing pretty good, man. There's no need to hop around just like that.
I mean, I'm glad you said it because he's the whole reason we have the transfer window structure in place now.
To be honest, I think that is completely done and dusted. But gentlemen, I also want to thank you as well, and Icy Baby who is along with us as well. Any final words? Because it's been a long journey that we've been together as well. I kind of feel a little bit of a romantic environment building up between us as well, because I'm going to miss you guys for the next 10 days, man. I'm going to miss you.
First of all, listen to me, okay? Don't make it sus. And second of all, friends never say thank you. They throw a party. So we're expecting a party from you tonight. Thank you so much.
From me, why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think Johnny's going to be the eldest of the desk, so he's going to be the one throwing the party. Any final words before we actually throw back to the host, because we possibly have to watch all our finalists on stage?
Yeah. See you guys in Chennai.
See you guys in Chennai and Necro. Anything
Same
else?
thing, man. I really want to see you guys in Chennai, so book your tickets right now.
Book your tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Grand Finals 27th to 29th of March. It is going to be an absolute blast. But for now, let's have a look at our Grand Finalists. Over to you at the stage.
Unbelievable competition जो survival stage पे हमको देखने को मिला. And the best part about it is that in-game qualifier से दो टीम्स क्वालिफाई होके लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंच रही है. हैदराबाद, you have to give a big round of applause for both of these teams, Team Weld and Team Mid. Make some noise, come on, for these two teams. And finally, जो 8 टीम्स ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है सेमीफाइनल से, अब जो 8 और टीम्स हैं वो आगे बढ़ने वाली है. जो पहला नाम है वो रहेगा वशिष्ठा Esports का. आप यहाँ पे आके प्लीज खड़े हो जाइए. The next team is Team Tamilas. Up next is Team K9. Team Wild Fangs. Up next is the team जो in-game qualifier से qualify होके सीधे grand finals जा रही है. Give it up for Team Myth officials. Up next is the team जिनकी villain arc हमेशा चलती है. Give it up for Nebula Esports. Up next is another team जो in-game qualifier से grand finals तक की journey तय कर रही है. Give it up for Welt Esports. Last but not the least, जिन्होंने टेबल टॉप किया है इस सर्वाइवल स्टेज में. Give it up for Team Godlike. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Karan, Associate Director Esports Krafton India. Please आइए and give them the ticket to the grand finals. Congratulations to all the grand finalists. You can please go and take your seat. Thank you so much, Karan. What a day for BGMI Esports. क्या बढ़िया competition हमें देखने को मिला है guys अभी तक. But obviously this is not the end. जो अंजाम है, जो आखिरी competition है, वो होने वाला है चेन्नई में. अगर आप लोगों ने अभी तक अपनी सीट बुक नहीं करी है, जो टिकट्स हैं वो स्विगी सीन्स पे लाइव है, तो आप लोग जरूर जाइए स्विगी सीन्स पे. जो अपने ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के टिकट्स है वो बुक कीजिए. और अभी तक के बीजीएमआई के इतिहास में सबसे स्टैग्ड जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की लॉबी है विद द एक्सपीरियंस एंड परफेक्ट कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ अप एंड राइजिंग स्टार्स, वो आपको इस लैंड फाइनल्स में देखने को मिलने वाला है. सो एक आखिरी बार हैदराबाद अपने लिए थोड़ा शोर मचाओ, बिकॉज यू हैव बीन अमेजिंग ऑडियंस सो फार. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल द लव, फॉर ऑल द सपोर्ट. जितने भी बैनर्स यहाँ पे आते हैं आप लोग हर एक टीम के लिए उतना सपोर्ट दिखाते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट. एक बार क्राफ्टन इंडिया ई-स्पोर्ट्स के लिए हो जाए मेक सम नॉइस हैदराबाद फॉर ब्रिंगिंग अप सच अ ग्रेट लैंड. सेमीफाइनल्स BGIS पे आज तक कभी लैंड नहीं हुआ था, बट दिस इज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इट इज हैपनिंग. वी ऑल आर ब्रेकिंग बाउंड्रीज. बट ऑन दिस नोट हम आज के इस पूरे सर्वाइवल स्टेज के सफर को करेंगे यहीं पे समाप्त. थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस फॉर कमिंग हियर एंड ऑल द पीपल हु आर वाचिंग ऑनलाइन. थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन. मिलते हैं आपसे अब सीधे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में. तब तक के लिए अपना और अपनों का खूब सारा ख्याल रखिए. टाटा बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर.
one skin, infinite power on the battleground. You fool. Let's put a smile on that cute little face.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार। रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।